map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone, man. Cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire
till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my shine. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down. Keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars. We are in the final day of the Open Finals, and we are looking for the final remaining 4 teams to join that we saw day 1 to join us in the challenge season. I am Mark, joined again by the wonderful Teddy. And Teddy, yesterday was a long one, but boy, was it exciting.
Yeah, we know of 4 teams now that have qualified. There's 4 more spots to go, and it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be scary. We already mentioned it yesterday, but man, that lower bracket is incredibly stacked, and it's gonna be heartbreaking, but it's also gonna be really satisfying to find out who finally makes it for this season 2 challenge season.
Yeah, Brawl, sweat and tears, definitely on the cards for today. Let's take a look at what they are fighting for, because it is a substantial prize pool, of course, for just the Open Final stages. This is the breakdown for what players can be walking with today. And of course, you know, that's not a small chunk of change by any means. First through to 8 is $900 for those teams, and then whittling down from there, $700 from 9th place to 12th, and then from 13th down to 16th. No one leaves empty-handed necessarily in that respect, but obviously the biggest of all the prizes is to make it through to the challenge season. Yesterday we saw Reply Totem, SK Gaming, and others do just that. But this is the main prize pool for that challenge season, and that's where things get very real. 20 grand up for grabs for first place, 10,000 for coming second. That's not a bad place to come, even looking at that in perspective, and whistling down from there from 7,500 to 5,000 for 4th place, 3,000 down to 1,000 there for 5th through to 8th place. So Teddy, a lot is on the line, not just the bragging rights, not just to be able to say that you are the best in the European and the MENA region, but again, life-changing sums.
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, you know, it is the biggest prize pool amongst all community events here for Brawl, so it's massive. It's super, super important. And you know, we heard yesterday from MMA, for example, that besides Worlds, this is what they are working for. You know, this is like their main event, and the quality of matches that we can expect from that is gonna be phenomenal, because yeah, it's just so important to those teams.
Well, let's take a look back at yesterday and how everything went down. And again, a lot of upsets. We have got quite the bracket today. This was, of course, day 1. We are in day 2 today, the final day. But yesterday we saw Reply Totem have a great run of things. A very close match between themselves and Crazy Clan, it must be said. But nonetheless, a 3-0 there. Sweeps all the way for the reigning champions of Season 1. And then, of course, Navi had a very similar story where they took down Dr. Lobster, followed by Sky, to make it through to the challenge season also. Rough day for Team Queso. Couldn't quite get the win against Crazy Clan in a close matchup there. And again, for Humble, who were just in very much the same circumstances, they will be playing today in that lower bracket. Tribe Gaming EU as well had a tough one in the second match of the day against Mystic Esports, and we saw Mystic, as a result of that, qualify for the challenge season. SK Gaming as well, great run from them, but Bax gave them such a run for their money in much the same way as Mystic. Regardless, though, SK were able to get a full reverse sweep over that and just had ice in their veins to qualify also for the challenge season. But FA Poland, SMN EU, Shoots, FA Locum, Humble, Dr. Lobster, Team Queso, and Colossal will be playing today in the first round. This is how it is shaping up to be. Teddy, talk us through it.
Yes, the teams that lost in the round of 16 are going to be facing each other first. That is going to be Cute versus FA Locum to kick things off. SMN EU against FA Poland. Team Queso against Colossal Gaming. Humble versus Dr. Lobster. And then the teams that lost in the quarterfinals of the upper bracket will be finding out their opponent later on. That's teams like Sky, Crazy Clan, backs, and I didn't quite see the last one, but Tribe, indeed. So yeah, it is stacked. Very, very stacked. We already know that at the end of today, there are teams that were at the challenge season last time around that are just, just can't make it this time. So it's going to be heartbreaking for the least, but that's the name of the game, in esports. If you want to compete in those sort of events, you got to give it your all and you got to beat all the other teams. And unfortunately, only 4 today will make it out of those 8 teams, 12 teams.
Yeah. Brutal, absolutely brutal, but this is the nature of the competition. This is why it is fierce here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we're going to be seeing again like how Humble and Dr. Lobster are going to fare, 2 teams that were in the challenge season of season 1. One of those will certainly not be making it this time around, possibly even both. Who knows? But definitely some fantastic matchups lined up for today, and some clashes that we haven't seen for a while as well. So I'm very much looking forward to see who is going to be bringing that level of confidence and the ability to stay calm under pressure that everyone is going to need if they're going to be able to join those fantastic teams that have already made it through day 1.
Yeah, they need to show and bring their A game today, absolutely, because it is very, very, very stacked in this bracket, and there's no more second chances. They've had their second chance by being in the lower bracket. Now it's do or die for every single one of those teams, and especially for the teams that are in the round of 16, they need to win every single match. They have to win multiple in a row if they want to qualify. So that consistency that in general is so important to Brawl, even more important today.
Wow, our first matchup will be Humble versus Dr. Lobster. And again, let's introduce Humble first, because this was a team which made it through to the challenge finals of season 1. Gugu, Jaime, Sugas there, as well as Soyda Breza. This is an accomplished team. It's fair to say that they didn't have the challenge finals that they wanted. They struggled a bit against the might of teams like SK Gaming, Tribe Gaming, EU, and also Reply Totem. But this is a team that have got a ton of experience behind them, still in the running for the World Finals for the BSC as well. And they've been around the block. They know what they're doing. They're going to be giving Dr. Lobster a real run for their money here. But again, so much is on the line for this team today, and it's a question of whether they are able to stay calm in the face of pressure. Dr. Lobster have been keeping up very well, in my opinion, recently, and looking quite well. And of course, their roster being Kanan, How to Win, and Tom. I think this is going to be a very, very close matchup to start the day, Teddy.
Oh, absolutely, man. This one is a very fun one as well, because both teams were pretty much the underdogs of the previous season, where it was almost surprising to see them qualify for the challenge season, let alone make it to the challenge finals for Humble. But are they still the underdogs then? You know what I mean? Because they do have quite a couple of results behind them, some monthly finals appearances, and this is when, they start to actually not be as much of an underdog as they used to. Is that, extra pressure? Is that extra confidence? It's maybe a bit early to tell, but what we do know is one of those 2 teams, this is going to be their final match of the season. And just that makes me sad, but it does mean that, another one gets to move on. And at least that, makes me happy.
Yeah, someone is going to bite the dust, that's for sure. I mean, arguably, it's fair to say that Humble have got more on the line, because they did earn valuable points by making it to the challenge finals of season 1, and those points all add up to be able to get towards that Masterland stage where only 2 teams from this region will be invited. So every point matters, and for Humble, that's some pressure, and it's going to be dependent on how they're able to handle that kind of pressure. Again, when you've got the might of an organization behind you as well, there is some expectations that come along with that, and Dr. Lobster in that respect have got a little bit more of a cushioning, Teddy.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think if you look big picture, this is a very important one for Humble, because making it to 4th place in the previous challenge season, they're very competitive for qualifying still. If they can make it that far or even further. What we have to keep in mind as well is Doxer didn't do half bad either during their challenge season, and if they knock Humble out now, that means no more points for Humble in this season, and a chance for teams like Doxer to maybe even still qualify for Masters. So it could be quite a big deal here if Humble are out for not only Doxer but the entire rest of the competition that really could use some points.
Yeah, we like to keep things very grueling here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. And again, it wouldn't be at all possible to bring this kind of caliber of gameplay and team dynamics without the might of Snapdragon Elite Gaming. So again, a huge thank you to them. And I'm sure as well, when we get to the later stages of the season, having those devices on hand makes such a big difference for the players to be able to compete at the highest level.
Yeah, definitely so, on an even footing as well during the LAN events that we've already had a couple of, hopefully more to come as well. But yeah, it's a very big deal, absolutely, in supporting the show like nobody else. So big thank you to them.
100%. Well, Humble versus Dogs the Lobster. As I know the Twitch chat is going to be eager to hear our thoughts. Going to put you on the spot, Teddy. Going to ask you straight up, who do you think is going to take this one? And of course, if you're watching on Twitch, make sure that you get involved over there on the prediction side. Let us know yourselves who you think has the edge on this one. We'll do our best to give you our predictions, but ultimately, don't look at us if you don't quite get your channel points in. It's a tough one to call, Teddy. I mean, both sides have got so much going for them, but there is a lot on the line. But like you say, for both teams, I can't call this one. It's looking very 50-50.
Yeah, I think 50-50 is a very, very solid call here. I would maybe go slightly in favor of Dogster, just because I feel like, they've been popping off a decent amount in the last couple of months, but so have Humble, really. So it's very tough to call. There's no clear favorite in this one. Even though Humble had some slightly better results in SPS, I do feel like, in other events, they've been a little bit less convincing. So it's a really, really tough call. I think 50-50 is the way to go. And if I really had to go for one, I would go for Dogster, just because it's Dogster. But honestly, I'm very, very split on this one.
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because season one was season one, and teams have had a chance to really improve since then. Everyone wants to go away and sort of address their performance and try to improve upon it. I mean, the scoreline there being that Humble, when they faced off in that challenge season, were able to get the win over Dogs the Lobster, and Dogs the Lobster came bottom of the leaderboard. But nonetheless, I feel like they are a team which are ever increasing with the competition this year. The last year, I mean, we were aware of them because that's kind of what we do here. But for the viewers at home, maybe they hadn't heard of the players from Dogs the Lobster until this year. So they've already made a massive statement by just being able to get their recognition that they fully deserve. But, season one is definitely more of a reflection for them, as of course Humble did make that challenge finals stage. And, again, it wasn't quite what they were looking for when it came down to their results there. But, we saw just a next level of play from like SK, from Reply Totem and Drive. So it was always going to be a tough one.
Yeah, no, it's always a very challenging stage, because you remove all the teams where you have some wiggle room. It's only the best of the best. I think both teams are kind of in a similar situation where they play against the best of the best, but they're not quite at the same level just yet. So yeah, it's a really, really tough one, man. I really feel like you can't go wrong going either way when it comes to your predictions, because they're just very, very evenly matched. I think as well, maybe something slightly in favor of Dogster is that they didn't go get a golden ticket to the open finals here. They had to grind through the open cups, and they did so valiantly as well. So maybe that might be just enough, to have them come very warmed up and, feeling their SPS game today. But I really think either team could take it, and I would not be surprised or shocked no matter who takes it. I'm, hoping and expecting a very, very close match for this one.
100%. I mean, this is what we're all looking for in the opening match of the day. Whilst the players are getting into their lobby, ready to that draft, let's take a quick look at Humble as well for this little segment that we got to show you guys.
Hello, my name is Gugu, and I'm a Brawl Star player for Team Humble. So first, like 4 years ago, I started playing Brawl Star with my friends, and then someone called Lunatic talked about competitive with me, and I started playing competitive, and I'm now playing competitive like for 2 years. It was my second LAN, and I think it was my best LAN ever. Like, look up, meeting lots of people I wanted to meeting my team was amazing. Being on the stage, playing in some with a lot of spectators in front of you, like it's something else. And I really liked the Gamescom LAN event. Like it's like kinda different. It's like you're kinda in an uncomfortable position. Like you're not used to play on stage, and you're clearly not used to play with your mates in real life. Like you're kind of playing with them in voice chat. It's something different. And it's also something different because you have to handle the stress because you're playing in front of a lot of people, and that's something else for sure. At the beginning, I felt like not comfortable because there was a lot of people and I was so stressed. But when I started playing, like I was in the match, like I was playing like for 10-15 minutes, I kind of started to feel more comfortable and used to playing on stage. The most memorable moment was the show match. My mates were Arc and Penalty, and we played against Bressa, Ready Set, and YD, and we managed to win 4-1. And the most funny moment for me was when Arc was like doing the challenge with the basketball. For the moment, I think I like the meta, even though I feel like Nita is way too strong, and also Sam. But I kinda like the meta, like there's nothing to add more. I'm also kinda sad with the patch of Crow. I don't think it was necessary, but we'll do with. And yeah, I think the meta is good. I like the patches, the skins, etc. I love it. Like, we have 2 weeks to prepare monthly finals, and this monthly finals is the last one of the season, and it's gonna determine the 6th team who will qualify to World Cup, who will go in Paris. We are kinda not stressed, but excited about playing it. We will play Navi first round. We are trying to prepare it as well as possible, and our objective is clearly reaching World Cup. So good luck, guys. Let's give great matches to our viewers, our spectators, and good luck in advance.
Great to hear there from Gugu, and again, some fond memories for myself there. You know, mentioning that showcase match, it was very close to my heart, Ted. You know, I was sinking hoops. I sunk 3 out of 4 in quick succession. You know, I mean, you know, it's no wonder that we were able to get that 4-1 victory because, you know, Gugu had me on his team.
I'm not gonna comment. Arc, I think maybe if I was on the team, it would have been a 4-0, 5-0 then, I guess. But also, you were facing Ready Set, and he's from NA, and NA is kind of like, you know, not quite at the same level as the MEA, I would say. So I'm just gonna leave it there. I said I wasn't gonna talk about it, but I talked about it a lot already. So yeah, that's end of this conversation.
I'm just saying, I'm a free agent, guys. If you are looking for someone to join the team, you know, but hopefully today you won't need it. Hopefully today it all works out well for them. But yeah, great to just reflect back actually from the Challenge Finals, from the teams and the players that were there, and you know, clearly a great time that Gugu had, despite again the results not going in their favor. But again, this time round they have had that chance to reflect upon things and to be able to come back stronger. But again, Dogs the Lobster have been keeping up really well this year with the competition. They are really a team that you can't trifle with in that respect. They have been just growing, you know, consistently with the competition, and you can't say that for every single team that we've seen this year. Some teams have had less of a journey, you know, towards success, and they've been coming in at the top of the season in that same place, but then struggling to maintain it. So it really is going to be a tough one to call here. And you know, whether Humble have been able to shake off some of the cobwebs of the Challenge Finals, and whether Dogs the Lobster have been able to put in the time that it takes to demonstrate that they are ready for a second season in those Challenge seasons.
Yeah, those are 2 teams where, if you guys watched the show yesterday, I talked about the Mystics thing. It's a team that, you know, can do a lot of damage, but can't quite consistently win against those top teams. I think it's somewhat similar here for the 2 we're about to watch, except, you know, they are more consistent than teams like Mystic that already qualified. So they can make it. We know that for a fact. They have in Season 1, both teams have. But yeah, not quite consistently enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the lower bracket today, I guess. But that's the challenge for them now, because there's no more second chances, and they're gonna have to just blow our minds and their opponents when it comes to the draft, their strategies, their execution. Because I mean, now it's all in for both teams. There is a lot to lose, but there's much more to win, and they gotta, you know, play for it and just show us through gameplay what they can achieve. I think that both are incredibly hungry for it. You know, I feel like both teams somewhat still need their breakthrough, and this could be very much their chance. I think that, especially inside of Humble, maybe a little bit of a taste of it in Season 1, making it all the way to the finals. But I think they are still hungry for more. And knowing Gugu as well, I know he's much, much hungrier than that. He wants to go all the way and, you know, show that they can dominate through the region, but they gotta win this match first.
Exactly that. And the players, by the way, guys, are getting into their lobby as we speak. It's just been a bit of a technical hitch on one of them not being able to connect to the lobby. So we'll be getting into the draft very, very shortly. But, you know, again, we already know from yesterday, with the addition now of Navi and Mystic Esports EU into the challenge season, that two teams, at the very least, are going to be different this time round, and that's, you know, going to have a knock-on effect. It's quite refreshing, I feel, in that same respect as well, when we go into the challenge season, to have some newer faces. You know, it's all about the rising stars and you know, getting those players out there in the best possible light here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Let's take a look as well, just whilst we're waiting as well, at some of the picks from yesterday, Teddy, because the meta has been really shaping up to be very, very different from last season now. And look at that. You know, we were discussing prior to yesterday's show about, you know, Otis and what we were expecting to see, and it's still the earliest of days for him in the Brawl esports scene, but right there at the top, Teddy, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, Otis was incredibly popular. Penny as well. What I think here as well is that a lot of the heavy hitters aren't necessarily picked the most, because they were also banned incredibly much. If you look like, well, we might see it in a bit, but Janet was banned 17 times, and it was barely even played because it was constantly banned. So I think the conversation is really interesting to like kind of compare those two statistics, because yes, a brawl like Otis was picked more, but you know, does it make it better because it wasn't banned nearly as much? So we're gonna actually get to check the bans now and compare all that data. But I just find it so interesting to compare, because Janet was banned 17 times, Ark. That is insane, and it was barely even picked when it wasn't banned.
It's quite incredible, isn't it? And I mean, Otis in a close second as well. It's kind of interesting because we've had Janet be around for so long as well. Whereas Otis is kind of in a position where teams are trialing him out. We saw a lot of instances yesterday where it didn't kind of work out very well in maps like Safe Zone for Heist, and Heist in general. Like, a lot of teams were trying it, you know, in Kaboom Canyon and other maps, but it wasn't working out. But Max as well, you know, brawler which has kind of risen to the top of the kind of competitive map pool scene recently, just being such a versatile brawler to have. And speaking of Janet being banned, well, we're gonna, you know, continue on with that same idea here, with Humble banning out Janet, Bonnie, and Squeak, and Dr. Lobster banning Sam, which I think is actually a really smart pick. I was actually tearing it up on Minecraft Madness with Sam recently. Squeak, as well as the Penny early picks in of Griff and Piper, which we saw in the BSC being such a very good comp to break open absolutely everything. I loved it. But yeah, the long range affair plus the max for the speed, I like where this is going.
Yeah, Max is a brawler I think can do very well here, and especially facing something like a Piper, you can dodge shots very, very consistently, and when you have your max speed, that's possibly your entire team that gets to just dodge those Piper snipes very easily. Can do quite all right against Griff as well, and I think one of the big benefits of Max is that whether it's you know, there's a lot of walls or whether everything is already opened up, it stays rather consistent. So I think it can work out really nicely here, considering in the later stages, you know, whether it's through the piggy banks from the Griff or the Piper super, there's going to be a lot of those walls removed, as you rightly mentioned, and B is a way to deal with that too, because once that map is opened up, I mean, those 3K shots are just going to be flying, and that is a lot of value you can get against those picks.
Wouldn't mind to notice him herself, but there's a lot of range, it must be said, on the side of Dr. Lobster as well. But again, Bees can get a lot of value for them if they can just get that spawn trap involved. And yeah, Byron's a long range brawler, which is going to help out considerably here. I mean, they've just got to be a bit careful with those honey molasses on the side of B. It's very, very great, you know, a great thing to have when you're trying to, you know, suppress your opposition into a spawn trap. But you know, Byron has that splash, so which means that it would be quite an easy thing to get eradicated and then Griff to further break and allow Piper to do her thing as well on that side of things. I think it's a relatively even drop. I like the Dr. Lobster comp a little bit more. And that's a painful thing for me to say, as you know, Teddy, because Griff for me is definitely one of my favorites here. But ultimately, when you're combining both speed and slow with the Max and the B, and then Bell as well, just to be able to really assert authority on the map, to be able to force your opposition into the places, into the minecart where they might not be looking to go, of course. The minecart is your best friend or your biggest foe in that same respect too. So how to win, incredibly low, should tick down there and does so as a result of that Byron pick to the side of Humble, and an early break there for Jose on that left-hand side.
Yeah, 2 kills already for Humble. That does help a decent amount, but in the meantime, it did manage to give 4 gems to Dogster, so a little bit of an early lead when it comes to that. A nice connection from Soy de Breza, but he does end up being traded out, and the 2-on-2 is going to be favoring whoever has control, and that happens to still be Dogster. 5 gems now in the pocket, and on the side of Humble, that means they need to really make sure they start having some more consistent control down in the mid, but with the taps from How to Win, that is going to be a challenge and a half.
The break from Soy de Breza, and will be enough time to... Oh, that's unfortunate there. I was going to say, like... They'll be a bit careful on their positioning here as Dr. Lobster really do get stuck in. And we can't forget as well that the winner of this matchup will go on to play Tribe Gaming in the next round. So this is going to have to be one of those moments they got to embrace in that respect and really get warmed up for as well, because Tribe are a stage ahead already in this lower bracket stage. So the Nestek popped there by Kevin. We'll see him slow, but at a good time, because ultimately Dr. Lobster were out of position and couldn't really capitalize on the situation. But this is valuable time here for Humble to try to buy down the clock. They managed to get a reset as well, but they do need more time. They've got to get some takedowns or a reset here if they want to get more gems from the mid.
Yeah, a nice kill there from Kevin, but it's traded out as well. Kevin is marked. Jose gets a super off, a nice face shifter for Shaku to stay alive, and he needed to secure that countdown. Dogster to take game number 1.
Great start for them, and things working out well. I felt like they had the majority of the control throughout that game, so it does make a lot of sense to me as to kind of reflecting what I was seeing on screen. But again, I do feel like the comp that Humble have got is not a bad one. They can make it work. It's just simply about not losing that control. When you got a Piper, it's a tough thing when you're in that back spawn area. Despite the amount of breaks that you can get from the Griff pick, it's definitely a troublesome one. You got that max speed as well. Zeku's been able to survive that too, which is quite incredible. The phase shift into the minecart, but coming out on top.
Yeah, it's a funny thing because you can still like bounce against things like the minecart. So you are still invincible, so you'll survive. That nest egg is actually going to be quite important because it might be just enough for them to get something going on the side of Dogster, but it seems like Soy de Breza is going to get away with those gems in the end. That is a night and day difference compared to game 1, where they just started off with such a big gem deficit. This time around, they'll start with the advantage.
Good connections there from Kevin, keeping the pressure onto How to Win there. Still standing though until Soy de Breza is able to connect. A lovely little snipe. I think the mark was missed there from Tomsy as well, which will put a bit more pressure onto the side of Dogster and keep Soy de Breza up for a longer period of time. But this is a much better start for Humble now with 7 gems in the pocket. They are pushed back into the spawn now. Soy de Breza could choose to break, as again, getting out of that really tight squeeze is going to be tricky for him under the circumstances against the Bell pick. And now valuable time needed and also received from Dogster now as they get 6 gems, almost tying things up.
Good comeback from Dogster. We did see them earlier losing their gem carrier. Might want to be careful here. Piper as well is a great brawler to get those snipes. A nice juke as well, dodging the mark. That max speed gives a lot of control to Dogster. And this is what I kind of like with the come from Dogster, is they're happy when the map is closed, but they're really not unhappy with it being opened up all the way as well, as picks like B and Bell really shine there anyways. 8 gems to 10 does means they can reset the countdown, but they do need the next 2 gems. One spawns on the side of Humble. They're going to give them a lot of space, so they might still be able to just pick this one up for Dogster Lobster. I think they can interrupt the countdown, but they're losing everyone, and no, never mind, they were a gem behind. That was a gem too little, and Humble tie things up.
Wow, this first set just got a lot more interesting as, yeah, Humble learning from some mistakes, it seems, and there were some moments that I did kind of worry for them. I felt like, you know, again, Dogs the Lobster did a good run of things to get them stuck in that back spawn area. Again, on a map like Minecart Madness, it really is a very, very tough one to get out of those spawn areas. But again, just a rinse and repeat, breaking that left-hand side open, allowing the space maneuvering. Oh my word, that was a super, super clutch Honey Molasses from How to Win, though, but not enough. The follow-up shots were on point, and I should give a little bit of breathing room now for Humble to get back into this mid, get some gems, and potentially super away if they need to.
Full gem lead now. It's gonna show up for Dogster as they have a little bit more mid presence. Shot from Soderbergh, not quite gonna find the connection. The jump back from Soy, making sure he stays up with those gems. And a nice kill from Soy as well to keep Humble in control of the mid, building up that gem lead. Now 3 in their favor and getting closer and closer to a countdown. Dogster need to be careful. Nice connection with that super as well from Jose.
Or splash, not enough to take down How to Win, and it's exactly where Dogster needs to be. They are getting behind a little bit as that early outset definitely favored Humble, but now push back, and the minecart coming through is going to be a question of whether Dogs decide to stay forwards or come back. They're going to stay forwards. Attack from Soderbergh will keep How to Win incredibly low here. Nest egg in the middle there from Tomsy as well. Just a little bit of insurance for later should they lose control. Speed from Xiaku will keep everyone moving around in a much more favorable position here. He might go down. Some good shots being connected here, but the phase shift away, and Soderbergh's missed shot there could prove costly as now Humble struggling to get out of the spawn and the gems drop down on the floor.
Yeah, this is absolutely big. Xiaku is able to steal some gems too, just doubling down on that gem lead. The countdown here. They need a kill onto Tom if they want to have a chance at interrupting it. 5 seconds left, and this is just looking a little bit tough. The minecart is there at the worst timing as well, effectively isolating Kevin from the fight. And Xiaku was low. I think they were fine though, because Tom had enough HP, but they were really on top of each other, so it was really tough to track. But that's going to be the first set for Dogster. One that got quite close, to be honest. Those games were close. The set itself was closed, but it is Dogster to pick it up.
In nice fashion as well. I mean, you know, that first set for me just kind of says exactly what we were saying, looking back at our predictions and how close we kind of expected that this one might be. And there, the gems, there's a lot of gems there, honestly. Grabs in that matchup. Damage as well, I mean, favoring their Dogster. But I did feel like for the most part, their attention to keeping control of the mid did come around full circle for them. Humble struggled a bit more in that respect, and it is a bit of a riskier pick to have when you've got a Piper and that map. If you can keep positioning the mid, then it can really be your best friend, and it's a very tough thing to get out of your spawn against. But yeah, I did like the Dogster Lobster combat, just felt a little bit safer. I think stats kind of reflecting much the same story.
I agree. I think the max speed actually was just so impactful as well, making sure they had those jukes on point, and every max super effectively gave them so much map control. And in gem grab, I mean, even though there were some moments where we had a lot of kills for Humble, they wouldn't quite result in nearly as much because the reset would just be much faster on the side of Dogster, and every time they get that super, it's just so much control, man. Very challenging as well for a Piper to do anything against it, because hitting your shots against brawlers that run just that fast is really tough to do consistently. And when you need to hit multiple to get a kill, it just doesn't happen. And eventually you get those comebacks where they're able to pick up a ton of gems in the mid, just because there's no real ability for Humble to take back that mid.
Well, I loved as well, like, watching How to Win in that game, because like there was some very, very clutch gadgets there to protect himself from the Piper shots of Soderbergh, and that's not an easy thing to do. They're very, very quick, and you've got to be having your reactions really on point if you're going to be able to stay on your feet in those scenarios. But again, that's why I kind of like the B pick there. It worked out pretty well for the most part, considering the bans that were in play. And maybe we'll see a bit more of Otis still to come. I'm looking out for a Teddy, and I did think that under the circumstances, I think the Byron pick was the way to go realistically there as a final one, and one that does seem to be creeping its way back in ever so slightly. It's kind of like sitting just, I want to say, just outside of the meta, and it just does tend to show its face a little bit more so now when the big heavy hitters are out of the picture. It's definitely still a long-ranged option, and one that's, in those kind of environments and scenarios, it does work out far better than the Poco. So I do like to see it a bit more than I have done in previous time. But we saw it yesterday a lot in Shooting Star as well. Now, when you've got so many of those big heavy hitters banned, kind of makes a lot of sense to me to go for that idea.
I like it. But the thing is, I love Byron. He's one of my favorite brawlers. So I'm always happy to see a Byron. I don't think it was a bad idea per se. I do think they kind of had to make a choice, if they wanted to have something a bit more like sharpshooter-ish, like Byron, or if they wanted to bring in, something to deal more with the Max. I don't mind their approach. I just feel like the Max was given so much freedom because it has such good matchups in this case and didn't really have anyone that can like easily deal with her. So I think that was a kind of a paradox. That they really had to just go either way, and I don't know if it was the right or wrong call, but the result was that the Max was just free to get so much control, get so much done. And when you change so many supers, I don't really know how you're supposed to win.
Yeah, it's that ability to just force you back with Max, and that's why we saw a great deal of bans for it and a great deal of play rates for it yesterday as well. I mean, we've got to remind ourselves as well that it's a best of 5, best of 3, so there's still plenty of time for Humble to start to make a comeback here, and we're just waiting for the draft to get underway before we can see what those picks and bans will be. But this is the team as well that have been able to stand the heat a fair amount as well. Humble being behind is not necessarily the worst thing in the world for them. They've kind of got the experience behind themselves to know how to handle those situations, and Dogster Lobster as well yesterday had a bit of a first set advantage over Navi, and we saw Navi just turn it around from every set then onwards. So let's see how the response is and whether they've kind of going to go into Brawl Ball and Backyard Brawl with a little bit more of a refreshed mindset. An early pick of 8-bit, which I don't mind. It was kind of very much the go-to meta when we saw Backyard Brawl last year, still kind of being quite a solid pick, but does also have a lot of susceptibilities when it comes to obviously movement speed and such. But the bans being B, Bell, and Colette for Humble, and then Janet, Penny, and Max for Dogster.
Man, the 8-bit over Bonnie is interesting to me, because very often you kind of see it like as a replacement or as, something you'll pick if your opponents go Bonnie. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Dogster would be, it would be odd if they didn't go for Bonnie themselves, and it makes sense, right? You have brawlers like Max and B banned out, so it really feels like it was planned on both sides to utilize this sort of slower approach. But I mean, brawlers like both 8-bit and Bonnie offer a ton of value, incredibly tanky, incredible damage too, and where maybe 8-bit lacks a little bit more mobility because Bonnie can turn into Clyde and go for that big jump in. The damage booster is more of team utility to provide. And talking about team utility, the speed zones can be really valuable as well on this too, although the break could be played as well. But I feel like unless there is a lot of destruction on the side of Humble, they're probably just going to stick to the speed zone.
Yeah, I think it's definitely my go-to here. It's something of a consideration, of course. When we tend to see those sort of stalematy matches in Backyard Bowl, it is because of the lack of wall breaker, and that's why I quite like this Ruffs pick as well here from Humble, and one that definitely was getting a lot of attention over on Twitter today when Adrian on the side of Supercell balancing side asking what people would like to see in terms of a brawler that needs to buff and nerf, and many people actually coming together to say that Ruffs is up there for them to get a bit of a tune down. So quite a strong brawler pick, and as well with the Pam. I mean, if Dogster are not running breakthrough, it's a consideration there as to whether they want to add something now with the final pick to have a wall break. They're not going to go for it. They're going to go for Carl, which can be decent, to be fair, at getting some of those swerve shots in to the Pam healing station. But definitely the weakness here for the Dogster comp for me is that if they are running speed zone, which is what I kind of prefer to see on the Stu here, it gets a lot of value, very hard to get rid of, and having that additional maneuverability allows you to duke more shots along the way. They are going to have to consider the fact that to score, it's going to take a lot more pressure than it would potentially otherwise if they had a wall break to be able to get through that defensive line of boxes.
Yeah, I agree, although I don't think they need a wall break, to be completely honest, because 8-bit is not going to be just speeding true when it comes to defense. So if you can get some nice cycles going with the respawns of your opponents, I think they can be just fine. But it's about timing and just syncing up well with your teammates, and that is something We have to see if they can pull off here. Kevin goes down. Obviously going to be a little bit weaker without the healing station to jump in here onto Soda Breza. Out to win. Tries to just walk it in. Jose able to save it. But I think Tom is still going to try to get this one down the net. Kevin, yeah, he's going to play it safe. Knows that more likely than not, even if he places the damage booster, it's not going to result in anything. And wants to make sure he has that utility available now.
I think he would have got the takedown. I think it's about 1,000 HP left. But it's one of those things where it's a tough one to call. Obviously, the risk being that if it doesn't make a difference, then Tom's just on fire. This is going to have a goal in quick succession. Dr. Lobs are wrapping things up surely here. Going to pop the flying hook just for safe measure, but that's a very convincing game already as Dr. Lobs to take it. And yeah, like we were, thinking that this might be the case going into Brawl, that it could be faster games. It's always the case when it comes to Backyard Bowl, whether it's going to be a fast one or a much slower affair going all the way to a lot of overtimes. Dr. Lobs are in a hurry today. They want to get this one all wrapped up.
I think their approach is just so smart, right? Because when you have an 8-bit and a Ruffs, it's a very slow setup time. So it means it takes a long time to really get going and get the most out of your comp. Not quite as much the case for the likes of Dogster here. This time around, Humble are more ready for that fast approach, and they were able to punish a couple players from Dogster, get some kills, and get some more control. Tom is still going in, and man, it takes a lot to just take him out, and that is a challenge here for Humble, but they are able to get some trades in. Still, control seems like it's going to be fairly even at the end of this engagement.
Yeah, absolutely right. And now that Humble are a bit more set up on things, they've got the supply drop buff there for Jose, and he's been doing a pretty decent job of defending a lot of these attacks, but not able to do so there. Ziaku able to get through. He might be able to get the goal for there as well. Off the line, my word. Soda Breza did well there to catch it just in time, as that was going to trickle in surely. Down goes Kevin as well, and it's a tough position to have an 8-bit here, and it's again a bit questionable as to why it was valued such an early pick. Oh my god, yes, again, Soda Breza keeping every single opportunity out at the moment and just keeping Humble in the mix.
And Soda Breza is just a designated goalie at this point here for Humble. Let's see if they can finally get some more aggression going. Did remove some walls, not necessarily the walls that given easy access to the goal, however, but it's even a question if you want to break them, unless you're sure of scoring right there, right then, or time is really low. Breaking open that line of walls in front of the goal does mean that there's a quicker reset time on the side of Doxer. When someone dies, they don't have to just walk around, they can just walk straight. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, and at times that can be a disadvantage, but so far, it seems like it is Doxer trying to initiate something, a big jump, and that's going to be the double kill. Tom now, they try to score a couple of times, is going to make sure that Soda Breza wastes a ton of ammo, and yeah, Tom is just able to walk it in 15 seconds until the end of this one, and Humble need a goal.
Beautiful from Tomsy. Honestly, that was absolute class. To get the timing on that, Soy can't really risk it with 3 seconds. Jose, though, will get it. My word! Just in the nick of time. I've got to finish what I was saying about Tomsy, though. Like, the patience he needed in that moment to score, to just keep juking around the corner, to keep Soda Breza shooting, enabled that goal in the first place, but the response from Humble was so quick and so needed. They are now given another lifeline.
Wow. So impressive here from Humble. They're not out of the running for the set just yet. Getting some nice kills as well. This is a good opportunity. Don't have the damage booster with them on that offense. Shaku jumps in. A nice TP back from Kevin. That is very well read on his end. The shot from Soda Breza. Oh, it slips through, and that is going to go straight down the net. Humble tying things up here in Brawl Ball. And man, that first goal from Humble, I love the patience and the awareness too, the communication, everything on point. Soda Breza realizing that it's really risky with 5 seconds left. They have one chance, they have one shot on that goal, and instead of going it for it himself, he finds out that Jose opened up the left side, so he goes for the pass, and Jose has a free angle into the goal. Beautiful stuff all around from Humble, very impressive.
I don't know how they found the space for it, but Ziaku here as well with how to win is going to put a lot of pressure onto Kevin. He's just literally gunned down from every possible angle here. But Dr. Lobster will play it a little bit slow, a little bit cautiously here. They've got time. I mean, it's still very early in the game, but Look at that utility all down for Humble. It's going to help them out a bit here. I think Soy just trying to connect there, not really getting much for it from How to Win. They're creeping forwards now, and Kevin going very high up on his right-hand side to try to get a pinch off G Cartridge back, but definitely far from out the woods.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad idea for Kevin to, experiment a bit more with some aggression. They have a very, very, very safe defensive position here, and it's not like the cheat cartridge is something you're gonna most likely be using all three of anyways. And look at that aggression now. They both unlock their supers again. They're both placing down their healing and damage stations a bit further up, and that is about enough to break through that defense from Dr. Lobster, getting another kill here as well to complete the team wipe. And even though it's not a goal for them just yet, the sheer amount of control they gain from that interaction is so valuable.
I love the way they're making this comp work now. They've been given the time to do so. Everyone on the side of Humble has buffed up from that rough supply drop, and it's showing. They're gradually able to work their way forwards with no wall break on the side of Dogster. It's just, they've got to be able to get a kill before they can even begin to take down the utility. Low HP as well is not helping out, and it's forcing Ziaku to have to come back a little bit behind the speed zone to buy a bit more time. Tomsy now has to do the same on the left-hand side, as the pressure really now is mounting on them. They've got to start to get a takedown here or there, and nice break from Jose is going to expose everyone behind no cover whatsoever. Humble are looking great at the moment.
Yeah, the positioning is so good, and some treats as well dished out all over the place from Jose. So the Breza trying to get the kill is not quite going to be successful. Tom does get taken out in the end. Jose can open up the wall, but he does go down. Shaku goes for the ball, and now Kevin is able to clean things up, but no opportunity to score just yet. Maybe Docs are gonna corner up the ball here, as they've been defensive for so long, and they'll do just that. But still, How to Win here falls to Kevin. So the Breza pushing forward with a healing station, gets the kill, the charge pass to Kevin, and Kevin just walled it in. That is gonna be game and set for Humble, tying things up in what nearly was gonna be another set for Doc. So that's a clutch one to win, man.
It really is. I mean, we're now all tied up. This is kind of what we thought might be the case for a team like Humble that are able to handle pressure. And, again, it's a really risky thing when you're going to be drafting 8-bit first pick against that Bonnie. I felt like for them to do it, it had to be tried and tested. I mean, it was always something that worked on Backyard Bowl, but, it has been a while with a lot of newer brawlers coming into the mix. I mean, some really high stats across the board, but again, a lot of those games did go quite a long way through. Aside from the game that Dr. Lobster won, of course, which was over in the blink of an eye, but more damage dealt on the side of Humble, a little bit more healing on the side of Dogster, but not really too much. Very similar stats overall, to be completely honest. It's going to show how close it really was. We said going into this one, Teddy, that it was going to be more or less that 50-50 when it came to predictions, but both teams here displaying that, yeah, that's pretty much exactly how it's playing out to be.
We've played 6 games so far over those 2 sets, and it's gone 3 each. So it's very, very even. And I do like how we did see, kind of the evolution of that setup time that it takes for both teams. Because in game 1, just incredible sheer amount of aggression from Dogster that were able to just push forwards and catching Humble off guard before they are able to get a healing station, before they get any supply drops down, before they get that damage booster, and then just get absolutely overwhelmed both times in the first game. Game 2, much more balanced, but in game 3, they were just shining. They had a treat on every single one of those players, all buffed up. They had constant healing stations, damage booster, all the utility they could ask for, even wasting some at time to go for a push. When it was too defensive, they would just put them higher up in the map because, they could. And it worked out wonders for them. And I think that's maybe the mistake as well from Dogster, that they were just not able to really get any kills. And you really need to get those buffs out of their hands, because if they keep them and they all 3 have them, it's just really hard to win any of those matchups.
Yeah, and the goals as well. I mean, the space that Humble found to be able to lock them in. I mean, there were some great goals on the side of Dogster, but I just felt like they were a bit more daring on the side of Humble to really go for some clutch shots. And despite a lot of bodies being in the goal mouth for the majority of that time in overtime, they still found the right amount of pressure combined with just the precision needed to really seal it. And again, going into that third set, Dogster now are going to be feeling like they may have missed out on an opportunity there. I mean, getting to that set point is such a crucial thing when you have got that first set in the pocket, and they could have been, 2 sets up at this stage. So Humble, again, though, as a team which, like, similar to Dogster, were in the challenge season of season 1, were that team that did manage to make it through to the challenge finals. So in that respect, despite the scorelines that they had going through the challenge seasons, they are a team that can handle pressure, and they have just exerted a lot over to Dogster Lobster now, which they're going to have to be able to digest.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think the adaptation was really, really well done here by Humble as well, seeing that they really needed to make sure that those initial pushes from Dogster were going to be punished. And in that third game, they just did a fantastic job at shutting that down, because that's the challenge as well with their comp. It's surviving the early game. It's getting those first couple of supers so you can get your team rolling and build up some momentum. And that snowball effect, which means that in the beginning you are quite weak, but the more and more time you get to set things up and you survive without losing any players, without wasting any of those buffs, without getting your damage boost or your healing station destroyed, the just better the setup is going to be, and it pays off every time in those sort of situations, because it just becomes super hard. There's no 1v1 matchup that is going to be won, and where we saw in game 1, for example, Tom going in with amazing supers on that call. Same in game 2, actually, where he would kind of just fly around and get some double kills with his super. He was not even able to find single kills in that final game because they were just too buffed up. They had too much utility to work with, and I really like the idea as well from the comp, which is something that we don't see too often nowadays, to run both, that healing station from Pam and the damage booster from 8-bit.
Well, draft coming in again, and a fresh chance for both sides to mix things up a little bit, going into Dueling Beetles for Hot Zone, and we are certainly going to be going off the Bells Rock after that for Knockout, maybe even Hot Potato for Heist after that. Bans in for Humble were Carl, B, and Janet. Dogster Lobster going with the Sprout ban, the Stew ban, and the Penny ban. I mean, Sprout's not the worst ban to have here, and I'm assuming for that reason that they, did win the coin toss, because, I mean, I don't know that, having said that, now I'm thinking it through, because Sprout is a great one to have as that final pick, but clearly one they just don't want to run the risk of showing up early on. Griff is the idea of Humble, looking to break open, and Bonnie doubling down for the range side of things. I think that's the wise call. I mean, once you put out a Poco, you are thinking like tanky options are on the table, maybe. So looking to open up the map a little bit more to have range seems to be the flavor of their day.
So far, I like what I'm seeing on both sides. I mean, Poco's still very strong here. I think there's some potential maybe for Sam as well to show up. This is one of those maps where I feel like he can definitely have some use in pro play. Paired with a Poco, I think it could work quite nicely as well. We're gonna see the Otis first, however. So, I mean, we saw how much he was played yesterday. I think that he actually struggled in a fair amount of matches yesterday, but I think it was also partly due to him not being banned. Like, basically, he was banned every time it's a good map for him, and when it's not, he was not banned and he was being played, and since it wasn't a good map for him, he didn't really get much value. However, I feel like Dueling Beetles is quite all right for him, really much in the sort of range that he's going to be interested in, and the Max Wizard is going to help a lot to get both the Poco and the Otis in the mix, in range of something like a Bonnie, and make sure that they can deal that damage that they have.
No area denial yet, and I always kind of feel like Dueling Beetles is a great map for it with Lou and Bo, but I just kind of don't feel like that's how Humble are looking to play this one out. A lot of range is already taken down from their own bans here, but I do worry a little bit about Otis, especially if the idea is to break open everything very quickly and early on. Crow as well, adding to that range idea, and we heard earlier from Gugu talking that he was saying that he felt like the Crow nerf was a little bit hard to take, and we know that he was last year very much an avid Crow player, obviously not playing at the moment in this current lineup, but it's a brawler which can still exert a lot of pressure on Dueling Beetles, and I just worry a little bit about that range of Otis. It's kind of a brawler which we've seen really thriving. I mean, the amount of damage that Otis deals now is exceptional since the buff, but I'm not too sure where he's going to sit in dueling beetles, just based upon that Griff pick on the other side of Humble. So a bit of a tough one to call. It'd be surely an early break here, and it is from Jose, yeah, to really start to keep the map as open as possible. Yeah, and it's that time taken at the beginning, which I think Dr. Lobs have got to really capitalize on. They've got the control now, and they've had a good start as a result of it, but now this is where things get a bit more troublesome. And look at that. Look at the explosive nature of this comp from Humble, as now they're able to make up for that lost time and push themselves forward.
Yeah, something I love as well on this map is destroying your own walls with the Griff, because it's really easy to get spawn trapped on this map. So having those walls removed just makes it so much easier to navigate through that zone, play range as well, and they have the range advantage. So it's very much in their advantage here to have such a sort of approach. And so far it is paying off quite all right as Kevin jumps in, finds one, finds two actually. And that means that Humble are free to stay in that zone, get a full-on team wipe, and all 3 players from Humble survive.
Great stuff. Honestly, really is. I mean, when it comes to Otis, this is kind of why I feel like despite the amount of damage that he can deal out now and having a very strong start super, it kind of just feels like a bit more of a balanced place, because it's very map dependent. It really is. And there's so much in the meta now which can open up in the way that Humble are doing. It just kind of just goes to show some of the vulnerabilities that you can really do when it comes to draft, and Kevin just really capitalizing on all these moments of weakness, and now the whole team coming together for what was a very convincing victory here on our first game of Hot Zone. And yeah, Dr. Lobster now are going to have to be thinking through very carefully how they approach this next game. I feel like they've got the odds stacked up against them now.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Griff pick, man. I'm not gonna lie, I think it's so good on this map. Just removing those walls makes it so much less claustrophobic, and when you have stuff like a Bunny or a Crow that really want to play it at max range, play the poking game from afar, because that's the game they're gonna be winning, I think it's a wonderful idea. And it takes such little time to set up as well. It's about like 15 seconds into the game, you're fully set up for the rest of it. And even though it's nice to destroy a set of walls on the top side of the map as well, it's not necessary for your success. But this time around, I mean, we have pretty much as good of a start from Doxer as in the previous game, even better actually. But we did see you know, Doxer crumble earlier in game 1, so we'll see how they come back here. So far, not really just yet.
1% for Humble so far in this one, and those poker hills and the max speed just keep rolling in nicely for Dr. Lobster. So Breza jumps in and is instantly muted there from Sil, the starfish of the Otis Siaku. Out to win low here, but I think Thomas is going to be able to heal off the back of this, as Kevin can't really contest it either way. Not very much going on here for Humble. Very different light and day story. And look at that. What a difference a game makes here for Dr. Lobster. Just a 13%. In comparison to the last game, it does seem like Dr. Lobster are learning from their mistakes.
Yeah, really good adaptation. I think a noticeable difference as well is in game 1, there were a lot of times where the Poco on the side of Doxer got eliminated just before he could go for a super, which would have changed the interaction quite drastically, you know, because the amount of heal it provides for you and your teammates, plus the damage can help you close out those kills. And it wasn't the case a single time this time. So maybe just some better jokes and mechanics, because they didn't really change anything to the strategy, you know. Just better dodges and hitting their shots from afar as well. So solid stuff there from Doxer. Let's see if they can do it again. So far the start is good, but I feel like Humble has a little bit more presence again, as they do get a nice double kill here to regain some of that control.
Now Housley breaking that top left corner, very key here. They've got to keep suppressing Tomsy. The poker really is doing so much work with the tuning fork as well to keep everyone in the mix and have more survivability. These jump-ins were spot on from Humble in the first game, but they lacked it in the second. That was looking better. This little 1v1 here is going to be Ziaku, who is the last man standing for it. 50% now for Dr. Lobster in the mid zone. And yeah, Humble are looking a little bit shaky. Another tuning fork. That is the last gadget on the side of Tomsy here. So less survivability potentially inbound, but the aggressiveness with this max combo is proving a lot to handle for Humble. Jose, though, is doing a wonderful job and should be able to get the upper hand now with Ziaku with the help of Soy Breza, and there's still a lot of time to make up for, but that's better from Humble.
It's close. It's really close. About 20% in it. still in favor of Dogster, but it is Humble with control. Jump in from the Bonnie, and Kevin takes down Tom. So the Breza jumps in as well, does get shut down. Shaku will die off the poison, and Kevin is there for the pinch still as well. It's only 8% now. That separates Dogster from taking this set. Tom incredibly low. He's gonna try to get that super off, and he will do just that. That's gonna be the game. And the set picked up by Dogster Lobster, as they now are in the lead 2-1.
And I've really got to say, they did tremendously well. You know, considering just like how convincing it looked at the first game, to turn it around in the way they did was very, very good. I mean, I still am on the fence voters a little bit. I feel like you've got to be a little bit careful to ensure that you're, you know, not going up against the comp that is designed to open. I think the Dogster Lobster were let off just a little bit in that respect, and just had to adapt around the situation, but that they did. And that's what you got to have for, because you know, when you look to, you know, the grand scheme of things, getting that set so important here. It allows them to exert a lot more pressure onto Humble going into this fourth set now, and more damage on the side of Humble, but again with the Poco on the side of Dogster Lobster really helping to keep everyone on their toes, and a lot of gadgets that were used, and when they were exacerbated, still, you know, keeping everyone going. 25 kills to 21 on the side of Humble, so statistically there, I would say a little bit more of an edge for Humble, but realistically, when you look at the comps that they were running as well, it's still that same story. Really, it's a 50-50 all the way here. Would not be at all surprised, like I said earlier, to see this go to a fifth and final set the way that things are going. And it just seems that every time a team get ahead, like a slight amount, then the other team is so great at responding. It doesn't matter which side it is, whether it's Humble or Dogster Lobster, they're both so equally matched it.
Yeah, I think it kind of just came down to mechanics for that previous set, to be completely honest, because it's not like they really lane swap anything crazy or, you know, a very different approach. They were really just dodging better and hitting their shots better, and those close calls that kind of, you know, won the first game here for Humble, they were just not there whatsoever. It was much better from Dogster, and I respect that a lot, because when you get, you know, such a sort of comeback in a first game, and you're facing that, and then in game 2 and 3 you're able to make like a dominant statement like they did, it takes a lot, especially when it's not as simple as just a lane swap, and it is really just that you out mechanicked them, if that's a word. But yeah, I'm very impressed by what both teams have been bringing to the table. I do want to point out as well, and I believe both teams are playing with a sub for this match, as Jose is replacing Gugu, I believe, for Humble, and Shaku is replacing Shaku, I guess, because I don't think they announced an official third player. Maybe I missed it. KC played for them, but I don't think it was like full-time joining them. So I don't know. Maybe you know better.
Well, Casey was standing in for the qualifiers for the VSC in the last monthly final qualifier, but they definitely was struggling a little bit. I would say that I think there was an official statement from Ziak, if I'm not mistaken, to say that he was going to be leaving the team. So it could well be that Zaku was just kind of like looking to help out, as he's still in the roster for the team, I imagine, on the admin side. And, you know, that's the thing when it comes to a lot of the teams in this region. Everyone is close, and it's, you know, a tough decision to make when you want to make roster changes, but the fact that they've obviously departed on those good terms allows him to then come in at moments like this to really lend a helping hand as we go into Bell's Rock for knockouts. Up next, fans in for Humble were Max, Carl, and Brock, and an early draft of Piper. They do like it, and I think this is a good map for it, but does have a lot of susceptibilities to such an early pick. Fans for Dogster were Janet, Bonnie, and Max.
Yeah, I would maybe like to see a Sprout thrown in the mix. You know, Brock is banned out. I think that could be a good way to try to deal with the Piper as well. Piper that sure can open up the walls, but does have quite a setup time to do so, and at a pro level, more often than not, like, I would say it's easier to dodge the Piper shots than it is to hit them. So I think that could be a way to go. Bell is obviously a good pick as well, especially when it comes to knockout. If you're marked, even if the Bell ends up going down, that is just so much extra value, because it can make a night and day difference when it comes to the later stages, if it doesn't even give you a kill very early on into the round. So I like the Bell pick here a lot. On Bell's Rock, I personally prefer it over Piper myself.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have a lot of value in those early moments where there's, you know, if there's cover, intact, then gives people less maneuverability. B, followed up by Dogs to Lobster. I wouldn't mind to see more wall breaking ideas here from Humble. I think Bo would be a really good shout for that side of things, to be able to, if you want to break things open quickly, or in those later moments, be able to have the luxury, or Fang here would be great as well for that assassination idea. It's going to be a tough one if Dogs to Lobster left that open, that final pick, but I quite like the idea of the Sprout as well, as a potential for Dogs to Lobster to consider here. But ultimately, if you've got a Piper, you're going to want to have some more space to be able to get the most amount of value off the back of it. And that seems to be kind of very much within Humble's ideas. Going with the Rico, it's not one that I mind, but again, they would prefer to have the walls to get the most value from that pick, whereas on the Piper side, you have to combine it a little bit more with something else, or just try to earn your supers quickly. But I just worry a little bit if they're not going to be looking to really commit to the idea here, as their third and final pick is inbound. Ultimately, Penny is still available as well, and that wouldn't be a bad shout at all if they want to consider keeping some of that coverage available to them. Is that a risky point now in the draft for Bell's Rock? Because, yeah, and there is the Fang. I quite agree with that, because if that were to be a pick on the side of Dogs to Lobster, it would be a concern for Humble to, always be having that super on the Piper side is not always possible.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that it's something they almost had to go for, because if they picked anything else, their comp would have been very susceptible to some big Fang aggression, or very weak to some big Fang aggression. And so far, it does seem like they are at least going to be covering that issue. I don't quite know what Donkster should go for last pick. They're going to go for the tick. I personally prefer Sprout as a thrower.
Yeah.
I think he has decent matchups here, and the wall can be very nice as well against the Fang, whereas Last Hurrah can do the job, but I don't really know if it's the most effective way, because either way, you're probably still going to go down unless both your teammates are there to help you get that kill. So, an interesting pick, but I feel like both teams have win conditions. I do prefer the draft a little bit more from Humble, even though I'm still not overly convinced by the Piper pick either.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Tick is kind of dropped out of things a little bit. I mean, it's still very viable, don't get me wrong. And with that as well comes an element of teams forgetting how to play up against it. Kevin already having to really utilize an emergency bouncy castle gadget there to heal off the back of it. But yeah, I think the Humble have got to be a bit cautious. When a brawler's kind of been a little bit less present in the competitive meta, it's not a great place for How to Win to be at all. Called it in, partly so, and Tom's left all alone. And this should be a relatively easy clear up here for Humble, and yeah, that's the start they wanted.
Definitely so. I mean, when I said I'm not overly convinced by the Piper pick, I love how I started Breza just instantly proves me wrong. But in my defense, it's a very high risk, high reward sort of pick, right? Because if you don't hit your shots, if you don't get those snipes from afar, the late game is going to be a nightmare for you. So it is a risk, and a risk they're willing to take, and it has paid off in the first round. How to Win in a risky position here is going to go down. Yeah, that was a bit over-aggressive. No trade either, as Tom is low HP. Homemade recipe won't quite take him, but Kevin will. And the kill on the B on the Bell rather, should come true as they pinch her out. And Humble was a very convincing first game.
Great stuff. But we have seen Dogs to Lobster be able to respond to a lot of this and turn things around. It's been a kind of theme in this series so far that Humble get that early start, and then Dogs to Lobster sort of have a little bit of a team pep talk in a slight bit of downtime between the rounds, and then come together to be able to play things slower. And for me, that was the problem here. Is that, yeah, look at that already. I mean, Kevin is just absolutely popping off on this Rico pick, and How to Win will get a kill down sort of Breza, but this should be now relatively straightforward, and they should really focus on Jose now to get that Fang super for the next round. And Kevin is keeping the pressure on as he needs to, but getting this next super here really quite crucial for Jose. Probably one shot away now then as a result of that, but probably could have done a little bit better to get it. But yeah, Humble taking no chances in that same respect, and I think that's the way to go. One more round and they've got the set.
Yeah, this one is a quick one from Humble, and I don't love the tick pick here. I really do not. I mean, it just hasn't been working out whatsoever. I do like the lane swap. I think B with the Honey Molasses can be very useful to take some Piper shots with and give you a little bit more wiggle room. But it's going to be a slower approach here. So the Brisa can open up the walls if he wants for the late game. Kevin is going to be forced to use his final gadget. So needs to be a bit more careful about how he uses those HP. Twin just able to get some good jukes down as well. The ticket will connect. Oh, that's a big kill to get now because actually they get 2. It's only so the Brisa left alive. The round does go to Dogster, but they still need another one to get out of trouble here, as Humble are still a round away from taking this set.
Jose using that super towards the end of the round. It's going to mean that he's going to have to earn it back again. Ticket out, and Kevin needs to be careful. He goes down to it, and that's a great opportunity now for Dogs the Lobster to start to turn this one around. So he was probably thinking about breaking. He will break there, that right-hand side, and it's possible for a 2 versus 3 here. But Jose now slowed and taking down the 3 versus 1. Good luck, Soy Brisa, because you're going to need it.
Yeah, this is going to be a challenging one for Soy. Does have to jump, and I respect that he's giving it his all, actually, because yeah, it's not quite gonna be enough, but I respect the attempt. I respect the attempt. It is gonna be all tied up here in knockout, but it is a pretty big difference because Dogster, they're at match point.
Yeah, this is where the pressure could get to Humble. Again, there's no second chances in this stage of the lower bracket. If Dogs the Lobster can get these next 2 rounds of knockout, then they'll be sending Humble home. And let's not forget, Humble came 4th in the challenge finals of season 1 and would very much like to continue on in the competition. As of course, Dogs, though, again, want to ensure themselves in the challenge season yet again. So much at stake here in this game, and they've really got to play a very, very slow and patient one. Good takedown there from Kevin. That will relieve some pressure onto Jose, and oh, good tap. So return from Ziaku. The pinch should be there. Kevin and Soda Brisa will survive. Tomsy, though, is playing a brawler which does pack a sting.
Certainly does, but it isn't a 1v2. There's a Rico as well that can just utilize those walls to its advantage. That is going to be tough, and yeah, Tom does fall. Humble around the way again from taking this match all the way to set 5. But they do need that round. Weren't quite able to find it in the previous game.
Good taps from Soda Brisa. The follower is there. Oh my word, 3 consecutive shots, and the only reason that Tomsy survived was simply because of the honey molasses, as Kevin continuing to suppress this right-hand side, gets the takedown on Tomsy. Just Zaku left. I think Humble should be safe and sound now. My goodness me, but what a round. They had to embrace it. They were up against a lot of pressure with that match point just daunting over them, but they are able to stare into the face of that kind of pressure and still come out on top. Again, we figured that we might be going all the way, Teddy, and we are doing just that.
Yeah, a 5th set here for this one, and I feel like this is one of the matches where I just really want to go all the way to set 5, and we're getting it right now because both teams, they equally much deserve to make it to the challenge season. We know one of them, this is gonna be their final set, so I wanna watch it, man. I wanna see what they have to show to us for this 5th set, and they better bring their A game, because now, I mean, it is truly do or die. This is the final set for one of those 2 teams that did make it all the way to the challenge season last time around. And looking at the stats here, I think the healing is probably single-handedly from the Rico gadgets.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin was definitely not being sparing on them. But again, I love the fact that he wasn't. I mean, the aggressiveness that he brought to that game really did keep, Dogs the Lobster on the defensive, and pretty much the same number of supers on both sides. I mean, damage-wise, Dogs had a little bit more in that respect, but yeah, I mean, it was a lot better looking for Humble, and I feel like the draft for them there really was on point. I mean, like you sort of resonated as well, Teddy, the tick there, not my necessary go-to. I feel like tick has kind of subsided a little bit. It started out the season as such a go-to idea, but as things have shifted on, I do feel like if Sprout there is available as a third and final pick, it does allow you to be able to just continuously push forwards. And like in knockout, you want to have those moments where you're able to survive until the gas. We didn't really see much gas, to be fair, in that entire set, simply because the amount of ability to suppress the situation that we saw there from Humble. Now, going into this 5th and final one, it's anyone's for the takings. It's been neck and neck all the way through this one, and both sides have been showing really, really clearly that they are able to stand the heat. But one of these two teams is going to be going home at the end of this set, and both of these two teams were in the challenge season of season 1. So yeah, as we said coming to the show, Teddy, Brawl, Sweat and Tears is going to be the name of today.
Yeah, no, that's guaranteed. That is absolutely guaranteed. I think the tick was maybe a little bit of a mispick, so I'm hoping for a slightly more convincing drought from Dogs this time around. But every set so far, I believe, went all the way to game 3, so I'm expecting that here for Hot Potato as well, as our bands are lining up. Instead of Humble, it's going to be Griff, Barley, and Ruffs. Dogster also betting out that Ruffs, but adding Colette and Otis to the list, and a first pick M's, which, I don't know, man. I really don't know. I'm not the most in love with where M's is in the meta right now. It's not like terrible, but I find it to be somewhat of an odd first pick, even on a map like Hot Potato where it does all right.
I quite like it. I think it's actually one of the best maps for M's, and it would have been one of the best maps for Otis as well. I do agree. There's definitely some friendlier faces that could have been a more worthier first pick. But I do feel like M's is one of those brawlers that slips underneath the radar a little bit in terms of how much damage you can gain if you're able to get that mid control. I'm kind of looking for Anita here as well, because a lot of teams now really utilizing her in Hot Potato, and Colette ban I do like a lot from Dogs and Lobster as a brawler, which would have been fantastic here. But you got to remember, with the bans there, the Griff and the Barley as well, and M's can have a lot of work to deal on this particular map. Ruffs as well, would have been a great one. So Body coming in next for Dogs and Lobster, and a chance for Humble to be able to combine ideas with this M's pick. But it is a bit of a riskier one, more so than it was at the beginning of the year. Pretty much though, M's used to be a really big go-to, and when Humble brought back some of these arguably older meta ideas, like we saw the 8-bit working in Backyard Bowl earlier, it's a bit of a head turner at first, but I do feel like they've got it tried and tested. Carl to combine with that, I don't mind that at all. Something tanky wouldn't be the worst idea, but on the same side of Dogs and Lobster, if they want to consider a tank, I mean, they've got the M's to consider, but Daryl can roll into M's pretty nicely. It would be quite good to keep some kind of ability to keep pushing forwards here, and I'm kind of looking for that next from both of these two teams.
Man, I find it interesting that they haven't gone for Rico on either side. We'll see the Nita you were talking about, and this is a really good map for it as well. I think Nita benefits so much from the speed gear too, and the amount of bushes around the mid is very, very nice for it too. But I don't know. I feel like Rico would still be a good pick. Yeah, we'll see the Rico in the end. Quite interesting to see it as the last pick, because for me, it's probably my favorite brawler on this map. So yeah, it's gonna be played out by Dogster, and I like that quite a bit. I feel like the draft on paper is somewhat evenly matched, but there is a lot of win conditions on both sides, and I can see things go very quickly if we end up having a bear on the save, or if the mortar gets set up very nicely and the Rico pops off. So I think either side just really mechanically as well, and from a strategical standpoint, really want to make sure they have the right matchups on their lanes. But we're jumping in here for the final set for one of those two teams. Another one we'll see in the next round of this lower bracket. Still trying to qualify for the challenge season. A decent bit of aggression here. So the Brezza goes down. A lot of value for how to win. Jose gets fed a couple shots too. But it seems like in the end, there's going to be a decent amount of control here for Humble. But that jump in from Tom is dealing so much damage on the save.
Great defense there from Soy Depressor. Thomas will get a couple of shots off, but the bear is earned from Jose and goes out now on the top of the screen there, and it's going to connect, and that's a lot of damage. Of course, Hyper Bear being the go-to star power to combine with it. Great time for it, as now Tomsy will get the takedown and push forwards, but it's pretty neck and neck. Jose as well can't be far away from yet another bear, and we'll go down to Ziaku and flying hope for Kevin to get straight back into the thick of things, and he will get the takedown and bring back the flow of action here. And both sides clearly demonstrating just how much they want this.
Bit of a lead for Dogster. Nothing too substantial just yet, but sometimes at a pro level that can be more than enough. Though, and a jump in, as well as the positioning from Shaku, going for the heal, but not quite going to be enough. However, to win connects to shot, and now what was a small lead for Dogster, it's going to be nearly 50% in their favor, and Humble, not much room for mistake here, otherwise they're going to be under the barrel of a match point once again.
Here's where Dogster are going to fully commit.
Well, so far, the Bear as well to deal with the turret. Jose gonna try to keep it up. It is very far away from him, so can't do really too much about that. Doesn't have another one available, but very little time left in it. The Bear doesn't get any sort of damage on save, and Anita by itself is not gonna get much either. Tom gets back into cannon form, and no matter what, this game is going to Dogster and the match point with it.
I mean, for me, you've got to bring in that Ems. Soda Press was pretty much always on the defense, and you've got to be more in an offensive position for it. And that's where it went wrong a little bit there for Humble. Still got a chance to turn this one around still, but that is a match point for Dogstar. But as we saw, they had it previously, and they were not able to maintain it. But the question now is the comp just too much for them to handle? Humble have got a real ability to get a quick win here, but they really do have to make sure that they are working a bit more in synergy and getting the right brawlers in the right positions. I think overvaluing a little bit Nita on the offensive and just kind of not being in a position to take care of the body as well there, as you see Tom's getting some good value to start things off.
Yeah, that's a really good start here for Dogster. Let's see if they can make things better on the side of Humble. Oh, that super gets immediately shut down for Sordo Breza. Positioning is so good here as well for Shaku, getting a ton of damage on save. Does go down to Jose. That was very close interaction. It does go his way, jumping from Tomsy onto the save. A bit optimistic with how low HP he was. Kevin and the Bear gonna get a decent bit of damage too, but only slightly overtake the lead from Humble.
Kevin goes in now. That'll be a swift takedown of the turret and moving forwards as well. But how to win, get some good shots here. He will get, oh, the value from Kevin. My goodness me, double takedown and the ability to get straight on the save. This is what I mean. This comp from Humble, you cannot turn your back on it. If you do, that is how quickly you can wrap things up. Match point, match point. It comes down to one final game to determine who is going to proceed in this lower bracket stage and who is going home empty-handed.
Wow. That is scary. One single best of one here to decide who makes it into the next stage of the lower bracket, who goes home. Two teams that were at the challenge season that showed so much, and off the bat an explosive start here for Humble. See if they can hold on to that mid control now, as they have a nice early 15% lead. And yet to get a Bear or anything that can deal too much damage on save, but they're certainly getting the kills.
And Bear in the safe again. Look at the damage just shredding down now. Soda Princess on his feet as well. This could be it for Humble. They should be able to get the damage needed. Soda Princess still in position. It's not going to be enough. A chance still remains for Dogs to Lobster, but they cannot lose this mid now. Too much is at stake.
Yeah, and with stuff like Carl that has long-range pierce damage, if he just slightly gets in range, it's over. Shield on the Bear as well, a 1-for-1 trade. Kevin spinning towards the save, and Kevin closes it out here for Team Humble. They'll take the match. They'll move on to the next round. Dogster are out here for the second season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Wow. Wow. I mean, you have to admit it, man. Like, Dogster, they had 2 match points in this match, and yet Humble were able, 3 match points actually for Dogster, and Humble were able to shut them down every single time. They have nerves of steel, really, man. Like the ice in the veins here for Humble is incredibly impressive.
Exactly that. Exactly that. And you know, I feel for Dogs the Lobster, I really do, you know, but you have to reflect in that same manner to realize that they had more opportunities to seal it than Humble. And when you are behind, you know, it's just a testament really to that experience under pressure. As Gugu was saying earlier, you know, in that interview that we had, you know, just saying about how being on stage is a very different dynamic, but it does all add up over time. And they've been able to gain that experience through the Snapdragon Pro Series, making it through to the Challenge Finals, and now still in with a chance of doing the same again for Season 2. But a tough loss for Dogs the Lobster. They really would love to have not gone out at this stage in the competition, but go out they do, and that'll be the last we'll be seeing of them for Season 2.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking, but, you know, for everything, you need to have a winner and a loser. Today, Dogster are not quite gonna make it any further, but always happy to see Humble succeed as well, because, I mean, they are actually, you know, quite in line with their name. They're very humble, very down-to-earth guys, very much grinders as well. And I know they wanted so much more than what they even managed to get, which was more than most of us expected them to get in Season 1. They're hungry for more in Season 2, and now they're just, I believe, a single match away from making it into Season 2. So we'll see how that is going to go down for them. I believe they'll be facing Tribe later on today, but things are looking exciting for today. First match in, already a double match point situation. Couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, you really couldn't, and you know, we've always come to expect it from the Snapdragon Pro Series. And again, we wouldn't be able to bring this level of gameplay to you guys if we weren't for the help of hand of, you know, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. It's as simple as that. And you know, we are starting off today as we meant to go on yesterday. Everything on the line for everyone today, and you know, it is all thanks to them to be able to put on this kind of show. And that is the first of many to come. As we said, Teddy, the theme really today is going to be Brawl, Sweat and Tears, and there's going to be many more to come here. So our next matchup will be SCMN EU up against FA Poland. You know, SCMN had a rough day yesterday. They were not able to get the win that upper bracket stage, and it was a very convincing win for SK Gaming in that respect, who went on after their win of SCMN EU to then, you know, qualify for the challenge season. FA Poland are a huge underdog in this competition. They've had some incredible results. They're qualifying through in Split 1, coming third in the seedings as well along the way, and they are here to prove a point.
They certainly are. They certainly are. It's a team that's been playing community events for a little while now, and have been able to get some pretty decent success even there, especially against, you know, teams like Humble, like Dogster that we just watched now. Question is, can they get that success against like the Tier 1 teams? Well, it's going to be time to find out today if they can make it, but it starts with that first match.
Exactly. Well, SCMN EU versus FA Poland coming up very, very shortly. Do not go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are deep underway in day 2 of the Open Finals. It is the last day to determine which 4 teams will join that of SK Gaming, Reply Totem, Mystic, Esports, EU, and Navi from yesterday in the Season 2 Challenge season. So, Teddy, a lot at stake here. We've just seen our first upset of the day as Humble were able to take down Dogs to Lobster and send them home early.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, what an exhilarating match there for our first match just of the day. 2 matches were played off stream. That was Cutes versus FA Locum, which ended up being a 3-2 for Cutes. Very close result, but Cutes are going to be playing against Sky later on in the quarters, whereas FA Locum is out of the running. Another quarter match that was played, round of 16 match that was played out off stream was Team Queso versus Colossal Gaming. Seemed pretty much like routine, usual business here for Team Queso, as they were able to get a 3-0 sweep, as they'll be moving on to the quarters as well, where they will be facing Bax EU. This leaves us with 1 round of 16 lower bracket match. That is SCMN EU versus FA Poland.
Yeah, very interesting to see. We didn't see Team Queso clash actually with Colossal Gaming in either of the splits, but the question mark massively on Cutes and Locum. In the splits, it was Locum that's actually lost to Cutes, but it was much more of a convincing win for Cutes in the semi-finals of Cup 2. So credit to them today bringing the ice, but couldn't quite make it all the way. However, our next matchup will be SCMN EU up against FA Poland, and SCMN EU, Jeton, Lars joining the roster as well, by the way, just to mention for anyone at home who's kind of querying if that's a mistake. No, it is not. We've seen Lars playing yesterday with SCMN EU, Sunbelly, of course, also there. And FA Poland, lesser knowns, it's fair to say, Teddy, here in this matchup, but big underdogs.
Yeah, absolutely. So, players that I've heard of for the most part. Some of them I haven't quite seen compete together too much. Luke and Scared are the ones I'm the most familiar with personally. But they've had some decent results here and there in the community events. Have yet to really get their breakthrough. They kind of feel like, where Dogster was in the middle of last year, maybe, and teams similar to that. So this is their chance. They have a lot to win here, and they're facing an SDMN team that has struggled over the years. So it's really not the unthinkable for FA Poland to make this one work.
Yeah, it's going to be very close, I feel. I mean, at the same time, though, we've yet to kind of see SCMN really show that resilience that they're going to need on this one, and they're going to have to dig deep here today. I mean, this is the first stage for them to really get through, and then they've got a matchup after this to be able to qualify for the challenge season. So this is the first step, and FA Poland again had a really good split one. They were able to qualify as the number 3 seed, and did run into a great number of teams along the way as well. But Teddy, it's going to be a long day. I hope you're ready for it. I know that I am. I've got my monster sitting right there for it, to keep our energy levels up high throughout the majority of today. Because ultimately, again, as one of our fantastic partners for the Snapdragon Pro Series, we're very, very grateful to have them on board for us to be able to keep that energy levels high that we're going to have to need, because there's been a lot of 3-2s today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you guys enjoyed what you've been seeing so far, those close and crazy matches, it's partly just because of those sponsors supporting us. It would not be possible without them, and Monster has done a terrific job at getting us where we are now. But man, this is a crazy match coming up here, because I feel like STMN, they're in a place where I wouldn't be the most shocked if they were to lose against FA Poland, but either way, I feel like it would be really good stories for both teams, no matter the result.
Yeah, exactly. It has been a rough year for STMN, no doubt about that, and definitely, not looking like the team that they were last year in that same respect. It's been tough. It's been really tough. But this is the chance to revitalize the situation. Bringing in Lars over from Bax to the STMN roster and trying to revitalize things in a different way. They did face against SK Gaming yesterday, and SK are really at the top of their game right now. So we weren't necessarily surprised to see that win be quite, in favor of SK in that respect. But today's a new day. A chance for STMN to be able to reflect, and I think this is definitely more of a closer matchup than it will be from yesterday's. However, again, you can't count out FA Poland. You really can't. Despite being lesser known to our eyes and ears, they are looking to make a statement, and I feel like today could be a good day for them. I'll be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think as well, when you look at STMN in the last Open Finals was exceptional circumstances. They had to play with a sub and a coach, if I remember correctly, and when you're only playing with one of your core members, it's always going to be challenging. So now they get to play with the roster they want to play with, and I feel like this is their shot to make it for the challenge season. They have better conditions to do so as well. So now it's just going to come down if they're actually able to pull through, make it happen, make the plays, get the right drafts, and really get going. And I think for both teams, this is a good round of 16 lower bracket match, because it gives them the time to build some confidence getting into their next one, which would be crazy, by the way. So quite a fierce opponent, but yeah, that confidence can really go a long way, and it's a nice way to start here for both teams. But our draft is already somewhat deep in, as Max is going to be double banned, B and Otis also banned out by Stamina, the Otis double ban as a matter of fact as well, and then the Colette banned out by FA Poland. Only 4 bans this time around. Don't see that all the time, but it does happen once in a while. And the Janet first pick for FA Poland, joined by a Poco and Carl on the side of STMN as their first 2 picks.
They are our thoughts, guys. Let us know in the Twitch chat as well who you're predicting to come out on top for this matchup. Personally, I'm going to be starting a little bit more with FA Poland. I mean, they've had, again, some really fantastic results, getting big wins in Split 1 against Team Queso, Craze Clan, Bax, and STMN themselves. It's a bit of a grudge match in that respect from round of 16 of Cup 6, where it was a 2-0 sweep in favor of them. So we're going to have to wait and see how they're going to fare today. It's gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be the Buzz and the 8-bit combo for Minecraft Man. It's kind of interesting because that's normally an idea that you'd see maybe in Safe Zone for Heist. I kind of prefer the way the draft is heading a little bit for STMN, but when you got Janet there as well, I do feel like if FA Poland can make this work, and not, especially if STMN don't bring a wall breaker, they're not going to bring in a wall breaker. They're going to keep with the ideas of keeping those walls up, and that's going to allow Buzz to be able to do its thing a little bit. That will also aid the Gale in that same respect, I guess, when the knockback will connect. And it is a hard counter to Buzz, but it's not impossible to be able to time it in such a way where you come out on top. Both ideas are good. It's just about the implementation really here, and survivability of Poco coming into play as well is definitely something of an advantage a little bit for STMN. Kind of balanced drafts in my opinion, but quite similar and different in the same respect. I'm not too sure with the 8-bit in Minecraft Madness. It's been a while. It's quite slow and sluggish enough to spawn, and cheat cartridge for sure will help out massively if they can get to that early countdown and come out safe and sound. Look at the aggressiveness already from SDMN as they're not wasting any time to get stuck in.
Yeah, nice teamwork from FA Poland to deal with that aggression. But nevertheless, I mean, control is all in favor of STMN for now. I really wonder how that bus is going to be paying off, because it's not a brawl I've seen too much on the Minecraft Madness before. I don't think ever, to be honest, or at least in a very long time. So far, not quite paying off. I like the idea though, you know, because you also have the minecart that moves around and is kind of like, you know, a set of walls that is indestructible and will always be there, and you can kind of like follow it maybe to try to charge your super. Nevertheless, they need some more value here on the side of FA Poland, and they're getting better control, but when it comes to gems, it's still a massive lead here for STMN, 2 away from a countdown now.
Yeah, they need to get some things working for them better, and there's a nice tuning fork there from Scarx, but it will be his last chance for heals. The buzz goes in, but the response there from Lars is there for the defense. Janet takes the skies, but Jetson will continue the aggressiveness here, and the final gem spawn will be there for STMN to take it, but Scarx going to be choosing to come back and help out Lars, and I think that's probably wise a little bit, because Buzz is still a big risk here that they run. But the heals to hand, he's going to have to pop it now. Oh my word, that was a little bit too close for me. Scarx forced back, and this is good attention to detail from FA Poland at a great time for it as well, because now they push back in the spawn with the minecart coming through. It's valuable time bought for FA Poland.
Yeah, very respectful on the side of Stamina, not willing to take too many risks here. Countdown will be started, and it's a good time to do so as well, because now there won't be time to equalize for FA Poland, especially if Jeden gets a kill on the right-hand side. Skyrix finds one on the left side, and Bruby will be able to get the trade at last against Jeden, but yeah, you can't quite super through the Twister, and that means STMN is going to be picking up the first game here. Pretty convincingly. I do think in the end, you know, they let it be somewhat close, but it was very much a calculated risk where they just didn't want to take unnecessary risks. They wanted to make sure they had good timing, good situation to go pick up that 10th gem, and they kept it in the realm of their own control, as there were only 7 on the side of FA Poland, so no chance to tie up the countdown.
Well, wasting no time at all to get stuck into the mid yet again, and Ruby there just really caught in a rock and a hard place. Damage boost down for Scared, and Jetson will see to it now, and this is what STMN need realistically here, and they're doing a great job, especially when you consider the previous score lines, and you know, FA Poland as well in that respect, you know, are in a good spot, because when you look at their performance throughout the splits, you know, all the teams that they lost to are either out or already qualified for the challenge season. They lost to Mystic, they lost to Navi, they lost to Dr. Lobster. So as far as the history is concerned, STMN want revenge, because this was the matchup, grudge match, I guess, in that idea that they lost to, but they're looking great. It just feels like Lars coming in really nicely there, the Gale, and keeping everything afloat. And look, already 7 gems to only 2 of FA Poland. They're struggling to really gain any form of control here.
Yeah, Buzz versus Gale is just kind of a nightmare. You can see Lars just committing fully to that fight every time, making sure he has that super ready. We have some positive traits this time around for FA Poland, but the gem count is again similar to earlier, where it's 9 gems for STMN, and that means they can play time, they can play it slow, make sure they have a really good opportunity to go for that 10th gem, and they have a lot of wiggle room to do so as well. But they need to be careful that, you know, it doesn't happen actually too late, as Ruby will get stunned out a little bit there, and slowly but surely FA Poland are catching up gem-wise. Have a damage booster available on Scared now as well, and with the 3-gem div, this one does spawn on the side of STMN. It's quite big that it gets picked up by FA Poland, because now, I mean, they should be able to interrupt this countdown as well, but actually that gem gets stolen away there from by Skyrix. Bruby goes down as well, and now STMN EU, they're running away with this one, as Skyrix is nowhere to be found here for FA Poland, and STMN will take that game and set.
Really nicely done. Really nicely done. I mean, you know, STMN looking great. I mean, it was a smart draft, though. There was a little moment of hesitation that I had at the beginning, because we did see the Buzz get the upper hand over the Gale, and I'm thinking, if that happens more often than not, then it's going to work out better in favor of FA Poland. But Gale is definitely the harder of the counters, and we saw Lars really come into his own there, getting a lot of great value, a lot of great stuns, not just on the buzz, but protecting his teammates along the way as well, because the buzz is ultimately looking for that assassination moment onto the Poco, and it just didn't happen. It was very much the case of protect the president, and SCMN now one set up against FA Poland, and that's looking far better. They didn't have the best qualifying run, and they were even very late coming in to split number 2 as well. And just realistically, that final grand finals win that they were able to obtain towards the later stages of what was in Cup 6 against FA India, they're seemingly looking as good as the back of that victory, and trying to keep the momentum coming through. And you see there's so little gems dropped to the 3 of 21 for FA Poland, and more damage dealt. But for me, in general, the story there for me was just the fact that STMN were able to have such great mid control and just keeping FA Poland on the back foot for pretty much the entire game.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, STMN felt very much in control, and that's what I like to see as well. That sure, if you look at the actual gem counts, both games it was close. There was only a 3 gem difference when the counts were initiated, but it's close because SCMN let it be close, right? Because they didn't want to overcommit before that. They didn't want to risk losing those gems, and it paid off. That's the advantage if you have a really good start and even a part of the mid game that is absolutely going your way. In the late, you can afford to be sitting in your spawn a little bit, get all your teammates to be full HP to push back into the mid, retake it, and pick up that final gem. And that's pretty much what the strategy was both times, and it worked out really, really solid for them. No real answer on the side of FA Poland to deal with that sort of approach, because the Buzz, he can only do so much against the Gale. Really, it's just really tough. I think it was a bit overlooked here to pick it was the possibilities of a Gil being in place as well. A bit optimistic, I think, on the side of FA Poland. I like the idea of it, but I would have preferred it if Gil was banned, because I feel like it really just wasn't all that winnable for them.
Yeah, he took the words out of my mouth there. I mean, I guess there's an argument to say that maybe they didn't want to give ahead any of an idea of an inkling that it was a possibility, but I feel like you kind of do have to. It's not necessarily a go-to there. I think it can work out really, really well. I mean, it's definitely coming back into a little bit more of the competitive mess. Now we've seen a lot of teams starting to experiment with it more in places that we had never really seen Buzz before. Reply Totem being a pretty key example of that. But a new map mode up next, Backyard Bowl for Brawl up next. Dueling Beats being the 3rd set for Hot Zone. We could get to a 4th and 5th, in which case it will be Knockout for Bell's Rock and Heist for Hot Potato. But already SC Men bringing in the 8-bits. And again, we saw that work out pretty well for Humble just now. And combining with it the Janet and the Stu, I really like that combination. Bonnie and Jean for FA Poland. So a little bit of a wall break idea if they can get that magic hand to connect through the mid. And the 3rd and final pick coming up shortly.
Yeah, just want to point out as well the nice synergy between Stu and 8-bit, getting that speed zone out to help your 8-bit be a little bit more competitive when it comes to movement speed. Certainly more competitive than Bunny on its own. Penny as a final pick though on the side of FA Poland is not something I'm the most in love with on this map, I'm gonna be honest. I like Penny a lot. I think she's in a really good place, but I think on maps like this, range is a little bit challenging for her, as she's going to be outranged by everyone but the Stu, and even then, like the nice mobility from Stu can make it quite hard, although the barrel is a nice way to deal with that Stu. So I think it's an alright pick, all things considered, but it's going to be reliant a lot on Broby actually hitting those shots, which since he's getting outranged by the Janet on his lane, is not going to be an easy task to do.
Wow. Look at that early moments of just trying to gain utility, and there's already a super in the pocket of Scared, and you can just get a gene pull as well. It'll go such a long way. Of course, if Penny gets a turret in this position where you're on the back foot, it can be such a tough thing to shake, but the fact that they're able to get the takedown there of Scared allows a bit of breathing room, and Lars going on the aggressive still. A few shots for good measure to keep the health regen going from STMN, as they're now pushing forward to a really good position without any breakthrough on the side of the Stu and the gadgets, and no wall breaker at all. It's going to have to be a bit of a team wipe to be able to get this ball in, or a walkthrough at the right time. They can just make it a 2 versus 3. It will go a long way. And that penny turret now on defense is going to mean that SCMN will have to rethink things just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of uncertain about how things went so poorly in the early game here for FA Poland, considering they had 2 of the strongest supers in the game right now, the Magic Hand and the Bunny super, and they lost like 2 players to it and got nothing off the super. Just very little value considering they had 2 supers, and all SCMN had was that 1 damage booster. But that is the risk if you're going more aggressive, if you're jumping in as a Bonnie, especially on the damage booster. One of the shots going straight into it as well, instead of towards Skyrix. It is what it is, but now recovering for FA Poland is going to be a bit more complicated, as the control is really solid now for SCM and EU. To jump in from Scared should relieve a little bit of pressure. He does get the kill, actually. Might even be able to score this one in, and he will certainly do that. Perfect play here from Scared, making up for the slightly more poor jump earlier in this game and showing exactly why that Bunny pick is brought to the table.
It's moments like that that really highlight just how good FA Poland are. I mean, just the way that he was able to just sort of step slightly, ever so slightly out of Lars's range to make sure that he was able to secure the goal at that moment in time, and really, really doing so well. And it's going to be a win regardless as to what SCMN do here with that 1 goal in the pocket, but a nice little bit of flair to finish things off and trying to get inside the mindset of SCMN and just kind of, you know, keep them on their toes, really. I mean, going into this next game, very, very nice stuff from FA Poland. Very much different to what we saw from them in Minecraft Madness, where they struggled a bit. I felt like their defense in that early outset of the match proved to be really, really good, and another reason why Penny here, you know, is such a great brawler to have in your back pocket. But yeah, what a goal! What a goal from FA Poland.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. I feel like they have a pretty good matchup here for FA Poland. I think they played somewhat poorly in the previous game, and right now this is showing the real potential of it, because a clutch goal is a clutch goal. But right now that control is looking really solid. Jedan is going to take it up to the sky, but not quite able to do all that much with it. Ends up going down as soon as he lands. Lars low HP as well, does manage to fall back, and Scared is back to cannon form now.
I really love this comp because ultimately, you know, they're just waiting to see and try not to feed into the Gene, but if it gets Magic Hand, it's just going to be a pull through that mid, and the penny turret in play, it just restricts the movement, keeps SCMN under pressure, and that can be such a powerful thing when you've already coming off the back of that last game win. Scared there, didn't auto-aim that, it would have hit the turret if he did, so nice work from him, and now potentially a pass inbound. It's going to be Ruby that places it there, and not too sure of the positioning, but the pull through the mid is there, and that's the thing now. If a pass gets through, it can be easily secured, and Ruby not quite reading that again with the team wipe. It should end up in a goal here. A few nerves there from FA Poland to finish things off, but finish it off they do with 1 minute on the clock. SCMN are massively behind now.
Yeah, a bit messy, but a goal is a goal, and FA Poland will happily take that as we head towards the final minute of this game. Potentially this set, unless SCMN can find a goal of their own. It's going to be the challenge for them now, and they haven't quite been able to do so successfully yet in this set. Every second that ticks by here gets FA Poland closer to taking their first.
Pressure is on, and SCMN know it. Lars low, Scarx low, Jetton though, able to push this left-hand side. The penny turret though is going to restrict where he's able to go. Scared as well, has got super to hand. Damage booster from Scarx will be something of an aggressive move, and the pass through to Lars is there. He's got Super 2. That should be SCMN able to get a goal. Now, as we go into overtime, the response very much needed under the circumstances, but I don't know how I like their prospects in overtime, to be honest. It's going to be a lot of range available to FA Poland if the Gene pull is there and the support as well. Yeah, SCMN are now really in a tough spot with no damage booster to hand for the speed. Goes down there as well for Skyrex. Oh, it's a tough one, Teddy.
Yeah. Super as well here from Scared, jumps in, gets the 1 kill. The chart shot is gonna go true, and FA Poland will still take the set in the end. An interesting one, because I feel like the draft was better for FA Poland. I think that real moment of greatness, some more messy moments and moments where there are mistakes. And again, I think it goes back to this match being really important because even though this match is do or die for both teams, they still have to face Craze in the next one. And I feel like that is going to be a whole other level of a challenge. So ironing out some of those mistakes, even if, you know, they are still able to win those games with some pretty sizable mistakes, is going to go a long way, because they really need to show their all for that next step. Still, we're here in the round of 16, and I mean, this was looking better from FA Poland already, SM and EU with some signs of life in the end of that second game, but it did feel like FA Poland for the most part just had the control.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking like a revitalized team for sure. I mean, some of the goals as well from FA Poland, so on point. That last one there as well, just waiting for that cheat cartridge TP from the side of STMN just to really bait it out, and it would have been a save, you know, but just waiting for it and then aiming in the opposite direction for it. Just very clutch stuff. I mean, it was looking far better. I mean, Brawl there just seemingly much more comfortable for them. But I like their draft. I really did. It's having Penny on Backyard Bowl, it really makes being in the spawn trap that much worse. And it's very difficult to really get to when you are in that spawn trap. You can't stop it. All you can do is realistically try to avoid the shots and do your best, but it only lasts for so long. And then when you got the Gene on top of it as well, the pressure just continues to mount. And a few shots around the corner, you got the magic hand again, and you've then just opened up a goal scoring opportunity from 3 potential sides, not just 2. So I loved it a lot. FA Poland looking great in terms of the fact that they were behind, now bringing it back to 1 apiece. And yeah, SC Men gonna have to rethink their draft going into this next set.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. Let's see, though, as the draft kicks in, we're moving over to Dueling Beetles for some hot zone action, and banned out are going to be Janet as well as Penny and Otis on the side of STMN. FA Poland taking out Otis too, but also adding Carl and Poco to the list. I'm not sure who first picked, but there's already a B on the side of STMN and a Crow on the side of FA Poland. Then it was the first pick, Crow, so the Pam will be added to the roster for STMN EU.
Wow, I do like being Pam here. I'm not gonna lie. It does struggle. I do think that FA Poland have got to heavily consider something of a wall break. We've seen it time and time again with Pam. Like, if you're gonna leave that healing station behind that cover, you've got to be able to attack it and eradicate it. Otherwise, it just allows STMN to get set up, and Crow is not going to be that brawler to be able to do that. Bringing in Bell as well, which will help out a little bit of chip damage from those ricochet shots when people do want to heal off the back of it. But B for me here as well. It's such a good one to have. It's a great starting draft, honestly, from STMN here, keeping the pressure onto FA Poland as to how they want to go about it. And I do think that they need to adapt a little bit more so towards it. Last pick coming in for both sides, and this is a crucial time. I mean, there's still a Sprout available as well. But yeah, they need that wall break. They really do. Bonnie for STMN. But realistically here, if FA Poland did not bring in something to be able to wall break, they were going to be really struggling here.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Bo is a really solid pick here as well. I like it quite a bit. I think it can find a lot of value. The mines as well are good at buying time, catching people off guard as well, especially with a good gadget use as well. I mean, depends if he's running the totem, which could be an option too, but somewhat more unlikely here, I would think. And Crow as well is a brawl that, even though it has fallen off a little bit, it can still get some decent value, especially in on zone. So I like what I'm seeing on both sides, because I mean, brawlers like Bonnie are so very dominant. Pam can do a great job at just increasing the survivability as well, but it's going to be very key, I think, you know, where the healing stations are going to be placed, how well they're able to deal with it as well on the other side of things, because the bow mines, they want to take out any walls that can lead to some great placements of those healing stations. So let's find out how it goes down, and so far it's a pretty solid start for STMN.
While jumping in, and the damage gear there just really provided the swift takedown. Great synergy between everyone, and maybe Yoki would have been better there just to kind of wait a little bit for his team to come in here. Ruby trying to help out, just keep Lars ticking down and low, but he will do now. These B shots of ScarX, you know, again, he loves the brawler, and he's so good with it. So it's one of his top ones. Goes slow there, great connection, following up with more continued pressure. It just feels like SCMN are already straight out the gates feeling very comfortable in this matchup.
Mines getting diffused. Last one well as well. Lars was a good jump in, gets the kill. Ruby doesn't fight nearly as much value as his. It's a bit quicker back in the mix. The follow-up slow as well to Lars and Jeden, but I think damage has pretty much been done here. 96, 97. Lars with some good jukes gets it all the way to 99. Scary can't quite close it out, but Jeden with the help of the healing station should be able to do so. Barely will, but it's a staggering 70% lead in the end here as SCMN closes this one down. That looked very much like a hot zone game where FA Poland didn't stand much of a chance.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got that wall break, it takes time to be able to earn it. If Jeden gets that healing station first, it just is going to enable SCMN to do so much more work, and Skyrax is doing it again. Continuous taps on his left-hand side, and I feel like FA Poland are just being overly aggressive with things, and SCMN are able to capitalize off the back of that. It just goes to show that when SCMN get a drop that they're really feeling comfortable with, they're able to still do fantastic things. Now, bit of an opportunity for FA Poland if they want to try to push this one, but I don't suggest they do. Skyrax will just, auto aim straight into the face of Ruby and keep that pressure on here. I don't think FA Poland are going to be able to win this set. They're just not showing me many signs of life so far.
Yeah, it's been a struggle. It's been an absolute struggle. Some good placement for the bow mines, but again, I feel like all their efforts are just a little late here and there. So CMN, they will finally lose 2 players at the same time, giving enough space for FA Poland to take some control and start catching up. So it's already better than it was in the previous game. A bit of a mistake there from Jeden, not very careful about that mine, and maybe distracted, maybe forgot about it, maybe thought it was placed slightly differently, but overcommitted, ended up being stunned, and that is going to be enough to give FA Poland the lead. Lars gets a very similar thing happening to him, more excusable because it's Bonnie and Mines is a bit of a nightmare in general. FA Poland now with a 20% lead, a 2-on-2 situation. A jump in from Lars could be big. He finds one, nearly gets 2. Skyrax is low, but still gets a kill, looking for the follow-up onto Scared. They will be traded out, but it's someone from STMN in the zone still, and they should be able to overtake the lead here.
Yeah, it's definitely got a lot closer, but the mistakes were on the side of STMN, massively so. Let's see now that they can finish this one strong, as Caster's Curse could have been upon me there. 80% in closing. Amplified shot again. Skyrax is doing so much this game and just keeping everything going. Lars alive, Jesten alive, Mines in the mid, but should be avoidable. And Lars can jump in there, just tries to do his best, taking down quickly though. 3% left. Jesten, if he can avoid these shots, could get it, but no. 1% left. Can FA Poland do the impossible? I just cannot see it. One jump from Lars, and this one is done.
Yeah, our healing station as well would probably much end things. Jeden goes down. Low HP, but not quite enough. And here's the thing, you know, I feel like FA Poland, I don't think their draft was that bad here. I feel like it was definitely winnable. I wouldn't say that the advantage either, but we saw in that final game that it could be much, much closer than that. But the first game, it just took too long to adapt. In the second game, they adapted better, but maybe still a little bit too late too. And in the end, they're going to draw up that set. Had more kills, had more damage. Obviously, without a healer and the PAM being on the side of SCMN, they had less healing. But yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough. A lot of HP overall on the side of SCMN when you look at both the PAM and the Bonnie. Just very chunky brawlers that take a long time to take down. Require a lot of damage to get kills in the first place. So that's going to be part of that difference and why they were able to be so long in the zone.
Well, I mean, again, you know, FA Poland struggled, but they did start to bring it back. I feel like SCMN EU now, they've got to tie it up. I mean, this is their best opportunity, you know, so far to really make their mark on this lower bracket stage. And you know, getting through wouldn't be, like, you know, again, the worst of oppositions. I mean, I feel like they're not that far apart from Craze Clan here, which would be the opposition that they would face in this next stage. But again, getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, we have seen that resilience from FA Poland. When FA Poland had a comp which they really were able to make work, it was STMN on the back lines the entire way through that Brawl set. So it's going to come down very much to the draft here, I feel. That seems to me to be the biggest indicator when we've looked back at these sets that we've seen so far, that, you know, when it's that a bit more stable and a bit more solid, the skill cap's not too far apart. I think FA Poland being a little bit overly aggressive and it hasn't been paying off for them too well, and have got to really consider what they're up against rather than what they clearly like to play. And I think that's where it's going wrong for them. You know, they're not necessarily looking at the SCMN draft. They're focusing too heavily upon their own.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point. I think in the end, if you look purely at the draft, probably Crow was the weakest link. Because yes, the anti-heal is quite nice against the Pam, but if she's, you know, it's still not enough. It's honestly just still not enough. Because if you're far away, then the healing station is going to heal enough that the daggers barely do any sort of damage. And if you're close up, it takes like 4 shots to take down the healing station, you know, if she's using it to tank it. So just a lot of like tough matchups for the Crow all around, as Bo has more range, B has more range. Just not ideal, I think. So yeah, we'll see if the draft can be a little bit better on the side of FA Poland. I think it was still like a winnable one, but definitely one where they were a bit on the back foot. As we move to Bell's Rock, we have our bans already. Otis, Otis, Jean, and Piper on the side of STMN. Sprout, Poco, and Fang for FA Poland. I like those bans. Still some pretty heavy hitters open in the mix. When I'm thinking about Stroke, I was going to say I'm thinking Rico. I think Bonnie as well can still be quite a threat. Max, potentially two here that could make a showing. And we'll see the Bonnie already. If I'm just predicting this entire draft, I'm sad. I was hoping for it, man. I was hoping for it.
I'm glad. It's Griff. I'm happy.
Shut me down, don't boost my ego.
I know. I think Janet would be a good shout. Bo would be a good shout still, but definitely the Fang and the Sprout. I do like his bans here from FA Poland. They're not the worst of ideas, considering that the last final pick will be with STMN, and that's kind of where you'd like to place that brawler. So they are thinking things through more on that side of things as well. But again, we saw just how well Kevin was playing with that Rico pick for Humble, and look how well they've done now to get through to the next stage. B coming in for FA Poland as well. I don't necessarily mind it. There could be Byron to be added to it from the side of STMN. It's like with Piper being banned out here, it's a potential option. I still prefer Bo. Realistically here, it has a little bit more of an ability to force your opposition where you want them to be. If they can just play the slow and patient, steady game, that's a solid draft, Teddy. That's a really solid draft for FA Poland, and STMN's response needs to be a good one.
I don't know if they would dare going for it, but I feel like Rom could be a pretty decent option, all things considered. I mean, Spartan would have been like perfect, right? You can 3-shot like literally every single brawler on FA Poland. It is banned out. They're gonna go Byron, so double down more on the range, which is fair because there is some destruction with the Griff. I wouldn't say there's the most destruction because there's none available for FA Poland. So I maybe would have liked to see an approach where they kind of like have a thrower or something and embrace the walls, don't use them, the piggy banks too much, just to, you know, use that, because the B and the Bell, they're not the happiest about having all those walls available. But I think Byron is an interesting approach here as well. I'm wondering what they really have in mind here. If they want to maybe have, you know, a certain lane push a bit more aggressive and really use those heals, or if it's just going to be played a bit more traditional as a sharpshooter. Seems like that's going to be the approach here, more likely than not, as Jelen is going to be opening up their side of the map. And Lars is showing a lot of signs of aggression already, nearly getting that kill onto the B, but B has good wiggles, and Scared is going to stay alive.
Well, I'm sure Jetton was a bit annoyed because he would love to have picked that Rico brawler. Scared though was able to somehow get the takedown on Lars, making it a 2 versus 2. As prior to that, it was looking very favorable for STMN. Jetton though, creeping forwards, has utilized every single gadget so far and can't do much more than that now to open up the map, but very quickly done, and I think that's the way to approach it. Good connections down to Scared, and all the splash did miss from Skyx, but the shots that followed up afterwards did not. 930 HP, but he will be able to get away from this and heal up, but the gas now coming in is going to put pressure on this situation.
Not completely unwinnable, but with so many shots connecting, surely it should be. A lot of shots from Goku, finding connections as well, to be honest. Quite impressive. But nevertheless, it's STMN taking the round, and now a round away from a match point.
Got a little bit scared there, Teddy, I'm not going to lie. I mean, that was almost the other way around. As, yeah, that could have been taken down just a little bit more conveniently, let's say. But nonetheless, STMN back now in, Jet and low, and getting heals from Skarx as a result of it. And the super from Bruvy does miss. Lars connecting nicely. The second shot misses, but keeping Scared low, ever important here to allow Jetten to heal up in the meanwhile. Damage gear as well, going to help out Jetten just a little bit. It's a very nice game on both sides of things. Aggressiveness is what you love to see in a game of knockout. Oh, Bruvy there just catching Lars. Somehow Lars gets away from it, comes in, gets the kill, and survives. Oh my goodness me, STMN did wondrously there.
Yeah, that is crazy. Lars actually making that one work. That is huge for STMN, because it could very much have been a 2v2 in that situation. But in the end, it is going to be match point now for STMN. One more game is all it takes for them to move on to the quarterfinals of the lower bracket and knock out FA Poland from the competition.
I don't think the comp that they're running on the side of FA Poland is a bad one, realistically here, but it's just this early setup here from Jetten, getting rid of those walls that just keeps Bruvy so far back, and Lars surviving just 220 HP for him, but able to heal off the back of it. Jetten now going to close down this right-hand side, and once that goes, it's going to really keep Bruvy in a position where he's got to thrive at the back of this, and it's a hard thing to do when you've got nothing available for you in terms of walls. Scared goes down, Bruvy goes down, and it's just a 3 versus 1 now, and STMN looking so good now. 1 round away, and they will proceed. FA Poland are really under the might of this situation now.
And the Griff with those piggy banks has been so important. Does get attacked very low HP. Lars jumps in, gets taken out. Scared was a big kill as well. It's only Skyrex left alive. Byron a brawler where you can clutch up a little bit, but I think he's just going to try not to feed Super in, as 3 shots in a row connect anyways. He will end up going down. FA Poland not out just yet, but still a round away from being knocked out of this bracket, out of this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Let's see if they can survive off another game. They need this round.
Jen stays alive there. Bruvy not able to connect. Scared of a nice honey molasses there just to keep sure that those shots did not either. Jetten with a pickup onto Goku, and it's a 3 versus 2. Oh my word, Lars as well gets to take down a Bruvy. This should be STMN being able to proceed now. There's surely no way that it goes against them here. Jetten even just throwing a super to the wall because they seem that confident to tie this one up here.
Yeah, big slow onto Lars. An attempt here from Scared. It's going to be challenging though, as Lars goes back to cannon form. Scared with some really solid wiggles. Eventually it's going to run out. And man, so many of those clutches, dude. So close for FA Poland. Where actually, like, I feel like they're playing them out really well. But in the end, it's just not going to be enough. And that means STMN EU are going to be going through to the next round. FA Poland are out.
Again, tough times, especially when you consider that FA Poland qualified in that first split, and they had a great run of things as well. Many of their matchups against some really top contenders in this competition. Stats, you know, aside from the healing, much more in their favor. STMN, though, with the Byron pick, really able to double down on that statistic specifically. 14 supers to the 12 as well, but the damage there from FA Poland just, you know, wasn't able to be overcome. The Byron pick was just too strong on the side of STMN, and you know, I think the process, the draft, very smartly done. Having that Griff pick really paid them off so well.
Yeah, it was a really strong pick. Absolutely made the difference here, you know, removing all of those key walls where just the Rico bounces are not going to find nearly as much value, and it makes it a lot more predictable to dodge those shots. So a very good job on their part. I think that draft was definitely the winning one. I don't think it was an unwinnable one for FA Poland, but I just liked it more on the side of STMN, and I think the Byron actually worked out really nice. I mean, if you look at the amount of healing he was able to provide, it's really impressive, because it's a brawler that has fallen off quite a bit in the meta, is much more situational than it used to be, not quite as versatile. And I think they played out really nicely here too. So the right approach to bringing him into your draft.
Some very intense games. Telling them to ask, how are your energy levels right now?
I feel like they could have been elevated a little bit more, but how could I? How could I achieve that, Ark? Tell me.
I mean, I've got a kind of monster right here, and it's doing me well, mate. I've got to be honest. But, in all seriousness, yeah, got to give a massive thanks to Monster Energy for keeping us continuing on these very long days. But again, we are far from over. What a day it's been so far. Tribe Gaming EU versus Humble up next. Humble, of course, had a great run of things, in that earlier stage of the bracket today and took down Dogs to Lobster. Can they do it again against Gaming EU? That is the question. We'll find out after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, I'm Lars and I'm playing for STMN in ESA. Back then I played other Supercell game called Clash Royale or Clash of Clans as well before. They announced they created a new game called Brawl Stars. I tested it second day of the beta and I liked it and I kept playing it and now I'm here. So basically a friend back then told me to do tryouts for like a team back then. I forgot the name of the team, but basically he told me to do it. They wanted me after the tryouts basically. Yeah, from that point on I basically started playing competitive, playing tournaments, first only national, and later on, like after 1 year something, I started playing international tournaments. And yeah, so because of a friend I started esports. Yeah. For this, I actually have not too much of an answer. Maybe it's because of they make many updates, balance changes, etc. They listen to the community. They add new things. I guess it's that. Maybe I just love the game kinda, and especially the competitive scene. Like so many people around here are so nice to you. Others are not, but mainly the most people are nice. And I guess this is what makes me still playing. Well, there are, I would say, 3-4 teams which I'm looking up to or which I'm watching out for. So basically, I would say Totem, SK, Navi, and Bex. Totem and SK are apparently playing, I think, at the highest level which they ever played at. So they are just really good. Then Navi played against me in the past, basically in every tournament at least once, and they know me pretty well. They also have my ex coach is in there, my ex teammate is in there, so they know me pretty well. And for Bex, it's my ex team. They're two mates of me still. Two teammates of me. Yeah. They know me pretty well, and I have left them some weeks ago, so they still know me, what I like, what I do, etc. So yeah, these teams I'm basically watching out for, and maybe to add another one, Tribe has been consistent as well over the entire year. So maybe I also watch out for them because they always have been playing good. And yeah, yes, these teams. I wish everyone good luck. I hope the best wins, and see you in the competition.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10-0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit,
to the Snapdragon Pro Series for day 2 of the Open Finals. It has been a long day so far, Teddy, for some of these teams, but they cannot quit now. We are now really getting down to the nitty-gritty. This is now the stage of this lower bracket where if a team win their matchup, they will be confirming their place in the challenge season. Tribe Gaming yesterday had a tough run, but this matchup is so important for them. We've already seen in the lower bracket stages, FA Locum taking the loss to Cutes. It was close, but nonetheless, Cutes are through to face off against Sky. STMN EU as well, as we just saw, got the win against FA Poland and will face off against Craze Clan. Team Queso got the win against Colossal Gaming, and sadly they are also now out of the competition, but are through now to face off against Bax. And again, Humble, that big win, that 3-2 that went all the way to match point for Humble, able to face off now against Tribe Gaming EU. And again, this matchup, Teddy, is one that's going to mean so much because both of those two teams were in Season 1 for the challenge season. So one of them will be able to come out on top, one of them will not. And it's going to be one of the best matches of today, I feel. So much is on the line for both teams, and Humble were looking great earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a really good matchup against Doxer, a team as well that Tribe has quite often lost. So we'll see how this, is gonna what it's gonna mean as we get into this match. But Drake, Lanata, Miyashi, none of those players need an introduction at this point. Tribe Gaming EU, such a solid roster overall, had a really good year. One of the first years as well where, they were quite consistent throughout the year with some peaks earlier in the year too. They do have a tendency usually to, peak at the end of the year. That has yet to be seen this year. But on the side of Humble, they've had an amazing run, not just today, but if you look at the overall Snapdragon Pro Series, Gugu, Jaime, Sugus, and Soy de Breza have done a fantastic job making it top 4 in Season 1. This time around, they need to win this match if they even want to qualify for the next one. I'm saying they made top 4, Tribe made a top 3, as a matter of fact. So it is pretty much a match from the challenge finals, but in the open finals. And one of those two teams is gonna end their run here. It's gonna be crazy, but I'm all down for it.
Absolutely so. I mean, there you can see the stats pretty similar, but more deaths on the side of Humble. But it could be that stat which also goes to show that they are a very aggressive team, and I'm all for that as well. I mean, that is ultimately he who dares wins. And Tribe have got to be very, very cautious. They did not respond yesterday very well against Mystic, who brought a lot of that aggression as well. Back in day 4 of the challenge season, Tribe were able to get that big, win over Humble. So that will be leering over them again. And in the challenge finals again, Humble were not able to get a win against Tribe either. So the question is, how have Humble come back and bounced back from those challenge finals? Today, as far as we've seen, they were looking fantastic. Tribe obviously coming off the back of that yesterday's loss against Mystic Esports EU as well. I'm sure, no doubt, one that they will probably be kicking themselves over. They were not really connecting a lot of the shots, in my opinion, and really making those moments count the way we've used to seeing from them. But today is going to be a really important day for Tribe.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't think they were too happy to go to the loser bracket. They really wanted to just, get a clean entrance into the challenge season. I heard Luna yesterday saying the loser bracket is for losers. So they're happy that there is a loser bracket. But honestly, I think they wish they could have ended things yesterday, and they're really looking to make things right today and show us the Tribe we expect to see. But they got to make that happen. And right now, Humble is a team that can definitely catch them off guard. I would say it's a team that they're more prepared to face because they have faced them much more often recently than a team like Mystic Esports. But still, if you look at results in general, I would say Humble has had a much better year than Mystic, a much better form overall. And that is going to be a threat to Tribe now that, need to win this match.
Yeah, I mean, we are in the loser bracket today, but the winners in our eyes, of course, are DHL. Again, huge thank you to them for being one of our proud partners of the Snapdragon Pro Series. And again, all that support goes such a long, long way. I thoroughly enjoyed participating in the Pro Tips episodes that we put out for that as well. And again, all this would not be possible without everyone coming together and helping us put on the best show that we possibly can and bring the best teams in this region together to see them battle it out. And, leading in from that, Teddy, predictions wise, with everything that we've already discussed, who do you think is going to take this? Of course, the Twitch chat will be live and present very much so in those predictions, and we're going to give you our thoughts on how you can kind of give yourselves the edge when it comes to predicting your channel points in your favor. I personally, it's a real tough one. It really is. I mean, if Tribe are having a good day, for me, I think Tribe should take it. But if Humble are able to bring that energy from the previous matchup, which they were able to convincingly get, repetitive turnarounds against Dr. Lobster, they could take this.
Yeah, I think that yesterday Tribe drafted somewhat poorly. I think they played somewhat poorly too. If they come today with the performance they had yesterday, I think Humble takes this. But I feel like yesterday was more of, an exception when it comes to the usual performance that we see and expect from Tribe. So I would assume that they're coming in a better form than yesterday. So I'm gonna go Tribe, but I certainly see a scenario where Humble takes this match, because this is also a match that Humble surely have prepared for, knowing well that this is going to be their opponent if they manage to win against Noxter, which they did. So I think this is just such an incredibly important match for both sides, because ESL is the third-party community event where you want to be a part of. So the Snapdragon Pro Series is ever so important for both of those two teams. It would be crazy to miss out on a team like Tribe, but also on a team like Humble. We know it's going to be a case for one of those two teams. It's going to be about who is the most prepared, who shows up with the better drafts, and who's able to hit their shots and get some good wiggles going too. And I'm thinking Tribe should be that team. But as I said, I can see tons of scenarios where Humble managed to, make that work, or at least give a big challenge here for Tribe.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head, honestly. We saw earlier today as well, Kevin and Jose playing on the side of Humble, and I imagine it will probably be the same again, but who knows? We saw as well Gugu earlier speaking in that interview saying about how they did not take Tribe as a team that they take lightly. Definitely a threat to their eyes, and one that they will be prepared for, like you say. I mean, that goes without saying, and they are coming off the back of that momentum. It was a big win earlier today. They were up against the wall a lot of times and the pressure was upon them, but they were able to come out on top. Tribe after yesterday are coming in after a defeat, so that can go one of two ways for them. It can really kind of fester and linger and throw them off their game today, or after a good night's sleep and a bit of a chance to refresh, coming back in strong and reminding people as to why they deserve to go through to the challenge season again. All we know for certain is that one of the two teams that were in the challenge finals of last season will not be in the challenge season of this one. So, draft coming in thick and fast. Again, it's gonna be good on both sides here. The bans earlier for Hot Potato and Heist will be Surge, Ruffs, and Griff for Tribe Gaming, EU, and for Humble it'll be Colette, Daryl, and Ems. If we get to the second set, well, if we get to the full set, it'll be Hot Zone and Open Zone, but Canal Grande for Bounty, center stage for Brawl Ball will be certain, Deep Diner if we go all the way for Gem Grab for the fifth and final set.
All right, that Otis first pick is a brawler that we have seen banned and played a whole ton over the course of yesterday. This time around, it's gonna be the first pick here for Tribe. A pick I can really respect on Hot Potato as well. I think it can be a pretty decent one, because we've seen him a lot in Heist, and very unsuccessful in Heist yesterday. But I feel like out of all the Heist maps, I think Hot Potato is probably the better one for it. Nita and Caldo, two very scary brawlers to bring in. We saw what Humble can do with Nita on this map as well. So I think Tribe better be careful how they approach the rest of this draft.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, Humble got the exact same comp that they were able to beat Dr. Lobster in the fifth and final set, except for the M's, which they actually banned themselves here. Otis, I'm still a little bit on the sidelines for at the moment on Hot Potato. I think it's probably one of the better Heist maps, if there ever was one for him. But we did see Tribe struggle to have it in yesterday's matchup against Mystic. Going in with Rico now as well, which I know, Teddy, you love to see, because it's, again, one of the more safer brawlers, especially when you can be banning out that Griff. So it could be a Barley as well if they are going to be daring enough for it. There's still wall breaker options available to Humble, but to be honest, not that many. Sam coming in. Very nice from Tribe. But again, if Humble can shut down this mid, then Sam might be at a bit more of troublesome scenario. I think now could be a great time for Barley for Humble, actually.
Yeah, that is definitely an option. I mean, thing is, I love Recon this map, but I feel like Nida and Carl are both brawlers that deal with it fairly well. And Sam, I mean, we saw what Lena was capable of doing already with that brawler yesterday. It wasn't Brawlable, I believe, though,
yeah.
so it is going to be quite different here on Heist. The only team so far that has played Sam, as a matter of fact, in the entire course of the last 2 days, and it's going to be a Primo. Okay. I mean, not what I expected, but a brawler that can definitely do some good damage to the Sam when it comes to that 1v1 matchup. Has a ton of HP to tank in case Rico or Otis get some good damage off. Is going to be quite susceptible to the silence from the Otis, so needs to be a little bit careful around that brawler. But an interesting idea. I mean, if you want to go for something, you know, along those lines, I think a lot of players would go Buzz, but there is a little bit of destruction brought in with both the Meteor Gadget as well as your Super, and that is something that they would benefit of more than Tribe. So I like the idea of it. However, Lena very smoothly deals with Soda Breza already.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I am not a fan of Primo here. I mean, for the more often times than not, I don't see it working out particularly well. Great mute there from Drage, and that's what you want when you're playing Otis to really get the value off the back of that. There will be some damage dealt though from Soda Breza. It's actually continuing to do so. He must be juking this wondrously well. And now needs coming with the bear. I think the Tribe are going to be on a lot of a heavy defense needed, but they've got the damage rolling at the same time from Tom. Now that damage stops, but the Bruce Bear is still there. Tribe have now got to defend before this push. They've conceded a lot of damage, actually.
Yeah, it's a good lead for Tribe, but the positioning here is perfect for Humble. Actually, the Primo is going to go for the save. That might be the wrong decision here. We're going to see, not the Primo, yeah, it was the wrong, and it's 1% in it. Wow, that was close. That was very close. Closer than I thought it would be, actually, because I thought with 3 brawlers, surely they're going to take this one. They did, but only by 1%.
I'll be honest, I thought that could have easily been a draw at 0%. Actually, for the first time in the Snapdragon Pro Series. I mean, that was right down to the millisecond there, but Tribe committed, but they are doing the same again. Carl going in, but that's actually probably the better of the 3 brawlers to go in on the safe, but the positioning there from Kevin so crucial to ensure Tom couldn't quite connect with Jose. The bear will be on that safe yet again, and Hyper Bear, as we know, can be bringing in so much damage, and there you go. 77% remaining. It's very, very close. Tribe have got to be a little bit more cautious though on the defense, as they were punished for it in the last game.
I'm not trying to chase Kevin. Actually, probably gonna go straight to the safe if he's allowed to do so, and some damage off already. Drage gets dispatched by Kevin, but Tom is there for the trade. And now still up, trying his best to make something happen, as Soda Breza jumps on him and is able to get the connection and the kill with it. Soda Breza should get taken out, get some decent damage on save. A 5% lead now in favor of Humble. The shield on the bear should be about enough to take care of Lena. Also, the bear was blocking him from getting to his gloves, which is a little bit awkward, but one of those interactions which are just really fun to watch as well. Lena should burn down, actually. It is going to be a trade near that safe. The bear gets a ton of value. And Jose has another one as well available, does go down, and that sets Tribe up nicely as they have a bit of more control in the mid. So the Breza try to get that super, try to get that jump into the save. Does get pulled by Lena, and Lena is able to get the kill.
Rage just, yeah, does connect with Jose. Tom could line this up, and he does so beautifully, but Kevin somehow comes out on top. Damage gear as well. Disastrous position here for Tribe. If he finishes it, they stop him just in time. So the Breza takes to the skies. He will end this surely with the burn down of the safe, and there it is. Humble take the first set.
Wow, that Primo jump at the end. The fire to settle it. Close games, man. Really close games. I mean, from 1% in the first one, second one, not much more either. And Humble, they will take it though. And that's really important for them because they're kicking things off with momentum. And, you know, we had the discussion yesterday multiple times, you know, about teams having very close sets but not being able to take those games they really need to win. And Humble, they're taking those. They took those against Donkster earlier too, and that might be, you know, kind of the X factor for that team. That they are able to win those really close games and sets, especially against teams where you would think that more likely than not they might end up losing the match. And this really keeps them competitive right now with the advantage getting into set number 2.
Really tough first loss there, that game. The Tribe, and no doubt had a knock-on effect going into the second. But again, you know, Humble were playing it so well. The Nita Bear, you know, Bruce on the safe, you can't leave that happening for so long. And I think the Tribe were going for the idea of like, okay, when there's something on our safe, we got to go on the aggressive. But I do feel like there's something to say in the side of the opposite way of being like, let's deal with this and then go on the aggressive. It was cutting it a bit too fine. Hot potato, those base races can start to really punish you in return. I think going into the second set, they're going to have to really start to slow down the pace. You know, it's a against a team like Humble, you can't really drop your guard. You can't discount them at all, especially considering the fact that whoever wins this series will be first team today to join the likes of SK Gaming, Reply Totem, Navi, and Mystic EU in the challenge season.
I just want to appreciate the Primo pick one more time, because even though it's not something I would personally like recommend, you know, on this map, it is something that they made work. And that is a testament as well of the versatility they're able to bring into those drafts. Let's see though, as Ash, Squeak, and Poker are going to be banned out here for Tribe on Canal Grande, as Humble take out the sisters Janet and Bonnie, as well as Carl. And the first pick Gene on the side of Tribe Gaming, a brawler they love to bring in. Let's see what the answer is from Humble.
Penny coming in, the first draft, and the one that I don't mind. I mean, it's definitely decent. I mean, the Salty Barrel can get a lot of value here on Canal Grande for anyone that's looking to lurk within the bushes. Combining it with Bow, definitely one that Tribe wouldn't mind to have for sure. Would love to see him pick Max here actually to combine with Gene. They definitely would like to keep themselves moving. It definitely helps a lot with triggering the bow mines, as well as being able to assert that kind of aggression and pressure so quickly. Goes a long way here. Carl ban there for Humble, I think, was a really smart move too. I don't think that anyone's going to go for Eve here, but it is an option that we have seen some teams gravitate towards. I don't see them being either of these two. Ruffs coming in for Tribe, looking to have a bit more of a long game approach here and buy down the clock, get everyone buffed up. And I don't mind that at all. Otis as well. But again, I worry a bit, Teddy. We've seen Tribe consistently go with Otis. Not a bad brawler, I feel, but one that definitely is kind of showing itself early on to be one that really matters where you play this particular brawler, what map and what mode.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Otis is strong. I think he's very strong. But I think a lot of teams are not quite able to make the best use out of him yet, because as you mentioned, Tribe used Otis a lot, then yesterday they lost to Mystic. Right now they're losing to Humble. I'm not saying that there's necessarily a correlation, but so far the evidence is not in Otis's favor, at least when it comes to how Tribe approaches gameplay. We'll see Tick as a final pick for Humble here. I prefer the draft on Tribe's side, but to be fair, so did I in the previous game, and we all saw how that ended up. So I definitely think there are win factors on both sides, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Humble being able to be very competitive here on Canal Grande 2, but I'm expecting some good stuff here from Tribe with that comp. I think they have a lot of stuff they can work with.
Well, yesterday Tribe went a bit too aggressive early on in Bounty. Today it's going to be a bit more slow and steady. They find Soil and Presence, they're keeping him low as well. Low enough to be down to 612 HP, and good pinch. Everyone really clustered on the side of Humble, and Lenan going in now to just try to keep it that way. Great value there from Drage too, and a quick takedown of Jose is exactly the start the Tribe needed. Tom almost got the pick up there as well as Soda Breza. Looking far better than High so far, but we did see it go wrong in Shooting Star yesterday for Tribe. Great pull there from Drage again on Soda Breza. This is looking good. 5 stars in the Blue Star already, but we know how quickly things can turn, especially on Canal Grande.
Absolutely. In the end game, if you're a spawn trap, no matter how much of a lead you have, it can still be very, very dangerous. So far, all good for Tribe Gaming. 5 stars to none for Humble. They are going to be utilizing that totem, trying to get some more supers available. And Mortar will be brought onto the table by Soda Breza. Drage in a bit of an awkward situation, might end up getting pinched, should be going down, will be indeed. Tom is going to go down as well, and now suddenly it's going to be the lead for Humble.
Last one trigger for Drage. Has got pull, but again, this is the nature of Canal Grande. You've got to still be able to stand the heat till the very bitter end. It's a little bit of a pinch idea from the top spawn area from Lenan, top right there. Kevin, though, with those 3 stars, he's looking low on HP, and he's definitely a prime target. The missed pull from Drage could prove really costly here, especially if just 1 kill be enough and try to take it. Tom, though, might burn down here. 78 HP. It's real down to Lenan and Drage under the circumstances here, and they can't really push it because the tickhead coming in as well. Can they get this final kill? They do somehow get it. Oh, my word. Jose went down in the final seconds. A lifeline for Tribe, but they had to search very hard to find it.
Man, Tom had 1 HP as well at the end. Like, he had 800 HP, and there were bow arrows that like connected onto him after the timer ended. That was incredibly close. An important win, though, for Tribe. Their first, actually, in this match. A welcome one, though, as they will get the opening kill here as well as the blue star, and that's going to give them a nice early 3-star lead.
Tom chooses to break the left-hand side to help out Drage and Lenan. Would like to have actually seen maybe a break on the top right there to expose Jose more as he had a favorable matchup. Who goes down now to Kevin. Kevin survives on 90 HP. Oh, Drage just finds the angle. Trying to utilize there the super totem to get back into the mix quickly, but it did kind of indicate where his whereabouts might lie in that same idea. Mine's in the mid. Drage just going to try to pop them and get some shots in them. Meanwhile, Lenan picks up a nice take down a Soda Breza. Tom so low there, but staying alive somehow. Kevin again, low HP. Oh, Lenan on the left. So much action to keep up with here, Teddy.
Yeah, it's all over the place. Tom, solo HP will fall eventually, but there's still 5 stars in favor of Tribe. Not undoable, though. 2 kills, no matter who they get, will give them enough stars, but they need that blue star still if they want to get the lead in case they get Tom down. But look at Lenan's positioning. That is not optimal, Lenan. Not really where you want to be, and he goes down, giving the lead away to Humble again, but they do have a gene pool, so some opportunities here to try to turn things around for sure.
Yeah, a couple of times now, Tribe been caught out of position. Earlier it was Drage, and now Lenan, and goes down again. Kevin now with 5 stars in the blue star, and another missed pull. It just seems like the same mistakes are recurring on the side of the Tribe, and they're going to have to really iron them out. 15 seconds, it is doable. They could turn this around, but they've got to make sure that they start to land this utility and make the most of it. Lenan has got super to hand, but he's got to be able to connect it. Jose could go down here. He's in a bit of a perilous position. Tom from the left as well. Can he get the damage? I don't think he's going to be able to do it alone here. 13 to 14, not going to be enough. Humble will take a game, and we are all tied up in the second set.
That was close, man. That was so close. But as you said it, we are all tied up here. The chance for Tribe to tie things up in sets, the chance for Humble to get a 2-0 lead. Those would be drastically different stories. I do like how they were ready to sacrifice a tick in the previous one because they knew that he didn't have enough stars to give the lead to Tribe. It still was very risky business in the end, but they really wanted to avoid that spawn trap. Look at Tom going all the way into Jose's spawn to get the elimination. Lenan powerless there against Kevin as Soda Breza is there to help him out as well. And in the end, after that early game interaction, it's a 1-star lead in favor of Tribe game.
Nice catch it there from Lenan to get rid of the super totem, but again, caught out of position. They've been much more careful than this because you do not want to be giving an early advantage. Super totem goes down again, and it's going to enable Kevin to get his mines early on as Soda Breza gets that turret as well. It's going to place things in a much tougher spot. And goes down again. Kevin now with 5 stars in the blue star. It's just, again, deja vu, Teddy. Every single time, it just seems to be like we're watching almost the same match play itself out. Mines triggered for Drake. He has got the gene hand, but this one really needs to connect now. And it does on Kevin. 6 stars. What a turnaround of a Tribe, but far from out of the woods here because Humble just keep fighting back hard.
Man, Drage has definitely whiffed a couple pulls in the previous 2 games, but that was the most important one yet, and he definitely got the connection, got another follow-up kill afterwards too. Gonna actually pull the cannon, which I don't even mind. Just get it out of the way. You have a 3-star lead. Play it safe. Don't let it distract you. Use all of your ammo and give enough space for Humble to come back. Still only 3 stars, and That means that 1 kill onto Drage would be enough to turn things around. Otherwise, they need both Tom and Lenan to go down.
Good spot for Tribe, but they have got to hold it. And on the left-hand side is looking the low of everyone. The mines still continue on. Hostie's got head, but oh, there it is. The takedown just in the nick of time. It's Soy Depressor as well. Will go down. Tribe claw back a set. But again, this one, as we expected, to be very back and forth. But a little chance, a little sigh of relief for Tribe there, as again, that first set did not go the way of the second. However, looks at one point like it was going to be very much a similar story. Everything's around just in the nick of time there. Now we're all tied up.
Yeah, we're back to some missed opportunities here for Humble, aren't we? This was their chance to go 2-0 in sets. And then suddenly, I mean, Tribe, they're an amazing team, but I wouldn't quite, say they have the same comeback ability that teams like SK have. Because they are a bit more emotional and susceptible to that momentum. And that would have been an amazing setting for Humble to find themselves in. It's not going to be the case. We're all tied up now 1-1, and on an even footing, Tribe are going to be definitely back with the advantage when it comes to this match.
Yeah, things have just got a lot more interesting now, and whoever takes this next set is going to have a lot of momentum, and very much an important one for Tribe. Not even arguably so, definitely so. They had to secure that, or that could have easily been Humble going into this third set, and could well have been the last one. At this rate, Tribe need victories like this to remind themselves that they're still very much in the running. Yesterday was a big defeat for them up against Mystic Esports, and I saw a lot of people saying as well, couldn't quite get their heads around how it could have happened. But Mystic Esports, to you again, the former Kazaki team, can't be underestimated here. Going into center stage though for Brawl Ball, bans are in already. There's going to be a Gale ban for Tribe, and I like that straight away. It definitely is a safest of all the bans for me. Pro and Poco as well to combine with that ban. Again, that early drop to voters. We'll see. Janet, Carl, and Squeak banned by Humble.
Otis as a first pick again for Tribe Gaming. Every single time they can, they will, it seems like. And he's going to be back on the field here for center stage. I think it's an alright map for it. It's not necessarily like amazing, but Otis is strong, and I feel like they can make somewhat of the most out of that brawler on center stage. So I don't mind the approach. I like the roughs a lot here as well. It's very solid on the lanes, good opportunities to get some nice bounces going, as well as that win factor of those supply drops. If you can line things up nicely and get the right timing, open up the walls as you shoot the ball, there's just effectively no way of stopping that goal from happening. So a good way to just open the situation up and actually convert a good push into a guaranteed goal.
Coming in, which I like, actually, for Humble. Very easy on this particular map and mode to just place those mines in a position of control and break things to try to give yourself a better opportunity to score. It's kind of an underrated one. It's a safe pick as well, though, for Humble, it must be said. Not taking many risks here. They're definitely running this consistent story of having to try to double down on that with the Ruffs idea. Also, could be an idea for trying to consider Sam. It does seem to be the one that they're kind of experimenting a lot with at the moment, but I don't know. Penny taking it safe and secure, and I don't mind that at all. Ultimately, anything with Penny on Brawl Ball is going to provide a nice spawn trap area. Poker banned as well, though, and the Gale. So that's to be taken into consideration as well. If they go Sam here or something along those lines, it does have an ability of being countered, but it does feel like they might. Gene, yeah, this is a great map for it. I don't mind that at all. And, but all I've got to say to that is, ultimately, we didn't see the balls connecting too well in Canal Grande on the side of Tribe. They've got to connect this time better in center stage.
Yeah, we got a glimpse of what the Brawler brings to the table with an amazing pull onto the bow with 6 stars. Game-changing pull, maybe even the one that won them the set. But there were a lot of whiffs before that, and even after that. So I'm expecting a bit more consistency when it comes to those connections. We have the Ashe as the final pick here from Humble, and I don't think it's a bad one whatsoever, because, I mean, it's probably the tank that has the best matchup against Penny. As far as good matchups for tanks go against Penny, is not probably the tank also that has one of the best matchups against Otis. As far as, good matchups go for tanks against Otis, and against Gene it does really well, because if it gets pulled, it's probably the Gene that ends up going down, if anything else. So I really don't mind it. I think it's quite an interesting approach. We'll see if it actually pays off. But let's jump in here, as surely there are going to be a lot of vision gears running to get an extra bit of information early on. Some good positioning from Lena as well. Goes back for the ball. The pass to Drage might go for the shot and knock back, or just a regular shot because he gets it through, and that is going to be Tribe with a goal 25 seconds in.
Convincing stuff. Honestly, I'm a bit concerned though. This Ash pick is a good one from Humble, and I felt like that's what Tribe were going for with that banning of Gale, although Gale's always a good brawler to ban regardless. But you know, nice pull from Drage there, blind as well, and gets the takedown for it, keeping the Ash low there so important. But a missed mark there from Lenan. Ooh, the support though that was there for the defense. This could be a very quick game tied up, but they've got to be able to land this, and Drage can get a pull through this. He does so as well. Very aware for Tribe of the mark as well. Everything's starting to work a lot better for Tribe, it's got to be said. Let's see whether they can tie us up.
Man, this is going to be a goal there from Tom, surely. I just want to. I love how the Ash gets pulled, gets, you know, silenced as well by the Otis, and still manages to survive and get a kill. That's ridiculous stuff. What is also ridiculous stuff is Tribe. Now was a much stronger showing, and their best game so far probably as well, as they take this one, and now they are on the verge of taking a second set. And that would be very, very important for them. Just give them a little bit more confidence and just higher odds of taking the match overall. A good push on the right-hand side coming through as well, even though Humble found a kill on the left side. Tom gets the kill. The follow-up charge shot goes straight into the net. And Tribe Gaming, again, a step closer from that second set.
I honestly got to say, you know, it's night and day difference here for Tribe. They're looking like their former selves so far. I've also noticed as well that on the side of Humble, Soda Press is actually on the bow pick, running the Circle Eagle, which is kind of really quite interesting. You'd kind of expect the Snare the Bear to have that stun, but obviously choosing to go for more visibility. A nice easy walk in there for Humble. It's the first goal, and a bit of a sign of life still left in the tank. Tribe would like to have got a bit more aggressiveness behind it, but again, this Ash pick, you got to be cautious around it. You know, with the speed as well, from the aggressiveness of it, you know, it can prove to be a goal-scoring opportunity if they're not able to keep up their defense.
Jose pushing the right side, gets pulled this time around, doesn't have the HP to survive off the engagement. Man advantage for Tribe. Drage is going to be somewhat near the next pull already, as he could cycle quite a few hits from the previous one. A minute left on the clock. Rats plays down, will be dispatched, does reset the heal for Drage. The supply drop to open up the walls, not the cleanest one, but does leave some openings here for a goal. Perhaps Jose finds a kill, a nice low HP. Lena falls to Jose, they trade each other out. So the Breza try to walk it in, but the barrel from Tom is gonna save the day here as they survive off that engagement, corner up the ball, and Humble nearly taking that game.
Bit of a late barrel.
Yeah, I was thinking he had none left for a second.
Yeah, and I saw it, and I thought it's surely got to go down, right? And I guess the defense is the defense. 20 seconds on the clock, and ticking down now, and they can just buy down time on the side of Tribe. It's going to put Ash in a difficult spot in overtime with so much range on the side of Tribe, and Tom moving forwards. The ball needs to go up here for Drake, going back though with it. Now everything's about to go down, and it will expose Tom's turret as well, so we have to earn, or he has already got one. We have to, oh, that's a better pull from Drage. No turret though from Tom's. Now it goes down, yeah. Passing it forward slowly but surely. Tribe cannot afford to miss this one up. Again, nice move from Lenan. Disconnect this time round. Pass to Tom, surely. It's got to be on the minds of Drage though. They get it taken care of. Tribe will take it back a set, and they looked, Teddy, much, much better than before.
They certainly did. That was a confident Tribe, and there were some glimpses of hope there for Humble towards the end of the second game, but not quite enough, as Tribe managed to prevail and do just a terrific job overall. It was close in the second game, uncomfortably close. I feel like, sure, Tom in that 1v1 situation 100% of the time should win that, but it was a 2v1 before that. And that, with that Ash, you know, a shot or two onto Tom would have been a kill at that point because the rage meter was just completely full. So it could have gone badly there. And then suddenly, Tribe, they are in trouble. But as we said, they managed to make it work, and ultimately that is what matters when you look at the stats as well. Everything pretty much just in favor of Tribe. The heal a bit more even, but with the more damage, it does paint a pretty clear picture in favor of Tribe Gaming. Good stuff from them here, and that was definitely the best set we've seen from them, if not in this match, maybe even in the entire open finals, because yesterday they struggled along the entirety of that quarterfinal match against Mystic. So this is definitely looking much more solid than what we've seen from them. I would even say, yeah, in the entirety of the open final so far.
Yeah, they need this next set. Like, this needs to be wrapped up here for Tribe. If it goes to the fifth and final set, then we may see a repeat of what happened yesterday with them. They cannot afford that, but Humble are fighting back, regardless as to it not going well in that last game. I think that was more so because of the way that Tribe were playing it rather than necessarily anything that Humble were doing wrong. Banning out Max, Janet, and Bonnie this time around for Open Zone. Hot Zone is, of course, the game mode. Bans of Poco, Squeak, and Crow for Tribe. Early draft here of B, which I like a lot. I think that both sides are going to be a little bit cautious, though, of Pam here and Stu as well, being pretty two fundamental brawlers here that can turn the tides. Having the speed zone so crucial on the healing as well, turret-wise for Pam. So let's see. Otis for Humble. I mean, what do you think, Teddy?
I think at this point they might be doing a favor to Tribe, just to get it off their hands, and make sure they pick actual good brawlers. I'm kidding. Otis is really good. I'm just messing around a bit, but I don't mind it. I think we saw some pretty decent results here. I think the most successful we saw it was when it was laning against Crow yesterday, which it had very much just a free lane because similar range, much more damage, much more consistent damage too. But besides that, I think there are ways to kind of just play range against it too. So we'll see how it actually pans out. I think it's a good thing that something like a Bonnie is banned, as well as Janet and Max, which I think would have been brawlers that would have had a pretty good matchup against it, all things considered. Byron to pair it with is interesting, because you'd think on paper that Open Zone is an amazing map for Byron, but it's really a map where we barely ever see him.
It's sort of having a bit more of a rise in terms of the meta. I think Crow being banned from Tribe, they were clearly not thinking Pam themselves. I think that now Humble could really double down on this healing idea. But Amber still really, really solid. Yeah, it was Otis yesterday being played by SK Gaming, I think, when it was being shown that it does have a place in Open Zone. But again, it's such early days, and it was a very early draft as well for Humble, which put me on edge just a little bit. Let's see what they're thinking here with this third and final pick. Going to be going with Carl, which I don't necessarily mind. It's quite a safe idea. Ultimately, it can get that sort of curved pickaxe into the speed zone, which I assume the Tribe will be running on the gadget side for Stu on this particular map. It does work out quite well. B here's one of my favorite brawlers, but one that really is determined by connecting your shots. And remember, yesterday Dre's struggling a little bit on that particular B pick, and I assume it's him again on it today. Let's see. The Amber's going to break the bush very early on. I think we'll probably see Tom kind of sitting back a little bit on that particular brawl if it is him playing it and just trying to earn that passive super. Byron's going to be an interesting one to see it play out. I don't necessarily mind it myself, but it's kind of still in a bit of a weird spot. Great connection though. Yeah, Wrestled Hive for Drage, which I've always thought is a great thing still to have. My word, if this right-hand side lane, Tom just burns it all up. And I think Kevin maybe coming in here a little bit on his own might not provide a favorable spawn cycle for Humble now, as he's going to go down. And yeah, that's a good start for Tribe.
I'm not going to lie to you, Ark. I don't see how Humble win with this draft.
Say how it is, Teddy. Feel free not to hold back.
I mean, as soon as I saw the Byron, I was kind of like, I think there's a reason we just don't really see it much here. I don't think it's like unplayable per se. Like, it's not unwinnable. I just feel like, yeah, it's gonna be challenging. I mean, they're getting a couple kills now, so they're gonna step in the zone. But it's kind of the problem is that they're 70% behind. So it's a little bit late to get started with this game at this point. Better late than never though. So maybe they can pull something off. A nice burn that connects onto Kevin. He does go down. Humble have a player in the zone, so they'll be catching up a little bit. But again, that head start from Tribe was just ridiculous.
Wow, coming back in now, and the connection is good for Drajon to Jose, but the follow-up shots didn't quite land and could prove costly here. Tom does take care of business on the right-hand side, but everyone's so low. It's kind of interesting because no one can really go on the aggressive now. And, oh, well, Lenan dodged it and then stood still. Don't know what to make of that, but could prove costly here as Tribe are struggling to retake this control. And despite having that really great start, that early lead, it is starting to dwindle a little bit, and they've got to start pushing more as a team and focus on the task at hand. 12% remaining now, and they've got to tie this up if they want to be able to win this first game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to kind of eat my words, you know, but I'm still sticking with them anyways, you know. I was starting to change my mind, but there's another game still where Humble can do so. It might be their last one if they don't, though. That's kind of the problem, because it's match point now for Tribe Gaming. Let's see how this goes down as Tribe are sitting comfortably on that match point. And Humble, they need to pop off now.
Yeah, make or break for Tribe, do or die for Humble. This is such an important moment as Humble do need to get 2 consecutive games here to not leave the competition. And again, as a team that were in the challenge finals along with Tribe, it's disaster for either side, but it's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser. So far, it is a good start for Tribe. Jose should burn down surely there and does, and so is still weak. Kevin has got to go a little bit on the aggressive here and connects well with Lenan, but this rattled high from Dre just really leaving there, be nowhere to hide for Humble, and 50% now dealt in terms of the objective. Humble have got to up themselves here, or they're going to be going home.
Yeah, again, an amazing start here for Tribe. Really is not much that Humble have been able to do so far. Super is going to come in from Kevin, but I mean, before he even really gets any sort of connection, he ends up going down. Jose is burning too. That's not looking good here for Humble. Almost 90% now, and what already was an extremely one-sided start in game 1 is going to be even more one-sided. Just a 1% fun by Humble, as they will be going home out of the competition now, and Tribe are at last going to qualify for the challenge season.
First team to do so today, and congrats. I mean, we definitely had some question marks going into this one based on yesterday and the early start of today. I mean, it could have genuinely been Humble that started to really pick up the pace and put Tribe on the back foot, but towards Brawl Ball, it looked better for Tribe, and then they had to seal it realistically in Hot Zone, a smart draft, and again, one that you mentioned as well going in, and I will agree with you on, was not really in Humble's favor. It's not always about the draft, but you know, more often than not, it's definitely the best boost you could expect to have going into a matchup. 19 kills to 13 of Humble. Stats very much in favor of Tribe, and despite that Byron pick for Humble, not much more. Actually less than Tribe on the side of the hills. So, I mean, it looked like it was convincing for Tribe, and definitely a devastating day for Humble. They would love to have gone further in the competition, but as it is now, you know, there's got to be losers, Teddy. There's got to be winners as well, of course, and it's a tough loss for Humble, but a fantastic victory for Tribe.
Yeah, I think you were spot on there. A really good performance from Tribe. Also, just looking good here overall. And I don't think Humble played badly. I do think they had some, you know, little draft problems here and there. I think that Bounty as well could very much have been a set that went the way of Humble. I think that Brawl Ball, they still stood a chance too. But yeah, when it came to Hot Zone, it was just kind of over, you know, like I think the Byron was just too much of a blunder. I think that, you know, in general in Hot Zone, there's very few teams that are capable of beating Tribe, because this is a mode they are amazing at, especially when it comes to those open maps, whether it's Ring of Fire or Open Zone, they excel here. But if you're bringing stuff like, you know, Byron, that I feel kind of just lacks of any sort of, you know, I don't want to say originality, because it is somewhat original, because you don't see it every day on this map, but it's not really a pop-up brawler. And I feel like if you want to beat Tribe on Open Zone, you need something much more aggressive, much more engaging in those fights. So yeah, I don't know. I was not overly convinced by that in the end from Humble. Sad for them, but Tribe was a much-deserved win. Looked really good doing so as well. So I'm very happy for them.
Well, we've got Drage on the line as well, so we're going to go straight into that interview as well. Great to have an opportunity to sit down with the team themselves. Drage, good afternoon, good morning,
Hello.
good evening. How are you doing? Congratulations, first and foremost, of course. And, let's just get stuck in. Let's get stuck in straight away to the nitty gritty. Yesterday was not your day. I'm kind of curious to hear how you guys approached it this evening, how you slept this morning, and how you came into your matches today.
I mean, losing yesterday the way we did, it wasn't ideal. I wasn't really happy with it, but like what you have to do is just reset, forget about it, and then move on to the next game. And that's what we pretty much did today.
Humble is a team that has been quite inconsistent, in my opinion. They have had amazing matches, amazing days, some more poor ones too. Did you guys think that, this is a sort of result you expected getting into this match, or did you think it would be closer? Did you think you would be able to maybe even sweep them? What were your thoughts overall, like getting into the match?
I'd say, we definitely should be looking comfortable. Like the first 2 sets, I think we're very, very shaky here. But then after that, we started being ourselves a little bit more, and it definitely showed with how dominant we started to look. So definitely should be making the games more comfortable and easy for ourselves.
I will thoroughly agree there. In Brawl Ball, things really started to take a bit more of a lift, and you looked much more like kind of what we kind of expect to see from yourselves. But talk to us about Otis. We're giving you a bit of a hard time for it every now and again. It's definitely a brawler which you guys love to go for, but I don't know. I'm still a little bit on the fence. I feel like it can work really, really well, but in some places like Heist, not necessarily so. How are you finding that new brawler in particular? I think it's fair to say you've had a bit more success with that as opposed to Sam from memory, but talk us through those 2 brawlers in particular and where you guys are enjoying them and kind of where you think they're sitting in terms of the meta.
Well, Otis, Bobby recommended it to me like a long time ago, and I started using Otis, like first picking him everywhere, and it started to work, and then it started to not work. So now I know you don't go Otis everywhere, but Otis is definitely, I think, playable in every game mode. And then like Sam's a bit hit or miss, because at the end of the day, he's still a tank, and you can counter tanks pretty straightforward if you have the right balls in play.
All right, well, I got one more question for you, Drage. You guys are one of the few teams that have 4 players on the roster. How do you guys kind of approach things with 4 players? Do you guys, choose depending on the map pool, depending on the modes, depending on the brawlers you guys want to draft in? What's kind of the process behind that?
I mean, the process is, who's looking better in form, and, what our vision is going into, the next couple of weeks. Obviously, World's coming up here, and this is where, we need to start like solidifying what we want in terms of rosters and play style and stuff. So yeah, we're gonna be doing a lot of testing over the next few weeks as Worlds is coming very, very soon. So yeah, we go on based on who's looking the best.
Rage, thank you for your time. Any big shout outs to your fans and following before we sign off?
Shout out to everyone watching, and sorry for not looking as strong as we normally do, but hopefully we get back onto the right buff.
Congrats again, my friend, and look forward to seeing more from you and the team, and of course, forward that on to your teammates as well. But we look forward to seeing more of you guys in the challenge season.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it from him, Teddy. Otis is not for everywhere, so maybe it's cast as we're getting something right. We heard it straight from the horse's mouth there.
Yeah, I had a feeling that Bobby had something to do with it.
NA, bro. NA.
Yeah. But it's like, especially Bobby, it's the kind of brawler that, like, in general, he just, like, he likes to experiment with and sometimes exaggerate their, actual effectiveness at times as well. I hope he's not in chat. But
I hope he is.
But yeah, no, I agree, though. And I think they made a good point. He's playable everywhere, but I think that he might be a bit more draft dependent in some way, especially a Heist, which I think some teams, especially Tribe, had to find out the hard way yesterday and today.
Well, Tribe Gaming EU are the first team signed, sealed, and delivered into the challenge season, which brings us into a big thank you to DHL again for being one of our proud partners of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Huge shout out to them for us being able to put on this show, to get the players into play, to getting us in the cast and to get the viewers in the chat to watch. It's honestly such a great thing to have so much support here for such a fantastic tournament. So once again, huge thank you to them. Up next, Teddy, Baxi, you are playing Team Queso, and again, what is going to determine one of these two teams to qualify for the challenge season, and someone's going home. This is a big one, and we're going to be coming up. Let's maybe take a look at the bracket actually before we go to a commercial break. But who are you voting for? Who are you rooting for in this matchup?
It's a tough call. It's a really tough call. I kind of want to go Team Queso, but at the same time, I feel like Banks have been playing quite well recently. So I'm going to go Team Queso, just follow my heart. But I feel like it's a very close match. And this is just, what we love about this lower bracket is how stacked it is all around. We already have to say goodbye to amazing teams like Humble, like Doxer, Colossal, FA Portland, FA Locum. And we're gonna be saying goodbye to 3 more, and either Bax or Queso are gonna be one of them, and we'll know that in the next match. So it's a very prospect, but it's definitely an exciting one too, because it promises a good match.
Well, up next again, Baxi U versus Team Queso. So much now on the line as we look for 3 more remaining teams for the challenge season. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello everyone, I am Drage. I'm a pro player for Tribe Gaming EU. I got into Brawl Stars by just being part of the Supercell ecosystem, and I used to play Clash of Clans and Clash Royale, and once Brawl Stars came out in beta, I was so hooked into trying to get out and just instantly fell in love with the game. Gamescom was a really good test for my team because, it's the first time we have all 4 players on LAN and trying different rosters out, and the overall experience was amazing. Like, the LAN was just perfect, such a big stage, amazing crowd, and I think it was a very, very good experience for us. Playing on LAN was different. I feel more confident on LAN. I feel like I can play better and perform better because there's no outside factors to excuse in. I feel like LAN is just, you have to lock in and just play as best as you can. So I personally prefer LAN. I think the most memorable moment we had in the LAN when it was the round robin. It was the final game of the day. We were against SK Gaming, double match point, and we matched closer out. The adrenaline and the excitement was just amazing to feel. So teams I'll be looking out for in the open finals, definitely going to be Locum. Locum, again, we played them first round. They're a decent team. Craze Clan, they're on the uprising. They look very, very strong right now as well. And just so many other dark horses just coming in, using this opportunity, and they're going to try and make the most of it. So it's going to be a very fun open finals. I'm looking forward to hopefully get to play another season of ESL and hopefully finish strong in the last monthly finals and in the world finals as well. It's gonna be a very fun and tense ending to the year. I'm looking forward to having all the brawlers in play properly. New brawlers like Sam and Gus. They're very unique, very exciting, and they're gonna definitely shift up the meta quite a bit. My thoughts on the gear rework and changes they're going to make. It's going to be very exciting. It's going to take a lot of time to get used to it, since there's going to be so many more unique gears, and just looking to grind out the game and get used to everything at ASAP and have that competitive advantage. Otis, I think he is in a good place right now. Before, he used to be absolutely horrible, but now he's looking to be very viable in the competitive meta. So I think compared to Sam and Gus, they're going to be quite similar, and maybe Otis gets played more, but I think Sam's definitely a top runner in those. But I think it's going to be close between Gus and Otis in terms of how much they get played. The other teams and competitors, good luck to everyone. Let's have a fun time, and hopefully we can all try and make it into the challenge season.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars. We are in the European and MENA region, of course, for day 2, the conclusion of the Open Finals. I'm still Ark, joined, of course, still by Teddy. And what a day it has been so far. We've crowned our first team to join yesterday's teams into the challenge season. So now it consists of Tribe Gaming EU from the lower bracket. From the upper bracket yesterday, we had Reply Totem, SK Gaming, Mystic Esports EU, and Navi. So only 3 more spots remaining, Teddy, and 1 more is going to be crowned at the end of this game.
Yeah, 3 more spots to go, but also 3 more teams that aren't going to go home. Not quite empty-handed, with a little bit of prize pool, but not what they are aiming for sure. Bax EU versus Team Queso is going to be up next. Afterwards, we'll have Craze Clan versus SCMN EU, and then finally Sky versus Cute. So there will definitely be new teams qualifying for this season. We already had a couple, such as Mystic yesterday, but there's more to come. As you know, Sky and Cute, neither of them have qualified. Bax didn't qualify either last time around. I can't quite recall whether STMN did or not. They didn't, did they?
No. So Navi are going to be new this time round, and looking at Bax yesterday, they looked phenomenal. I've got to say, I mean, they did get reverse swept by SK, but nonetheless, I felt like with the addition of Casey this time round, they are in with a good shot here against Team Queso. Alias Jay, Boss, and Javi here. They were in last season as well, and this is an important one for Team Queso to secure now, and it's going to be a question of whether, for me, Bax coming into this fresh and revitalized, despite the way that things went in the end. But Teddy, they went 5 consecutive games at that early outset, but then conceded consecutive games against SK following that. So I feel like this is again going to be such a close one.
Absolutely, both teams actually just really hungry to make it to those playoffs, to the challenge season, but only one can make it out of those 2. I feel like both really deserve to be there. I remember how heartbroken Bax were at the Open Finals 2 in season 1. This is their chance for some redemption here, but it's gonna be still very challenging because Team Queso, although a bit inconsistent, is one of the titans of this region that can, on a good day, beat anyone here as well. So it's gonna be a very, very interesting match to watch, and I can't wait to get into it as soon as we can.
We are now at the halfway mark, but Snapdragon Elite Gaming do not take half measures. They go all out. So a huge thank you to them once again. Huge shout out as well for all the support, and cannot wait to get back into that LAN environment where the players will be on all their devices and, again, making the biggest of differences here and bringing you guys at home watching the very best of an experience.
Absolutely. So this is very important in making this possible in the first place, delivering all those amazing matches to you guys. So we're very grateful for the opportunity.
Well, draft coming in thick and fast. Let us know over on Twitch who you are also rooting for. It's Hot Potato for Heist, followed by Canal Grande for Bounty, and Center Stage for Brawl Wars, the first 3 sets. Set number 4 will be Hot Zone and Open Zone, and Gem Grab for the 5th and final Deep Diner. It is Colette, Stu, and Ruff's banned by Bax. It's going to be Carl, Penny, and Surge banned for Team Queso. And yeah, Otis still coming in thick and fast as that first early pick for Queso, Teddy. It's going to be Griff and followed by Lola for Bax.
I mean, we've seen what happens when you go Otis on Hot Potato, or in Heist in general, as a matter of fact. So I don't know yet. I'm not overly convinced just yet. It's kind of worrying me already a little bit, but maybe they have a different approach to it that is just going to work a little bit better, whether it's better picks to go with it or just a better execution of that brawler when it comes to Heist. Griff and Lola, I do like a lot more. Just more brawlers that I see a bit more functional when it comes to Heist. A lot of damage on that save, a lot of ways to get some nice skills too with that high DPS, and some nice utility, whether it's wall breaks or the ego to tank as well. So I like that fair amount, even though Lola is a brawler we've been seeing less and less. So curious to see how that actually plays out here. Nida, though, is a very threatening brawler. We saw earlier what it can do, how dominant it can be on this map. And Bonnie is also a brawler that can definitely hold on to that mid zone very, very consistently as well. So I like what I'm seeing. Rico, a classic on this map. We've seen it work, we've seen it not work too, but it is overall still somewhat of a reliable brawler when it comes to hot potato, one that can really utilize the walls and narrow corridors, whether it's in the mid, whether it's on a lane. There's a lot of areas of the map where it can do really well.
Well, I like the combination of the Lola and the Rico here. For me, I mean, we've seen Lola take more of a positioning over Ems recently, but we've seen more Ems today than Lola, which is interesting enough. But for me, Teddy, as far as that prediction goes, I mean, I've got to say I'm kind of favoring Bax a little bit, at least in terms of that first draft. I feel like it's a bit close, you know, when it comes to these two teams. But I think that first set, for me at least, could go the way of Bax. Of course, when you're watching over on Twitch, get involved in the predictions as well and let us know your thoughts. But what do you think today of this draft and how it's shaped up to be? Who do you think might have the edge?
I'm not entirely sure. I feel like both comps have somewhat of a question mark. You have the Otis on one side, you have the Lola on the other, which are brawlers that I don't know how functional they are on this map. So far, we have a bit of a base race. All three players from Team Queso committing to that blue save, and then one only from Bax on the red save. So far, it's fairly even, although a bit in favor of Team Queso. If they can get a kill on the side of Bax, that could turn things around, but they need that kill. That super is going to be missed by Darkum, only 1% in it now. One shot needs to connect, that is all, and it will, as at last the Otis is going to make it work there, get that final connection, and Team Queso are going to lock in that first game.
We're seeing so many base races today on Hot Potato. What is going on? Definitely not what you want to have when there's a Nita on the field for me. But, you know, Casey was getting some good value. But nonetheless, I mean, there's only really so much that Cyclone and Darkham could do. It just felt like a bit of an early stage to really go on that kind of aggressive. But Darkham going to break up the entirety of the left-hand side. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see Javi maybe swap over here and take the right-hand side. But, you know, you don't really want to be going up against the Rico pick on that side either, realistically here. But let's see how they approach this one, as Boss just surviving in the middle of that shot and jumping in on Casey will actually get the takedown for it as well. So it's going to be Bax again, having to defend at an early stage, and Team Kiss getting that first line of damage.
And Boss, very low HP, still finding some value here and there. 25% now in favor of Bax. EU Ale is quite low HP, maybe an opportunity there for an entry kill for Bax. Trying to create an opening near that safe area. The Ego will be dispatched. Cyclone gonna struggle a little bit more now on that left lane. Gadget bombed by Boss as well. More movement speed, more reload speed. But a good super there from Darkham to find a connection, takes down Boss, and maybe Bax can build up some more control of that.
And this is much better from Bax. I think they've got to spend more time in this part of the map and just keep everything churning over. Boss, though, jumps in on KC, but Darkham there for support. Can't feed into Javi either, and he's very low HP now, and great time for Cyclone to go in. Then Casey off the back spawn. Again, this is where the damage is going to be there for Bax. They haven't got to even get that much, but just simply keep holding their own in this mid. They want to be able to bring back and this set and take things to a more even place, but Javi now creeping forwards, Alice J as well, Boss coming in. The way that Team Queso really control their pushes is something to be desired.
Absolutely able to get quite a bit of value and also fall back, keep control, only losing one player in the process. Good trade, but it's only 12% in it, and we've seen in the past how quickly that can be turned around. Still, they need an opening here to get access to that save. Boss, it's actually quite low HP, will not be going down just yet, and they can't really commit here on the side of Bax. The jump in from Boss doesn't quite get the kill, actually, but I don't think it matters. I think they're still taking this one anyways. The Bear as well coming up shielded, and that will seal the deal, even nearly getting enough damage to end that game before the timer does. But the timer is their friend here. Team Queso to take the game and the set. And that was a fairly convincing one overall. I think some decision-making on the side of Bax, maybe leaving to be desired with some phase races when they shouldn't quite have been. But at the same time, in the second game, they played much more traditional, much more safe, and they couldn't really win that either. So it was somewhat complicated. I do feel like Otis was working a lot better than what we've seen before in Heist, getting a decent bit of value, and I think the Nita pick also is just a constant threat, as well as the Bonnie finding so much value once the walls are opened up.
I agree. I mean, Otis is definitely working here far better out of all the heist maps that we've got in the rotation. I don't still feel like it works in Safe Zone or Kaboom Canyon, but here, that fat splatter gadget as well, you're able to get some good information from the mid, and you know, it definitely went a long way for Team Queso, who had less damage, less kills, less healing, but a set is a set win. I've got to say, I'm kind of still surprised that we had not seen more of a rise in Nita bans on Hot Potato. The win rates are definitely high for Nita, and no one seems to be necessarily kind of like valuing her too highly, and I guess a lot of pros thinking, we can deal with it. We know what it can do, and we know the threat at hand, but more often than not, you know, we're seeing today Bruce connecting on that safe, and every time it does, the team that have got it on their side are being able to get us so much value, so much pressure off the back of it. I'm just surprised to see it still escaping through the draft.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there was just, it was a bit complicated because Darkroom had to open the walls open with those piggy banks, but at the same time, they just lane swapped on the side of Team Queso, and then Bonnie was free to do whatever on that side of the map. We'll see if there are some those small draft mistakes showing up in this second set, as our bans are going to be Jen, Penny, and Poco on the side of Bax, and for Team Queso, taking out the Jean, the Janet as well, but also the Ruffs and the first pick of Otis for Team Queso again, doubling down on that brawler as they first picked it in the previous set as well. The response this time around from Banks is going to be a Squeak as well as Bell.
Well, Squeak, haven't seen too much of today, but can definitely provide a lot of pressure on this particular map, and it does mean that the option of bow is a bit lesser, you know, prominent, because ultimately you can get that super token taken down from a nice range and also through walls even. So quite like that from Bax, and Bell is a great one to have to be able to ricochet shots between your opposition and see them in the bush. Otis didn't work out too badly for Tribe earlier today on this particular map, but it was just kind of more the mistakes that added to it. So as long as Team Queso can shut those down, and yeah, they always like to go Eve here. They have been doing better with it recently on Canal Grande, it's fair to say. So I don't know that I'm as opposed to it as I used to be, and I was trying it out a little bit more myself on both this map and in Knockout as well, where they like to play it again, but I don't know. It's still a bit of an acquired taste. I think it works for the teams that really like to commit to the idea of it. It's certainly going to give them more maneuverability, no doubt about it, in that mid area. Yao coming in for Bax, trying to counteract a little bit of that Carl aggressiveness, and surely on the super side will be a favorable thing to have, to be able to strip down a Twister at last minute or a super. But what are your thoughts, Teddy? Specifically as well, your thoughts on Eve in Canal Grande?
Well, I'm happy you mentioned it, because I was about to ask you before, you know, if you've seen them like play it again and if it worked out better, because the last time I saw it, it was pretty much a disaster. So I'm hoping that it's gonna go better this time around. I do like the combination of it with the Carl. Yeah, the Gale is an interesting one. I mean, there's no destruction, right? So I feel like it can get some really good stuns going against the walls if it can get set up nicely to do so. But Blue Star is going to be picked up by Team Queso, so they'll have the early lead because of that. Casey nearly goes down as well, but should be able to survive. Oh, he actually goes against the wall, and yeah, that is going to cost him his life, as he ends up going down a double kill, as Javi finds Darkum as well, and Team Queso are leading by 5.
Yeah, put it this way, there's only really 2 maps that you can play even. One is this one is out in the open for Knockout. And this is, for me, the lesser of the 2 where you can get good results with it. I prefer it out in the open, to be honest. But, I mean, ultimately, Queso have tried and tested it so much now that, you know, if they're not going to make it work, then I'm going to be very judgmental around the reasons why. Cyclone low, Casey low in the back spawn area, backs against the wall for Bax, and it needs to get out of this scenario here. Boss with the 3 stars above his head, and Javi as well with 4. Some big bounties there for Bax to be able to really capitalize on, but they can't even begin to do that until they get out of this spawn.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the problem with their comp is they just don't really have a way to open things up. They have a lot of defensive measures, which is nice if you have the lead. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to take the lead with the defensive utility, like a Gil Twister, like a Gil Super, like a Squeak, a Slow, a Bell Nest Egg. Like, there's just not much they can do to really open things up, and so far they're getting absolutely shut down left and right. Every single player on Team Queso on 5 stars right now. That's 19-0, and one of the most dominant games we've watched yet on the Snapdragon Pro Series this season.
Yeah, that is a statement and a half. I mean, just the 5 stars, and that came in the final moments once both teams are pretty much determined that it was already over. Definitely something that Bax have got to take into this next game and heavily consider that early control. And in many ways, that kind of is where Eve has a bit of that advantage. You know, being able to get straight into the middle and be able to juggle out both lanes and have your team be more separated. You know, not necessarily have to commit to either side, and the flying hook on the Carl as well. It does give them such an early advantage and head start. So Bax are going to be very slow and cautious around how they play it in the early outset. Casey getting their pickup is a good way to start, but again, we see what can happen if Bax lose control. Another takedown as well there as well for Bax, and it's looking better. It's looking better, but I don't want to speak too soon.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is what they need. They need the early lead. They need to take down whoever goes for that blue star, because they have such a defensive comp on the side of Bax. We saw how completely, unable they were to come back once Team Queso had the lead. Now they don't have to. And defensive measures are going to be in line here, trying to take care of Boss. Some good value, chaining to Super as well. KC was a big pickup. That's going to be 7 stars now in favor of Bax as Javi falls to Darkum.
Yeah, great work there from KC. And of course, former teammates when they were back on Humble together. So, and then again with Grombomb just prior to his signing. So if anyone knows how to play up against each other, it's those 2 players. Boss coming in though now and swapping lanes, staying away from KC, and this is why you see Boss is so dangerous. It's such a joy to watch plays like it happen, and now the star line is very much different. KC as well muted out there by Javi, and that is going to bring more stars in favor of Kessler. It's just exploding now onto the scoreboards, and Bax now have got to be thinking, what do they have to do to bring this one back?
Yeah, I think the comp is just quite poor on the side of Bax. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like it's just struggling massively, because it's supposed to be like they went all in on defense, but even that didn't work out, which I think says a lot about what's happening here. 7 stars now in favor of Team Queso, and that's just not gonna be happening here for Bax. 2 sets to 0 now in favor of Team Queso, and a set away from qualifying for the challenge season.
Strong stuff, very convincing stuff there from Team Queso. I mean, especially when you looked at that second game and how much of a head start Bax were able to have back of some really, really great plays. I mean, especially when you consider how quickly Team Queso can get into that mid. I mean, realistically, this is why they really favor this kind of comp. It's such a map that caters towards having the high ground, and see there as well, the stars definitely saying a lot of the story that favored Queso in that instance, and the damage to match alongside it as well. The question in my mind realistically here is, like, coming from yesterday, it was Bax that had that flying start against SK but got reverse swept. Well, it's kind of looking like it might lead more towards Team Queso getting onto match point. Can Bax then do and return the favor that they were dealt yesterday? That's kind of going to be the question in my mind. They really would prefer to not even be up against match point in the first place, but so far for Queso, this is looking very convincing.
Yeah, I think if Team Queso keep drafting like this, I think it's a 3-0. Honestly, Bax are a capable team because they have some of the mechanically, like, if you look at KC, if you look at Cyclone, even Darkum are incredibly strong players. From a mechanical standpoint, they are super competitive in the region. But right now, things are not working, whether it's the synergy that is a little bit off here and there, some solo plays that, especially in Bounty, you just kind of can't afford to go for, and just the draft also, I think, letting them down quite drastically here. So I think they need some changes getting here onto center stage. I think Janet could be one of those, as it is a brother they haven't quite brought on the playing field just yet. But I do like it. I do like it quite a bit. So we'll see if that might be one of those answers that they needed. The bans, however, on the side of Bax are going to be Penny, as well as Squeak and Poco. Team Queso banning out the Ruffs, the Otis, and the Max.
Well, again, keeping your eyes out for brawlers like Gale and Gene. literally going to say it. I mean, with the amount of bush here, the visibility of the back of the vision gear and Gene is such a dangerous thing. And they do need to consider the prospect, though, of the tanks. We saw Ash already today on this particular map, and there's definitely others as well that you can still really thrive off the back of. I think the max ban's very key here from Queso, showing an awareness to how much that Casey would love to have got his hands on that particular brawler poker as well on the side of backs. Another really smart ban. Ultimately, those hills go a long, long way in Brawl Ball. What they're going to combine it with, Stu, don't mind it. Aggressive, but definitely lacking a lot of HP to deal out on the side of Queso here. Like, they've already got much DPS. Janet, I'd much prefer from backs for the visibility within the bush here, and they get this second pick and the third pick on point. I think this could be the first time the backs have got the better draft.
Yeah, well, I'll wait for 2 more brawlers to make my decision there. Gil, okay. Pretty decent pick here. Very defensive again, but they do have some more options here for offense too. Bo as their final pick. An interesting choice too. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like it's definitely not bad, but Team Queso, the Gene is a win factor. You know, this 2 can really open things up too, whether it's the speed zone or the damage, the break gadget as well. Both can provide just so much value. So I'm not sure. Spike as a final pick, interesting. We're seeing some really interesting things from Team Queso throughout every single one of their drafts in this match. Backs, I think they do have a very much a winnable comp here, but they're gonna have to step up also when it comes to, you know, the team synergy and the execution of it, because I feel like they were lacking there too in both previous sets.
It's now become such a commonplace thing to see Spike as the third and final pick in Brawl Ball, but we've seen, you know, time and time again how much suppressive ability it adds to those moments when you're trying to push the ball forwards. Getting out of the spawn is a lot more challenging on this particular map. Utilities down early on all sides. Drop the base there. Super Totem on the side of Bo. Speed Zone on the side of Stu. Everyone getting straight into the action. That's the second gadget there for KC as they're looking to get those early supers active, and Cyclone especially needs to stay on his feet here. He might have to defend here if this keeps going the way of Queso passing the ball through. It's going to be a goal. I mean, I was surprised that Boss didn't even super past that, but that's just displaying the confidence here of Queso. Backs have got to sort themselves out quicker. This could be swiftly moving on to match point.
Yeah, this is problematic here for backs. Darkum taking a fair bit of damage early on. Some struggles dodging the curveball as well. A good spike. Super Casey's just standing in it. Ends up going down. Goes for some mines on the speed zone, but I mean, I don't even know if, you know, they'll get to fight anywhere near that area anyways, as we get 2 kills, only KC left alive, and what's looking a whole lot like another goal. Questionable decision-making from backs, and I mean, one hell of a one-sided game from Team Queso.
Yeah, Casey was not pleased about that at all, and going into this potentially last game here, I mean, it's the final stand for backs. They've really got to now start to show some signs of life, because Team Queso have got so much of the back of these sets in terms of momentum and are looking very much in control, very comfortable with their drafting, and I still do like what backs are rocking with. It's definitely winnable. We've seen many teams rocking similar ideas to this, and it just feels like the shots are landing much more on the side of Queso, and they can feel it. They're this close. They're one game away from being in the challenge season for a second season running.
Yeah, this is looking better from backs. Darku maybe with a chance to score, and I mean, he only needs the one chance to make it happen. Backs with a goal, a glimpse of hope now heading their way. There is some utility here for Team Queso to try to make that short-lived, as they have that gene pool in hand, and it's gonna connect. KC goes down. Darkum trying to push forwards. The gadget not quite gonna stay up for too long. It's only Cyclone left in a 1v3. Javi aggressive and connecting the shots onto KC. Mines will be taken care of quite smoothly. Still one left, need to be careful of that. Javi is doing an amazing job on the Stu. Ball is cornered, but it's not the easiest map to defend a cornered ball.
Well, Casey's under a lot of pressure here. Boss coming in and conceding a lot of shots, though. Both sides, very low. Darkham as well. Gonna stay on his feet here. Darkham as well. That's just able to relieve some of that pressure. And a great stun there from the top. Javi survives, though. Cyclone doing great, but for how long? He's way out of position. Really right in the thick of it. But Backs have got the lead. 35 seconds on the clock, and they've got some Gale utility as well to be able to pocket the ball. But with a 3 versus 2 now, and Cyclone surely going to go down. A great goal scoring opportunity here for Queso, and they cannot miss this. The Mize are not going to be a factor here. Ali Shea will walk it through. With 20 seconds on the clock now, this could well be going to overtime.
Yeah, it seems very likely at this point. And that means all that separates Team Queso from the challenge season is a single goal. Can they make it happen? The pull on KC is huge. Good timing for it too. A nice stun though to follow up from Cyclone. Darkham gonna be flying up. A pass from Ali to Javi. Does get caught off guard by a mine. Javi is still guarding the ball, making sure that there's no easy access to it here for Backs. And if Boss can get a hold of it, maybe even a pass here could completely end things. Pass does come now to Javi. Does have a super as well. He's so low HP. A gene pool, a spike super. So much utility to work with here for Team Queso. And Backs, they have nothing. They know that they are not going to be taking this one. They're cornering up the ball. Some good damage from KC. But Boss should be able to reset the heal and forces KC to go for some shots of his own. Will be mining up that ball. That's not a good look here for Backs.
Cyclone's struggling a lot in this game. Went for a questionable super and hasn't been able to get a single gadget on the ball so far. This could be a chance to score even. Boss could have scored that. Didn't go for it. Chose to be a bit more passive and try to avoid the shots. But my word, Price, that's what I'm surprised that Kessler did not land that super pass, because in much the same way that I saw before, Javi was there ready, been waiting for it with the Stu super to hand, and he just didn't receive it fast enough. There was definitely goal scoring opportunities for Team Queso, but big mistakes again on the side of Backs.
Yeah, I think that this game was better on the side of Backs too. I think all 3 players, but especially Cyclone and KC, were just having a really good time. Cyclone was playing exceptional on that kill in that previous game. That's probably what kept them in it in the first place. And Team Queso, a little bit of a choke, to be completely honest. But they have a chance to make up for it now. They don't want to give away this game, but it's looking a whole lot like they will as KC walks it in. And Backs, again, with the early lead. We did see in the previous one that Team Queso are certainly capable of turning that around.
Oh, Javi's just putting so much pressure on the situation, gets the early gadget taken care of. This is opening up the left-hand side for a pass through, and it should be KC able to land it. That is the first sign of life from Backs, and that's a crucial moment in time, depriving the match point scenario of Team Queso, but they've done it once. They've got to do it for a second time now, and they're still very much in the thick of things. If Team Queso can just bring back some of the flair they had in the first 2 sets, certainly doable. Certainly doable. But for now, at least, Backs are able to survive just a little bit longer.
Yeah, some hope for Backs. Is that going to be enough? Did manage to prove that their draft is winnable, and a big pickup from KC to open things up. No pass can be made there to Darkham. Would have been very nice if they could arrange that. Big kill from Darkham, also getting Javi low HP. Gets reset by KC as well. And things are looking better and better for Backs. You know, they don't quite have a goal yet. So far, they've had the better start, but Ale finally finds a kill here for Team Queso, and a good spike super 2 onto Darkham. Darkham is one shot, goes down. Cyclone goes down as well, and it's only KC left in defense. Javi with the pass, and that's beautiful teamwork from Queso to secure that goal. And now Backs, they have to find a goal, 1 minute and 20 seconds to do so.
Honestly, it just feels like watching Javi. Like, they're always one step behind him. He's just all over this game, and there is still time for Backs to recollect this. There's a lot of supers on the side of Cyclone and Darkham here. If they can just confirm some takedowns, but look at that again, just dancing around the situation. This left-hand side, speed zone going down again. this back, so they've got to make the play. And the time is dwindling, but the positioning there was almost ripe for a pass, but not enough bodies around for it. And Alex Shea defending this for his life. 50 seconds on the clock. If this stays the way it is, Team Queso qualify for the challenge season.
Near the goal area, and some walls removed as well. Some key walls to maybe go for a charge shot or have an easier time scoring when it comes to it. 30 seconds left, and I wouldn't even be shocked to see Boss go for a pull through his own walls. At this point, overtime is getting near. So it's not like they have the most value anymore anyways. KC finds a nice pickup onto LA SSJ. Darku moving forwards. A lot of stuff happening overall. The kill, KC. KC goes down. Ali clutches up to 1v2, and that's going to settle it. What a defense from Ali. What a 1v2 to win. And that is just about gonna do it. Team Queso are going to the challenge season. Bax EU are out.
What a defense, and so poetic at that moment in time. Honestly, Team Queso, I mean, they looked so phenomenal today. Very confident in their drafts, equally as confident in their gameplay. I mean, you gotta hand it to them. They are in the challenge season for a second season running, joining the likes of Tribe Gaming EU. And from yesterday's day one upper bracket, of course, we had SK Gaming and Reply Totem Navi and Mystic Esports EU. Great stuff from them. Bax could have easily made it themselves yesterday. You can't forget, you know, they were on match point against SK Gaming at the first available opportunity, but not able to return the favor today against Team Queso. Just the strain and stress of the situation. Too much to handle. Oh, but they could have got through that set. That last moment there, I was on the edge of my seat. Genuinely could have gone another way. They could have had yet another lifeline, but I think Team Queso deserved the win. More often than not, seem to be the more aggressive, and they're looking much more like their former selves, because it's been a while since we've seen Team Queso playing at this level.
Oh, it certainly has been. I mean, this was a very convincing showing from them, and I'm happy to see that too, because as you said, it's been a while. It really has been. So I'm excited to see this level of play that they are capable of. The very fun drafts they're bringing to the table. You know, the Eve earlier, the Spike now. They've had some really fun ideas, but just look at this masterpiece of a 1v2. KC out of ammo there. That is just very sad for him. Very sad for Bax. But Team Queso, they managed to pull that off and make it work. Secure their spot in the challenge season. Bax again for the second time. They choke a match away from qualifying. That's got to be heartbreaking for them too.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I've got to say though, you know, Team Queso just looked so good. I mean, you know, Bax had a better chance in the upper bracket, you know, and I think that might be where they will look back and kind of figure that that's where they should have probably tied it up. And you know, got to hand it to Team Queso. Just got to hand it to them. I mean, Javi was playing phenomenal. Very few mistakes on their side, and yeah, just phenomenal stuff all around. You know, got to hand it to them.
Yeah, no, I think it's an absolutely deserved win. I really think so. They just played much better than their opposition, and that's just things that are going to happen. I think that if you look at the last month, maybe Bax could even be considered to be the better team out of the two, but today they certainly were not. The drafts were just much better on the side of Team Queso. The execution was much better, and when it comes to the you know, mechanics and clutches, it was all Team Queso as well. And we had some signs of life from Bax in the final set, but a little bit too late when you're already facing the barrel of a match point, and you're just, you know, you can't afford any more mistakes, and eventually you will, because they're still a team that doesn't have the most experience playing together, that doesn't have the greatest synergy, so mistakes are going to be happening. And yeah, it is heartbreaking for them, especially considering, as you rightly mentioned, yesterday they were on the verge of qualifying by taking down SK, but they choked that one too. So it's tough, man, but that's esports. You got to go all the way, otherwise you might as well just go home, and go home is what they're going to be doing in the end.
Yeah, that is esports. Well, we hope you guys are enjoying the show, watching at home, and as much as we are here, but again, it's all thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. That is the reason why we're able to put on such great entertainment value for you guys. And you know, it has been such an eventful day. we would not be here without them. So a big shout out to them. But today, Teddy, you know, we've had, again, I'm going to go back to what I said at the beginning, brawl, sweat, and tears, and plenty more with that still to come. I mean, up next, it'll be Craze Clan. I'm just trying to remember their opposition because the bracket obviously has been, there you go, STMN EU up next. So yeah, this one is going to be a close affair. STMN, of course, getting through that first stage was a big day for them, taking down FA Poland earlier, and Craze Clan, of course, coming down from the upper bracket of yesterday to meet them here today. But that is coming up after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
For Sam's mechanics, he's a very aggressive brawler. He spawns with his super, and his super grants you a movement speed buff, and that's already telling me he's going to be a brawler similar to like Ashe and like Daryl, where they can go so aggressive, so much HP, and the healing ability is going to be absolutely crazy. So definitely looking to be playing that quite a lot.
I kind of like Sam. He's funny to play, but it's kind of strong, not gonna lie. Like the fact that you can heal up whenever you want makes him really strong. I think he should get nerfed.
First of all, like Sam is a tank, or like sort of a tank, so it's really hard to like play tanks in draft, except for a few maps. But I think I've seen like quite a lot of Sam in Not Potato, and it looks really good. With the right bands, I think it like can be really good because of the super mechanic that you can just like throw it on against the walls, pick it up, and get HP and movement speed. It's really like hard to control Sam in that map, but I don't know, it looks really hard to play. The basic attack is like really weird because I mean it's like a cone and it like only hits on the sides of the cone, not like in between. So you have to like end up be really good at aiming, and I think it's quite easy to dodge too. So I don't know. I'm not really convinced on the brawler. Yeah, I mean I wouldn't say underpowered, but I think it's just like really good on really few maps, you know. So like maybe 2 or 3 maps it can be played. Like all the other 12 maps, just like not good, I think.
So in my opinion, Sam, first of all, I don't like the brawler too much because I think it's a bit too strong that we start with a super basically. You have it without doing anything. Really, the brawler allows you to feed a lot because your super basically just gives you HP back. So for me, it's more or less a brain-dead brawler where you can just basically try to rush up to not die, use your super as much as you can, and try to make space for your team. I understand the strategy behind the brawler, and he can be really good, but I don't really like him, so yeah. He's not overpowered. It just depends on the comp you play against. So like in draft, it's not that strong as in ladder, because in draft you see what they draft, so you can expect, okay, they go Sam as last pick, so you draft for that, but I would say he's balanced at the moment actually.
I think Sam is not super strong, but I think it's playable in some maps. It's insane that you have, I think it's the first brawler with that do start the game and you have super, so that is insane. The mechanic is new, so yeah, I think the brawler can be good in some point in some maps, so let's see.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're here in the final day of the Open Finals. We've now crowned 2 teams to join the 4 from yesterday from the upper bracket, but 2 more spots remain, Teddy. We are already getting down to business now. We've got Craze Clan versus STMN up next. And again, So many close games, so many close things to call, and much more eventful scorelines across the board from yesterday, which is what you'd expect when there's so much less time to be able to redeem yourselves. Cutes as well, going through to face of Sky later on as our final matchup of the day. Tough one for FA Locum in that respect, as it was a 3-2 scoreline. SCMN, of course, to beat FA Poland to get to this stage. Craze Clan came down from yesterday following their loss. Team Kestis, we just saw, had a flying day, 3-0s all round, and the most convincing scoreline of the day just now against Bax EU. For Dr. Lobster, it was a tough one. Humble really took them all the way, and then following that, Tribe were able to get the win over Humble, so they joined Team Kestis as the two teams that have qualified for this lower bracket stage. But the question now is, will it be SCMN or will it be Craze Clan to join them?
Yeah, that is a very tough question to answer. Both teams have been having a pretty tough year. Arguably SCMN the worst one of the two, but Craze, that's Rama, Garo, and Nawi's roster changes a month or two ago with Meow leaving the roster, Garo joining up the squad. They are a really strong team. They've, shown a lot of stuff and improved a lot over the year and the past year too. But I still feel like there's a lot of things that they kind of need to iron out. A lot of events where they have yet to really make their mark, and this is their chance today to qualify for the challenge season. That would be huge if they can make that happen again. But SCMN EU, Jalen, Larson, Bentley, and Skyrix, I addressed a little bit earlier when they played their first match today. Not the best conditions to play in the open finals 2 of the first season. Couldn't quite play with their entire roster, couldn't quite play with most of their roster. So I wouldn't really look at that too much. This is their chance for redemption. They missed out on the challenge season last time. This is their chance now to actually make it.
Yeah, SCMN have got a great opportunity here actually to cause a huge upset. Craze Clan, as we know, made it into the challenge season of season 1 and would very much like to land themselves in it again. But this is the time for SCMN to rise, and with the help of Lars this time round as well, it was looking better today. Yesterday was a rough day for SCMN up against SK Gaming, which brought them down to the lower bracket, but they have redeemed themselves so far. Question is, with Craze coming in now, can they do it again? It'll be cold thumbs a little bit for Craze Clan. It's their first match of the day, but at the same time, like I say, today they're looking very fierce.
Yeah, and even though it is the first match of today, it didn't matter for the two previous matches where teams had their first match of the day and they both won them. So I don't know if that's going to be enough to make a difference. Maybe it is here. It is a closer match, at least in theory, than the previous 2 quarterfinals we had. Still, it is going to be an interesting one for the least, because both teams, they haven't had the year they were hoping for, at least the one that was kind of teased as team the power team of the year, right? On paper, getting into the first monthly finals, a lot of people thought they might just win it, but it's been kind of a struggle from there on. So I don't know. I think that they would love to end the year with an absolute bang, and this is really their chance to do it. So I'm hoping for the best for them, but Craze, I think they also want more out of what they've achieved so far in Brawl Stars, and for that they need to make that challenge season again. So I think this is going to be quite a fierce battle, but I feel like the score of it could be incredibly volatile. Like, I wouldn't be shocked to see a 3-0 for one of those teams, but I would also absolutely expect a 3-2. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is the best opportunity for STMN to unleash the beast. And on that same note, got to give a huge thank you to Monster Energy as well for putting up such great support for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Again, none of this would be possible without them. And I've got it sitting right on my desk to keep me going. It's been a long few days, Teddy. We're now in the final stages, of course, and we are wrapping and tying up things in a nice little neat bow. For SCMN, of course, it's been a tough year, as we all know. And, going back to the open finals of season 1, I remember just how tough it was for them in the moments of potentially qualifying for the open, for the challenge season, and just was not able to be. This is now their chance, their tale of redemption. And we're going in hot into Hot Potato for Heist, followed by Canal Grande again for Bounty, center stage for Brawl Ball. It's Ruffs, Ems, and Griff banned by Craze. And also then Surge, Colette, and Otis banned by STMN.
Right, well, first pick Penny for Craze. Interesting one, not something I've seen too much recently here on Hot Potato as a first pick especially. But then we'll have the Rico and the Gale on the side of STMN, which I do like. I mean, Rico, I think we already addressed it a fair amount when it comes to Hot Potato. Doesn't really need much of an introduction, just a really good map for it. Gil, as a defensive measure early on, seems like it's a pretty good read, considering both the Nita and the Daryl are going to be brought in by Craze. Obviously, a very strong counter to Daryl, but I think even against Nita, you know, if there's a bear on the save and it needs to be just pushed away for a bit, I think it can help quite a bit, especially if, you know, it's shielded up and it takes a ton of ammo to take down. Might as well just keep it away if you can. So the Spike as the final pick as well, just adding some more DPS. Will struggle a bit up close against the Nita and the Penny, as it's in the tree-shot realm. But he does deal a lot of damage himself, so he can get them quite low at the long distance with some pokes if they're not careful with those curveball dodges. So overall, an interesting draft on both sides, I would say. Didn't really expect to see a Gil or a Spike here, but neither did I expect to see the Daryl or the Penny.
I still didn't get why no one's banning Nita. And it always escapes through, and I feel like Craze for me have got the better draft here, and Penny's going to go a long way on defense, and Daryl's going to go away on offense, especially if they get Bruce on that save. I feel like STMN are going to have to do a lot to prevent this from happening. Jerry now has the bear, has Bruce, and I don't know whether STMN saw it. Surely would have seen it now. They'll pop the gadget as well for a bit more survivability. Nicely taken care of from Jetson, and it is Jetson on that Rico, which again is a big advantage for STMN because he's just so good with it. Punisher rolling in and does connect and take down Skyrex. Very back and forth. Just that 2% damage so far, very little in it, but I do not see it staying that way.
Yeah, and the bear on the save now. And that's the shield that comes with it. And a whole lot of damage on that save. 28%, pretty much just single-handedly from Garo on that Nita, and the bruise that comes with it. Skyrex down in the mid, trying to hold that lane. But not quite able to do all that much just yet. Has to fall back, heal up a little bit. A good super from Lars. Gets the first kill. Nearly could have gotten the second one onto Rama. It's not going to be happening just yet.
Lars got that super to hand, and got time as well. Does, I think, connect there, but in the meanwhile, Penny shots are fierce, and Jetson is tanking a lot of them into their own safe. Skyrex takes care of Bruce, but going up pushing forwards, in a great spot there for the Penny's turret. This is a really tough thing to defend here for STMN. I don't really know how they're going to be able to do this, to be honest. It could be closure here for the first game of Craze.
Yeah, this is so far looking really good for Craze Clan. The kill from Ram on the left-hand side, and Lars knows it's over now. No time left, and I mean, they only got 3% of that blue save. That's brutal here, as Craze Clan comes in with an incredibly convincing first game.
Bang on about it, Teddy, but I mean, how many more wins do we need to see with Anita in the draft on Hot Potato for people to realize to take it seriously? I mean, I don't feel like there's, you know, you just, at some point, you know, if you lose that control and that super is there, then it's just going to be just confirmed damage. There's very little that you can do about it. And just every team, it seems to be adamant that they're going to be able to take care of it somehow and not really fearing it. And I think that's the wrong approach, honestly. But this is looking better for STMN, keeping a bit more control. Pushing forwards now. Lars places down the Twister in the center, but the Salty Barrel is there as well, which deters him away from being able to go too much on the aggressive. Jason as well there for support and trying to find the angle, but can't quite do so. Has got still gadgets to hand, but prefer to keep the momentum flowing as Skyrex trying to push from the right-hand side and keep back this Daryl.
Rama going in for the pinch. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Going to be favorable for the defensive side in this case. Lars does have that super. It's going to connect onto Garo. Free kill afterwards. And again, only 3% that STMN were able to find on that blue save, but they do have much better control and much more HP on their own save. Bear should be getting taken care of, and wow, the pathfinding of the Bruce, not quite ideal when it's a Twister in place, it seemed like, as it just kept repeatedly running into it. Which I was not aware of, but a good stun there, and Punisher goes down.
Great support there from Lars. Had to keep Skyrex in the mix. He's running Fertilize as well. No curveball for him, and I do like that. Players sometimes get caught out by it because they're so used to being able to dodge curveball. Survivability definitely going to be key here. STMN as they push forwards, but they just cannot lose control. There's a good twist there from Lars before he goes down. It's going to keep Jero back and forcing him around to the right. So a bit of a saving grace there, but look at how tight the scoreline is here, Teddy. And I just fear for STMN greatly so here because the last final push, if it's the right one with the Bruce Bear in play, could prove very, very costly here.
Yeah, and there's still a gadget available for Gero as well on that Bruce. He's going to pop it now. Going to help get that kill. There's a 3% lead in favor of STMN. 15 seconds left in this game. But now the lead is back in favor of Craze. 10 seconds left. A final push perhaps here from Stamina. They're going to try to at least, but Punisher, it's the right way to go. Straight onto the safe. And Naui will be the one to secure it here for Craze Clan as they get a smooth 2-0 in that first set. A much better game from Stamina here for game number 2 in Heist, but still not good enough.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing. But, you know, improvement is improvement. I mean, there's still time for growth here for STMN. But again, like draft-wise, it's always a tough thing. You know, the comp was spot on. Craze drafted really, really well. When you got plenty combined Nita, you know, and something of a tank like the Daryl to be able to force their way forwards, it's only a matter of time, realistically, there. I think that STMN realized in that first game that their defense needs to be better, and it was better. They were working far better as a team as well. You know, Lars was able to pick up a lot of the slack here and there and keep everyone on their toes with that Gale stun. But, yeah, Craze looking really solid, really great on the drafting side as well. And we're going to have to see more of an adaptation from STMN going into this second set here, if they're going to be able to survive on. And, you know, we would like to see them take this all the way. I mean, at least I would for sure, because, you know, I think this is a match that should come down to the final set, if I'm honest. I would love it to go all the way. But, yeah, if the draft's not quite there, then that might not be a possibility.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I said it earlier, you know, I feel like the scores here could be incredibly volatile because both teams have had some more questionable drafts recently. I do think that Craze overall has been more solid on it, but even when it comes just down to their day-to-day performance, there's days where both look really good, even STMN, and days where not so much. So far, it does seem like Craze started things off better. I do, as you said, think the adaptation was commendable from STMN getting into game 2. But still, I think some of the mistakes in the draft were just too costly. You know, that Nita, it's just hard to deal with. It really, really is. And the Gale was doing a lot of work against the Daryl, but still wasn't quite enough to make it work. We're going to be heading to Canal Grande up next, and our bans are going to be Surge, Penny, and Squeak for the side of Craze, STMN taking out Janet, Jean, and Otis.
Well, we've seen a lot of Otis play on Canal Grande already today, so I don't mind that being banned at all by STMN. And again, can have some good value there. Janet as well. Jean's such a great win condition here. Ruff's being valued highly here by Craze, and I like that a lot. I mean, ultimately, you know, being able to have that survivability in motion to get everyone buffed up is the idea here for Craze. So STMN going in with Bonnie, which I don't necessarily mind. I think it's not necessarily my favorite draft, though, on this particular map. I think there's safer options at this stage of the draft. If they want to reserve it for later, I don't mind that either. But ultimately, you know, Bo would have gone a long way here. There it is. I don't mind it being paired up here. I think that they're going to be a bit cautious on where they approach things with Bonnie, because ultimately Ruffs can be quite easily able to counter with the sandbags. Kind of hoping in that respect to land a strong brawler, and that, you know, there'll be a counter for it. But Craze being able to see it, you know, does enable them to keep their guard up.
Yeah, I think the Ruff's pick is really nice here because with both the Penny and the Janet out of the mix, it removes a lot of those zone damage brawlers that could quite easily dispatch with those sandbags. Max is, you know, always a welcome addition to any sort of comp. I think it's very rare when it's actually just like, you know, a brawler you don't want to go for. Probably just, you know, yeah, Gil is one of the brawlers you don't really want to face as a Max. The other one is going to be Crow. Doubt we're going to see a Crow now, so that should be all right here for that Max. And the Gil just shut down some more aggressive ideas. If the Bonnie jumps in and isn't careful, you're going to get stunned either against the wall or against the water. That works too. So a good way to make sure that there's not too much value coming off those supers. But again, that does rely on the Gil having that super at hand.
Final draft coming in for SCMN. It's going to be Griff. Haven't really seen any of that particular brawler today in Canal Grande, but again, the early game so important here. Would prefer to have probably seen Carl, actually myself, just to get that blue star secured early on. But more often than not, if you do lose control in the beginning stages, being able to open things up is the very first action for SCMN. It's going to help them to potentially retake things a little bit here under the circumstances if they do lose that control. At some point, more often than not, teams tend to, it's just the nature of the game. It's got to go back and forth the majority of the time for matches that are as close as these two teams are, in my opinion. So let's see, getting straight in. And so far, it's SCMN it's breaking things open that right hand side, but it is going to keep them susceptible in this moment here when everyone's quite low. This is the blue star and a 1-star lead for Craze. They're looking to earn that utility, but yeah, Scarix is going to be able to earn his faster off the back of that super totem.
Yeah, 1 star giving the advantage to Craze. Mines disposed with ease here. It's not even something that's all that bad for them. Gives them a lot of space to navigate and still a wall as well to use as cover. But Skyrex is going to have more totems in the bag, so even if they don't draw the shots they want, there's still going to be supers available for the entire team of Stamina. A jump in now as well, but Garo has the super, so if that jump in does not, secure the kill immediately, then it's going to be a stun and a kill in favor of Craze. However, Stamina found a kill in the top right, so far so good for them as they have the 1-star lead now.
A strategic break there from Jethan just to get open the bush area, and Jero pushing forwards a bit overzealous on his side of things, and it will extend the lead from SCMN. The 6 stars and the blue star as well there. I feel like Craze have got to be working a little bit better as a team, and this is a good pinch from beneath. If Jero can get his way through and punish it there as well with a phase shift of speed as well coming in, but can't quite do much more for now. They've got, oh, that's a great stun though. Great stun from Jero. Now still behind, but Jetson looking like a tasty snack at this stage with 10 seconds remaining. Can Craze turn this around?
Only a couple seconds left to jump in here from Lars. Gets a lot of value, gets the kill as a matter of fact. Very low HP on the Griff too, but still alive. Punisher dashing in, but it's not going to be enough. And SCMN EU will be picking up their first game here as they do it quite smoothly too. Really well played. I mean, the early lead was in favor of Craze, but once they turn it around, they managed to keep it.
Yeah, Jetson surviving there by the skin of his teeth, quite literally, just so low HP. And again, those healing qualities coming in very clutch on the side of that Griff pick. Good start for SCMN, but they are low HP. They're going to be a little bit cautious around here as Jetson does get the pick up, and a nice one then from Lars as well. This is the control that you want to have in Canal Grande at such an early stage. And now he is Punisher, by the way, just in case I do mention him by his real name. But, oh, he went for the phase shift, gets stunned though regardless. Very nice takedown here for SCMN, and they're just starting to get some confidence in this one. They've got a decent draft for it. I did like the strategy, could see it through as soon as I saw it. It's working out for the most part so far.
Yeah, no, this is much better. Garo does go down here. Lars nearly even finds the kill onto Rama. But we have a kill coming through anyways for Craze. Skyrex in a tough position, a 1-for-1 trade. Still only 1 star in it. So Craze not exactly that far behind either. There's a low HP Jet. Things can go out of hand very quickly here for Stamina if they're not careful.
Yeah, Lars doing a great job of juking these shots and pop the gadget for a bit more maneuverability. Mines there will help a little bit on this retreat, but it is an early one. But Punisher again gets stunned out. Now he's got to be more careful in that respect, and Lars will pick up some scraps as well. 15-star lead. Well, not a lead, but 15 stars the blue star. It's a 6-star lead for SCMN, but they are getting pushed back. So far, they've been able to defend it for the most part, but it is an earlier retreat than in the last game. Great stun from Jero. Can they get a takedown? No, still, but Skyrex 60 HP. How is he still going?
Yeah, very, very low. The stun from Garo also not finding most value. The mines again being a nightmare here, and I have to say this is a shocking kill at the end for Naui anyways, but it's not gonna be enough. STMN take the set, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like yes, Stamina did play better, but I think Craze are doing just. I mean, you can't get stunned by the mines 5 times in the same game, can you? Like, it just. I'm sorry, you know, like it happens to me, but I'm not a pro player, and I kind of expect better personally, because the amount of free kills from people just walking onto a mine that literally was placed right in front of their eyes is just, it's just not fine. I'm not okay with it. I didn't sign up for that. I don't agree with that.
Teddy took that personal. I mean, I agree. I mean, but I also feel like for STMN as well, keep going, Bo. I mean, if Craze are willing to make the mistakes, then I think that's the way that STMN should be thinking to play this one out, and you know, that's a really important win for them. I mean, that is going to be the very thing which could very lead to another set to follow if they keep that up. And I mean, great jukes as well. You know, great defensiveness from them, because it's not an easy thing to do in bounties, especially in those final moments. And everyone doing their bit, honestly. Both similar ideas to ban out Surge and center stage for Brawl Ball up next. Ruffs. Otis on both sides as well, which is an interesting thing to see. So, going to be a lot of options now going into this one, Teddy. Is the Squeak band, SCMN, the Ruffs band for Craze. Definitely going to open up the doors to many idea going into our third set.
Yeah, a lot of common bans there. Double ban for Surge and for Otis. So, only 4 bans total. Janet first pick. I like it quite a bit. I think it can do really well on center stage. So, really not something I mind. I think there's a lot of other options as well still open for Craze to hit hard. I would love to maybe see a Rico make an appearance again. The Gale for defensive measure, I'm fine with it too. Didn't quite work out too well for them in the previous set, to be fair. Penny, okay. Not my favorite when it comes to center stage, but I'm gonna trust in their draft. I do agree with what you said about the bow. I think it might be worth it for STMN to kind of just go with it. It's not like he's useless without the mines anyways, you know? So I feel like even if Craze do a better job at dodging it, it's still good value. And if they do the similar job in the previous set, then it's a free set.
Yeah, it's my kind of preferred go-to here. I mean, Amber is another option. They would prefer to have something to break, and Griff as well. I can see it. I mean, Penny is going to be a bit of a concern. Ultimately, if it creeps up on you now with the Salty Barrel, it can really pack a punch. Jean as well wouldn't be opposed to be able to have something of a wall break and open up things even more so, just to eradicate from the mix a brawler which might be trying to defend and allow someone else to take the shot. But Craze are not going down that line so far. They have to consider it in their third and final draft here. I feel a little bit, or Stu with a breakthrough or something to just have that option. Crow for STMN, they want to go for the visibility idea. Personally, I prefer Jean, you know, with the vision gear, but you know, it's not a bad thing. Crow is still very, very good, but I mean, it's just that ability with the bush inbound to creep up on you a little bit on the side of Craze. So let's hope that STMN are able to defend accordingly. Third pick coming in swiftly for Craze.
All right, well, let's see what they go for. I think that Crow is an interesting approach. I do prefer the Jean, you know. They will have a somewhat similar role in, you know, their scouting capabilities, quite a bit of range, vision gear on the Jean, the poison on the Crow. So ways to get some more info when you get a connection. But I feel like Jean just does a much better job at it overall. We'll see if maybe some good Crow supers can turn things around, or some well-timed slows to you know, seize the momentum and take some nice opportunities. I do think overall that this is fairly even. I'm still somewhat unsure how well the Penny is going to be functioning here. I think that the Gil as well, once the map is more opened up, might struggle a little bit more. But let's find out.
Early drop the base from Lars, and rightly so. Definitely going to help a lot with the visibility. Look at Jeston's position here. I love it. Coming from the right-hand side here and really putting the pressure on Rama. Yep, that's going to be surely a goal. Everyone from STMN really starting to get the groove on in this third set. I love it. Let's see if they can keep it up, though, because, again, I do like the draft the Craze are running with a little bit more so, and it's definitely capable of being able to turn things around. Wow.
Map getting really opened up just by that gene pull. Lots of walls out of the mix. But still, they're looking for much more here. Craze, they need a goal. With plenty of time to work with. And some low HP players on SCMN there. And they want to capitalize on a great super from Punisher. Gets both kills. And now the pass to Rama as well. Garo actually the one to catch it. It gets a little bit messy, and that should have been a goal.
I feel like it was a great opportunity for it. Gerald alone here, and is going to tick down from surely the poison or the shot from Lars. It's Lars who gets the better of the situation and needed to realistically there as well. Jets going to break the right hand side, and I don't mind that at all to be able to give themselves a better line of sight into the situation. 1 minute on the clock. Good stun out though. Got to be said by Nowie. Skyrax lurking around this left-hand side, ball still in the pocket. Where they want to keep it on the side of STMN. And they've been doing this pretty well in Bounty so far to be able to delay tactics their way through and till at the end. But that's a great stun. A great stun from Craze. They'll seal the deal here, tying things up. 40 seconds to see whether one of these two teams will get themselves the edge in this set.
Important goal for Craze Clan. Connections as well with the Vengeful Spirits from Yarrow Pool is available. 3 supers as well are for STMN, so we definitely have some ways to counter-attack here. Yet to see that being put at play. A nice catch from Lars. Doesn't quite confirm the kill onto Rama actually, and he's right to change direction to the shot and pull here from Garu, and that goes straight into the goal. Craze to pick up the game in the end and back in the lead.
Great goal. Great goal. I'm going to assume that Lars didn't have Gadget there. It'd be very unusual to have it in those later stages. It's such a early utility to really lay down there, but that's the only thing you can really do in that situation. Just a testament, really, how Jero played it. And Punisher low on the right-hand side. Jetson needs to get this ball clear. It's just him, and you can see just how quickly there he was going down from the shots. This is where you want to be in the early outset of this match. Keep your opposition right up against the wall and place that down the penny turret. Yeah, just, oh, the value. The value that Crazy are gaining from this situation here could well be a goal straight away. Oh my word, off the backboard as well, continuing the pressure. Skyrax low, Lars low. The goal is there at such an early stage.
Beautiful stuff. Like the full-on setup as well. The mortar was there. Mortar is again available here off the bat. That's so much value. Nice stun coming through from Nowie, and Jeden gets stunned as well. Punisher, or Nowie, finding just so much value with that Gale pick. So much more than in the previous set as well. Garrett trying to go for the kick and pull, and doesn't quite succeed with it. Don't think he even connected the pull, but good attempt.
Yeah, this gene pick is causing so much problems for SCMN, and we both said that we preferred it over the Crow pick, and SCMN could have secured it. Preferred to go with something else, and they might well be paying the price. Now, as again, this similar situation of just being on the back foot, being in your spawn, and being behind. They've got to score a goal on the side of STMN, or this is going to be a set going the way of Craze. And an opening here, a bit of a misstep, and the stun was there, but the trick shot not going to pay off. But the team wipe will, and that is going to be Craze taking then this set and taking it 2-1 now, and increasing the pressure cooker on STMN.
A questionable trick shot at the end, but it still works out. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. I still feel like there's some clunkiness here and there, but things are starting to solidify a little bit more for Craze with some really good execution. Some moments where it does get a bit more messy in the brawl, but that's part of the game too. And some of those executions were just really clean. A lot of teamwork, going for solid pinches together as a team, pushing forward, taking control bit by bit, and just having the win factors too, whether it's a Gene Pull or a Gale Super to just open things up, get some free eliminations, and they're definitely able to shine with that.
Very clinical, really, really clinical plays from Craze. And if you look closely, it's the fine details, the timings on the Gale stuns, and again, Gene is such a solid brawler to have on that particular map, and it came in clutch time and time again. The goals just kept flying in, and once Craze were able to find their rhythm, they just didn't stop beating it. And you know, STMN now, they've got to go back to their mindset and reset that to where they were, in Bounty, and they can do it. This could go to the 5th and final set. I thoroughly believe it. But Craze now looking so good. Question is, how much longer can SD Men keep it up?
Yeah, I agree. We are getting in that situation where Craze are already somewhat favorites getting into this match, and now they have the lead as well. They're set away from taking the match, and I feel like if you look at the previous years, STMN was a team that was somewhat known for being able to handle pressure quite well. I don't think it's the case this time around. This year, every time they've had those important matches, they're the ones they would lose more often than not. And now it's getting to that point where they need that win. They need to perform, and I'm scared that they won't. I'm hoping they will, but I'm scared that they won't.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you for sure. Well, draft coming in and a chance for SCMN to prove they can give themselves the edge here. Crow coming in very early here for Craze. The bans was Squeak, Janet, and Bell for Craze, and Otis, B, and Janet for STMN. Quite like it on both sides. Poco, though, for STMN, and Max, great combo, of course. Question is, Craze have got to be able to have something else to stand the heat, because with that Crow pick now, there's a lot of healing to go up against, and they could probably use some of their own, to be fair. Griff, Pam, Stu, all still available here for these following drafts.
Yeah, I like some of those ideas. I think Stu is a very good shout, actually. Very dominant one, usually on an open zone. Still some sharpshooter ideas possible as well, but I would assume more on the side of SCMN rather than Crazes, just because facing a Max, you don't really want to have something like a Piper on your side. I like Pam. I just feel like it's somewhat of a second choice when you have Poke on the other side. I do think as well that Crow can do a pretty decent job at shutting down the Poke and the heals that come with it. So so far I feel like things are fairly even. There's another pick coming through soon for Craze, and then the last pick from STMN, and we're gonna see the Amber, which I like a lot on this map. Get rid of those bushes, get rid of a healing station that's behind the walls. It's not gonna one-shot it, but you can still get a double connection, which would be a pretty good value if you can hit a brawler such as Spam and the healing station with it. So I like this draft from Craze. I think Pam is the slightly more questionable pick for me, even though I don't even hate it either. I'm really curious to see how good the Crow is going to be at play, because it is one of the picks that sure has fallen off quite a bit, but it does have direct counters, rather it's directly countering Poco and Max. So this is going to be an interesting one for sure. The Bow as the last pick. I think they listened to your tips from earlier, Ark. They're sticking with what worked the best so far for them, and we'll see if it will.
It's funny because I actually think Pam was my favorite pick there from Craze, and especially on this map, we saw just how well SK were able to fare with it yesterday, and I was worried a bit for STMN. I thought they would have had to have gone Griff. This would have been my go-to on this particular map, but they're going in with the Bow, and again, like, those mines were clearly a problem for Craze early, but they have to have a wall break. If Punisher gets down this healing station, whether it's in an aggressive position or a defensive one, it's going to give a lot of value to Craze. Look at Lars, able to escape through here, and surely going to get a takedown for his troubles, and he does so on the bottom left, because ultimately it was kind of to be expected. There you go. What's the first thing that happens there? A mine stun. Again, STMN, if you're listening whilst you're playing this game, just keep drafting Bow. I don't know why you didn't do it before, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, overall, when I hear pros talking about Bow, the conversation is it's a good brawler in things like solo PL, because you can have the best synergy with your team. But when it comes to actual pro play, it's decent, but it's not like, S tier right now, because pro players will be able to deal with those mines. They will dodge the bow shots more consistently. It's looking better, at least than Canal Grande for Craze. But they're not out of trouble just yet, just barely overtaking the lead now. Do have that healing station still available, but it's starting to get quite low HP. The Solo Screech not gonna connect to it. Isn't even playing Solo Screech. Not entirely sure about that, but Craze getting in a better and better position now, close to the finish line.
Not much Jen can do here except try to come back with a hasty retreat, get the speed in for Skyx to come on the aggressive, but no. Gonna heal up Jetson there again, and Craze is still surviving on the back of that healing station. Jetson goes into the aggressive. It's too late regardless. It's match point for Craze Clan versus STMN, and so much now that STMN need to do, and I just don't know whether we've seen enough for them to be able to do it. They have done it in the past, but you know, Craze are just looking so aggressive right now with a comp to match it, and I don't know. I know it's going to be really tough here, Teddy.
I agree. I agree. I mean, Crow is just really good against Boko and Max, you know? Like, the slow is devastating when you just pump max speed, and the anti-heal is really annoying to deal with as well. Mine's very early on here. The totem help achieve that, but still an early lead here for Craze, and so far not quite falling for the mines this time around. There's still one left, so still a chance for Craze Clan to do the usual thing. Punisher, yeah, he was away. He was away.
Wow, great position still, Craze. So take the tunes there as well to try to eradicate the slow, and it did work out, but it's just going to leave Skyx alone here, and Jetson's just going to soon follow on this left-hand side. Everything's locked down, really, for Craze. The mistakes are starting to show less so with the juking of the mines, which was kind of where STMN were thriving off the back of Inbounty. 30 seconds, 30%, 25 now remain, and, you know, STMN now, do or die, Teddy.
Yeah, I think it's die arc. I think it's die, man. Like, great, they got this. They got this. They are going to the challenge season again, qualified for the second time in a row, for the second time ever, I guess, in this case. In STMN, they fall short again. They were at the open finals in the first season. Couldn't quite make it all the way to the challenge. This time it's going to be no different. No amount of bone mines can make that happen, it seems like. And they had some better attempts than others, but overall it just felt like Craze as a superior team.
Yeah, it just feels like a lot of the hard work that Craze have been investing into this year just really still continuing to show that they've got what it takes. And as much as I'd love this to have gone to the fifth and final set, I think it was quite a clear there in Hot Zone that it was the end of the road for STMN EU. And, you know, yeah, it's been a really tough year for them. But I think as well, to be fair to them, they did well to get to this stage as well and to give their all in this matchup. But Craze Clan, you know, again, with some really aggressive ideas, not to say that there weren't mistakes along the way as well, but nonetheless, securing themselves, locking themselves in as the 7th team to qualify for that challenge season.
Huge congratulations to them. And as you said, you know, still, all things considered, I think it could have gone worse for STMN. They had some decent ideas here and there, but overall, it just felt like they were outmatched. You know, the drafts were much more consistent on the side of Craze, much more mistakes when it comes to the draft tool on the side of STMN, leaving some things open that really they shouldn't, and overlooking maybe some brawler picks. I think that, yeah, Canal Grande is where they truly shine, and honestly, I thought for a second this might really be going somewhere. Same in Brawl Ball, where I feel like Stamina stood a chance still as well, but Hot Zone was, yeah, a completely different story. And looking back as well, they were just, I think where STMN found most success was when Craze gave them that success, which is a bit scary to say, and unfortunate considering, you know, the legends that are on that STMN roster. And that's why maybe we might sound quite harsh to some of the newer viewers that didn't watch the previous 2 years of BSC and Pro Esports, where those guys were the best team in the region, you know? So yeah, we have high expectations coming from them, and unfortunately they're not quite able to deliver today.
Yeah, couldn't have been better myself. You know, just absolute champions. You know, I've got so much behind them in terms of experience. It just hasn't been their year. It can happen. You know, getting that synergy of, you know, being able to maintain that level of chemistry can be a tough thing. And again, with a lot of outsider influences going on as well, you just never necessarily know as viewers like what's going on behind the scenes. And you know, but some of the nicest guys in the Brawl Stars scene, and that's why again it's tough to watch STMN taking losses, because as players and people, they've just got their hearts always in the right place. But you know, Craze Clan have been the more consistent team this year. it's not in question. They've had better results, better consistency, better plays all round. Their aggressive style really complements them in that respect as well. Got to hand it to them. I mean, they've earned their spot, and I'm pleased to see it for them as well, because I feel like having watched them in the season 1 stages, they're going to come in with a clean sheet this time around, and I think that could definitely bring on some really interesting and exciting matches.
Yeah, I completely agree. Especially, what excites me with that prospect is the fact that Queso is a team that learns somewhat slowly, I would say. They're a super emotional team, and when they're put in new settings, usually they kind of struggle in the beginning. And we saw that notably in the first season when it came down to the challenge. It didn't go too well for them. But I feel like this time around, they have some more experience to reflect upon. Nerves are going to be somewhat lower too, and I think that can help out to have quite a drastically better performance in this challenge season. So I'm very happy for them that they actually qualified for it in the first place, and I have some expectations for them. I think they could actually start things off much better than they did in season 1.
Yeah, and a roster change as well since then too. So, and to be fair, I've got to say, ever since, it does seem to be looking a little bit better. I mean, it's still relatively early days in that respect, but from how I've been viewing their performance, so I feel like they're certainly at least in a better place in terms of team morale and some communication. I think it's fair to say maybe to be tuned a little bit better on those phone mines and that kind of thing. But just areas for improvement, which there always will be, of course. But nonetheless, this challenge season is looking so stacked, Eddie, I've got to say. But we are clearly not done yet. But Craze now the 7th team to add to that list, and it's been very, very eventful today, and hopefully we'll get maybe someone from Craze on the line for an interview in just a minute. We're still trying to connect to see whether that's going to be possible. In the meanwhile, we're going to be seeing how we can get on with that. But is it kind of how you expect this one to go? I mean, coming into it, I think we both agreed, like, we wanted to see it go a little bit longer with this and have it be a bit more of a closer affair. But is it kind of what you expected?
Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, pretty much. I think it was very much in line with what most people expected. Maybe not a couple of like STM and diehard fans, but for the most part, I think that it's what most were anticipating when it comes to this match, and I think it's been the case for the most part throughout this entire open final. Besides for Mystic clutching up against Tribe, it's been somewhat favorites winning at least the really big matches. I think that where things are going to get interesting is for our final match of the day, where we really have kind of 2 underdogs, and no matter what, it's going to be a new team to qualify, a team that we didn't necessarily see qualifying in the first place. I'm very excited to find out.
Yeah, the last match of the day will be Sky versus Cutes, and Cutes had a phenomenal run in the split 2. Obviously, as a kind of reformation of some of the players that left to the Team Queso roster. Black Sea and combining that with Jaime, and it's looking really, really good for them. Sky, of course, again, huge underdogs too. But like you said, we're going to have a very different look to season 2, combining it with like some absolute titans of the region again, which I love. But it's like these opportunities for some of these up and comers that I just think is a great thing. Seeing teams like the former Kazaki, now Mystic Esports EU, a real contender now. I think that people have started to now open their eyes to just what kind of level of performance they're capable of after yesterday's upset, knocking out Tribe in that upper bracket stage, and Tribe, of course, today able to come through and redeem themselves. But again, Humble put up a pretty decent run for their money. It's going to be very interesting to see which of these 2 teams is going to be able to join them in that challenge season. But again, just trying to see whether we can get Craze Clan on the line prior to that. If we can't, then I guess we'll be looking straight to roll into that next matchup.
Yeah, no, I think you made very valid points overall. I think things are looking incredibly exciting when it comes to this challenge season, because there are a lot of familiar faces, and I think that there's not too many teams that we expected to make it for sure that didn't quite make it. There are a couple for sure. I think Dogster is going to be one of them as well, that a lot of people hoped would make it just because they have a really big fan base. Teams like STMN are somewhat along those lines as well, maybe not quite as much as Dogster, but it's unfortunate they couldn't quite make it this time around again. But they give it their all the way until the end, and every team that failed in the last couple of stages, where it was the quarterfinals or just before in the round of 16, they gave us a phenomenal show.
Well, we have now Philip on the line from Craze Clan. Philip, the coach, of course. Welcome, Philip. I've got to say as well, straight off the bat, huge congratulations to you and your team. You must be very thrilled with the way that things went today. I want to come out the gates and ask a question that's not normally my starter. Could you please encourage the players to change their player tags back so we know who is Naui and who is Rama?
Sure thing, looking for that. The moment we start the monthly final, then we're gonna do that 100%. Yeah, we'll do it.
Well, I speak in the name of everyone when I say that we appreciate that. It's been a nightmare. It's been a nightmare. I have a question for you, because I haven't had the chance to talk to you ever since Gero, I don't know exactly how it is pronounced.
Gero,
joined
exactly.
The team. Gero, okay. Joined the team, and I was wondering, what did you think particularly made you guys think about bringing him to the roster in the first place, and what you think he brings to the table that other players didn't?
It wasn't like a decision that we wanted to make. It was again a situation that the previous player had to leave the roster, and then again Gero was one of the best options out there in the market, if I can say, and he fit nicely into the team. Again, another Polish player, so it was just what we needed, and even more, I would say. So
yeah, I've got to say, since the addition of him to the roster, things seem to be looking a lot better. I love watching your aggressive play style, and it's great to see you guys back in the second season. Definitely mentions the players about the bow mines. We did pick up on that a couple of times, a few areas to iron out there. But how do you feel now going into season 2, and what are you looking to rectify and change to improve upon season 1? Because I think now it's fair to say this is looking like a very different Craze Clan for season 2.
I'm very happy to hear that, because there have been plenty of changes since season 1. First of all, again, Gero wasn't there in the roster, me neither, and again, Craze Clan was the 5th ranked team in the BSC season before that. Now we have a coach, we have another player, and it's we're very happy to hear that. Again, there are noticeable differences, and that we're improving. So I would say, again, the goal would be to beat the top 4 teams to qualify for the playoffs this time around, and we're looking to do that. We're on the correct path. Again, we still have a lot of time to work with, and it is looking very good.
It certainly is, man. It certainly is. I'm going to ask you a final question. I asked it before to another coach as well, and I'm kind of wondering how you're gonna approach things. I like to kind of associate a strong term with a team. How would you define Craze Clan? Is it the draft again as it was in the beginning of the year? Do you think it's more mechanics now, or something completely different? What is your way to define Craze?
Sure thing. I would say, again, regarding the first part of the season, it's kind of a bad picture that certain team had upper hand in the drafts, because it was only 1 ban, and there's only so little that you can do with 1 ban. So that's kind of a false narrative for any team, not just for Craze. Now with 3 bans, it's completely different system and a process. What I would say our biggest strength, and how would I define Craze, would be we're the most flexible team. The most flexible, or one of the most flexible teams. We're very adaptable. We can do anything and everything, and I would say that we're just perfect in the middle where you want to be.
Great stuff, Philip. And again, thank you so much for your time. We know how busy you guys are, and congratulations. And please forward that, of course, to the entire team, not just the players, but the team working behind everything in the background as well. And good luck to you guys in the season 2 challenge season.
I appreciate the kind words. Thank you for the interview.
Great words, Teddy. I love that final moment there as well to define the team, because absolutely nailing it, and looking forward to seeing more from Craze. They are an aggressive team, and aggressive plays for me is what makes an exciting tournament.
I love his explanation. The right balance as well of humbleness, but also knowing what you're worth, which I think is another way to really define Craze too. But yeah, no, I love those guys. Really phenomenal team, and very lovable players too, and some of the most emotional and like passionate ones too. Like I can just remember Rama's face every time he takes a loss. He seems so devastated, and it just shows how passionate he is about winning, but also about winning specifically in Brawl Stars.
Yeah, just a really great outlook, great energy, you could say as well, from the whole entire team of Craze. Speaking of which, Monster Energy, of course, one of our proud partners in the Snapdragon Pro series, keeping me going today after what has been 2 very, very long play days for sure. But you know, do you see any lagging here, Teddy? Do you see anything that I'm giving out that's not energetic and full of life? Exactly, so you know it's doing its job. But again, a huge shout out to Monster Energy, because again, we would not be able to be here doing things the way we are if it weren't for them. Teddy, we are there. The last matchup is going to be Sky versus Cute up next. Talk us a little bit through, before we go to a commercial break, about these two teams, because they are the underdogs here.
Yeah, they are genuinely the underdog versus underdog match, and I think it's very 50-50, because Sky, they've been doing some big damage to tier 1 teams in the last couple of months. A very surprising team all around. Cute, I would say a bit more experienced under their bag, but not necessarily with that roster. You know, like they've been all playing 4 really good teams in the past. Right now, a bit more of a mix, but they've had some good results with that mix. So I feel like this could absolutely go either way, and I wouldn't have it any other way when it comes to our final match of the Open Finals.
Wow, you heard it from Teddy there. Sky versus Cute, a banger matchup to finalize today and to find our 8th team to qualify for that challenge season. Don't go anywhere, you're not going to want to miss it. Be right back after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Gus is a bit different. Gus reminds me a lot with like Byron, where you know you have your healing aspect, but with Gus you have a shield that you can spawn with your super, and the spirits as well. They're very unique. You can do so many different things with it. So Gus is definitely gonna be interesting to have him play. I feel like he'll switch things up quite a bit.
Not gonna lie, it's a fun brawler to play. I feel like it requires team play, because his supers is like a shield that you can put it for yourself or for your teammates. Like it's something we don't used to see as Brawl Stars competitive players. Like it's funny that you can put some shield, like a shield to your teammates. I think it's a balanced brawler.
I think Gus will be like really good, especially for competitive. I think it will be played much more, because I mean it's sort of like a long range brawler, and I think the healing sort of like mechanics it has with the shield. I think the shield may be like a bit broken actually, because like I played it a bit and against it a bit, and I don't know, it looks like a lot of shielding to me. But I don't know, I haven't seen it in draft yet, so I actually have like no idea if it will be playable or not.
In my opinion, Gus is a support brawler, has not too high DPS. He's more focused on healing or protecting your teammates or yourself. It can be really strong, but I think the brawler itself alone in a 1v1 will not be that strong, so I think the brawler apparently is a bit too weak. But I like the mechanic that you can support your team with, like a shield, for example. Like with Byron, that you can heal someone just in a different way.
The people say that it's super strong. I think so too. I think the super that he have is put like 3k of shield. And the shots are insane. I think the gadget is good too. So I think it's the best of the 3 levelers that we have. So let's see who's to it.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise Cause you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we're in the last matchup of day 2, about to find out who is going to be our final team to join the 7 that we've already had to see go through a grueling process, Teddy, of both an upper bracket and lower bracket stage. We have now got Reply Totem, SK Gaming, Navi, Mystic Esports EU to join, then Tribe from today, Team Queso from today, and Craze Clan from today. But one more remains. Will it be Sky or will it be Cute? We have gone through so many incredible matches, and it all comes down to this.
Big final match here. Two teams that, yes, they are quite underdogs to qualify in the first place, but I mean, they deserve it as well. You know, they've had an incredible run when it comes to all the cups of this last split. So they've been looking really solid recently, put in the hours, put in the grind, taken down some of the Titans as well during that time. And now this is the end game, their chance to qualify for the challenge season. Naruto, Star, and KH for Team Sky here looking to qualify.
Yeah, they've gone through the splits, and now it's their chance to shine on the world stage. Rafa, Blacksea, and Jaime, of course, for Cutes, and Rafa and Blacksea leaving the Team Queso roster earlier on. They were obviously within the Team Queso roster in Season 1. Now is their journey to see whether they can face off against their former teammates in Season 2, and joined, of course, by Jaime, very accomplished player, which he is. And they have had a phenomenal run in the splits 2, which they competed in 3 grand final wins in Cup 2, 3, and 5. Really looking like a strong contender here. Sky, though, did get a grand final win as well. You can't count them out. This one is going to be explosive.
Absolutely so. I mean, both teams here, this would be one of the bigger achievements they have. I would say if you look at Sky, this would be one of their biggest achievements for every single one of their players. On the side of Cute, maybe not quite, if you look at an individual perspective, but as a team, very much so, because they haven't been playing together for too long, or kind of, you know, a mix from, I don't quite want to use the word leftover from other teams, but that just couldn't quite stay with their other rosters and ended up just mixed up together. And sometimes that's when greatness happens. I mean, remember Ground Bomb just a little bit ago. Those sort of vibes are what I'm hoping to see from Cute.
7 out of 8 teams, we've almost got the full package, but DHL for me are the full package. Got to give a huge thank you to them again for being one of our proud sponsors. You like that one, Teddy? You like that?
I like that one.
I can see you approve. Yeah, again.
So
again, wouldn't be in our position without them. One of our proud partners for the Snapdragon Pro Series. So thank you once again for everything that they do for us and for keeping everything ticking over here. To be able to put on such a fantastic show, and it's kind of a bit of a bittersweet one, Tony, this next matchup, because it is going to be the last one of the day and of the qualifying season of Season 2. So after that, though, we get stuck in to the challenge season. I cannot wait to see who it is going to be to join. Once again, if you are just joining the stream, Reply Totem, Navi, Mystic Esports EU, SK Gaming, Tribe Gaming EU, Team Queso, and Craze Clan already locked in. This next matchup will determine who will join them.
Yeah, this is going to be such an interesting one. I can't wait to get into it. There's just a lot at stake for those guys, you know, because especially when you are FA, you need those tournaments to you know, take this to the next level and really be able to justify the commitment that you make to Brawl Esports, because a lot of those teams, they already have that commitment, but it's easier, you know, when you're getting paid for it, the big bucks, and that's where they are at the challenge season, big bucks. So they're really looking to get to qualify. This is their chance for both Sky and Cute, and this is going to be our first map here, Hot Potato again. Same set of maps overall as the previous 3 matches, as we have Cole, Griff, and Bonnie banned out by Sky, and then Cute's taking out Penny, Griff as well, but also Daryl. A first pick Colette on their side, joined by the Ruffs and the Nita on the side of Sky. And again, Nita escaped the ban process, Ark.
You know, I was going to say it, right? I mean, yeah. Still kind of surprised that, wow, I correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've seen a set dropped when a team is drafted Nita on Hot Potato. Could be wrong, but nonetheless, something for Cutes to have to consider here, because, you know, again, it's a grinning prospect for them. I've got to also point out, you know, the grand finals that Sky did win in Split 2 was against Cutes. So a huge grudge match here. I know. Got to point out at the same time, yet again, though, that it was 3 grand final wins for Cutes. So this one is going to be not just a grudge match, but a chance for Sky to demonstrate that they're able to take down what has been a huge titan in this split number 2 ball, coming in to combine with the Rico and the Colette on the side of Cutes. And I don't mind that. I don't mind it too much. I think you kind of have to focus a lot within the Nita to be able to eradicate Bruce from the mix here. But definitely something of a mid. I mean, Otis, we've seen a lot already today in Hot Potato. Wouldn't be the worst of ideas. It did work out pretty well for me. And something to be able to shut down Bull, you know, with that super, I think it would be my go-to here. But Sky obviously have got a lot of choices here. They might even try to decide to go with the M's to shut down the tank, or Gale to really hard counter it. But Lou was not what I had in mind, Teddy.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach. Very, very any vibes here for this one. But it's something that I've seen work against tankier brawlers. Because if they're frozen, it's just free damage, right? It's going to feed into that super too. And I think it can work, especially combined with, you know, the Nita and the Ruffs, which I think are have quite decent matchups, all things considered. They are going to have to be somewhat careful about how everything is lined up. You know, you don't want to be hit by the Colette super with your bear, because that would just be way too much value. So a little bit careful with, you know, how things are aligned to that regard. But I feel like both comps stand their ground here.
Okay, we are in, and already a lot of damage coming down here from Cute, so not wasting any time at all. And I think it's a wise time for it. I mean, ultimately, the longer this goes on, the more chance there is for a Bruce Bear to connect with the safe, and a very swift takedown of that. Jaime going in. My word, look at how Cute's just completely deflated that entire momentum shift. Starlo has got that super in hand, and despite the pick not being my go-to, it is something that can shut down the mid. But I don't know, Teddy. It's looking really well. Sure, that super from Black Sea, but it's looking. Well, it's actually it wasn't Black Sea, but nonetheless, wow, what a start! Just explosive here from Cutes.
Certainly so. Good bit of early damage. Go for a pinch on the left-hand side, but really gonna be successful. Supply drop to open up the walls furthermore, make it harder for the Bull to close the gap and get up close and personal. Another nice super there from X, and wow, beautiful stuff all around. Y is gonna be in danger, will fall to Jaime, but a chance maybe slowly for Sky to try to catch up. They really want to get a bear onto that safe, and for that, KH needs some more connections. Does get it now, and the bear is gonna be placed down. However, there is a Colette to try to deal with it. The shield keeps it up for a little bit longer, but it does end up going down.
Now Sky is starting to just judge the pacing of this one. I think we've got to really, and they break the right hand side as well, so the entire map now quite open. But I don't know how much that's going to favor KH here, as there's so much range against them. But the mid supers there are definitely noticeable on the side of Cutes, and damage from Rafa, but straight back into an icy place. Jaime just has to get away from this and is stunned out. This is a very defensive idea that is starting to work up better for Sky, and now needs to go on the aggressive. Will actually give them the lead.
Another super plays down on the save, making it harder to defend, but they're not really committing to any sort of offense inside of Sky either. Cutes trying to get those final couple shots on the save. They're not far away from it. A super coming through from Black Sea, and that's going to be more than about enough damage. 6% only, but 6% too much for Sky, as Cutes will be taking game number 1.
Very close, though. Very close. Much closer than I expected it to be, again, considering the loot picker here is the first time I've seen it for a wow, I can't even remember when I last saw it, to be completely honest, or if I even did in this region, but nonetheless, you know, it stood its ground better than I was expecting. But let's see how Cute start this one out. The last time round, it was immediately Sky on the back foot. They managed to find Jaime and actually get him taken down early. So already much better job done by Sky to defend this. KH pushing forwards now and has been spotted. Gets a shot for his troubles though, and will he get a bear off the back of it? No, not quite. Probably one, if not one, 2 shots away from Super now. Jaime just trying to keep the pressure on his right-hand side to allow his teammates to come off the spawn and push forwards.
Yeah, not going to be able to do much from that position. Go down, and the Colette going to feed some more shots as well. Does get a super off on the save. Get the 12% lead in favor of Cute. The bear here will get taken care of quite easily. Still good positioning. Another bear plays down already. Not quite worth shielding this one, as it was already way too low HP ever since it spawned. But still a bit of a lead here for Sky. We did see earlier the ability from Cutes to turn those around.
Yeah, and it can at any moment. A Bruce Bear on a safe. Black Super great there. Super bouncy gadget to stay in the mix. We're coming to get damaged now for that play alone. Jaime though still struggling a bit on this bull pick, but now healing up, and he can go in, and he's going to go into KH, and oh, it's cycling beautifully done. Jaime, you absolute beast. Now Blacksy there, still able to stay in position, getting more continuous damage. The break of the right-hand side from Lawai will help out a little bit on the defense, but Blacksy's still there. Such great survivability at the back of that Rico pick.
Absolutely. Another bear, though, coming down, shielded up immediately, but a great super from Rafa to just get the most value out of the interactions. Still a very small lead for Sky, only 3%. 30 seconds left here. If they have a perfect defense, could make this one work. There's already a super on Rafa available. He takes a lot of damage, though. It's going to reset things at least a little bit. Also a super available on the bull, and that is going to be enough to give the lead over to Cute. Now Sky need to go on the offensive. They did find a kill. That is going to open things up a little bit. Star X trying to help Luai. Luai falls to Jaime, and that is going to make things complicated. It's so close when it comes to damage. Is it going to be enough, though? Yeah, it's going to be enough for Sky this time around as they take down the save with the Hyper Bear. And we're going to game 3 here in our opening set.
I mean, it was almost the first time we saw a set dropped with the Nita. So, but you can see, you can't turn your back on it. You really cannot. And I kind of question as well, Black Sea there in that final moments, the super just not going for the safe, but going for the kills. And I feel like, you know, that could have been additional damage that may have helped in that scenario. But, you know, just a little moment there of weakness from Cutes, and it's unlike them. Missing the shots there on Lawai, keeping him there a bit longer, and actually got the takedown as a result of that. But damage nonetheless is good for Cutes in these early outsets. 17% dealt, and now taken care of by Sky as they push forwards. I'm kind of starting to like this loop pick, to be completely honest. I mean, it's allowing that area denial going through. Jaime though will sweep through on the right hand side and taken care of nicely. It feels like Sky are starting to gain that, you know, ability to control the situation far better than when they started.
Oh. Bit of a lead for Sky now. They have a Colette super. Connection on save would pretty much close the gap. Supply drop available. Gonna be, yeah, removing those walls. Just really making sure Jaime gets the least value he can off that bull pick. The bear available for KH as well, pushing forward. The bear is gonna be going for the Rico, getting a couple taps. Should get cleaned up in the end. Rafa going for the duel as well, and with the help of the Gotcha Gadget is certainly going to be winning that 1%. Still in favor of Sky, but that's not going to last. A great Colette super on safe. Finds target onto Star X as well. Jaime getting some follow-up shots too. That's 20% now in favor of the Spanish roster.
Good take down there from Star, and will allow his teammates to push forwards. But let's see a few more supply drops there from Luai. He wants to value his life. He's buffed up. He's got one there, and we'll probably hand it over to Star to help with this defense of Jaime, and at the same time break open the walls there. You can just see why that loop pick is actually doing its thing. I mean, as long as they can stay on top of the situation, KH could be dangerously close to hit the super. I don't know whether the Qs are aware of it. There it is, going straight out surely onto the safe in just a moment here, and Jaime just, yeah, has to do that. Has to shut that idea down very quickly. Blacksy, though, almost able to stay alive in that situation. KH desperately wanting to get another Bruce Bear in these final closing minutes. It's looking good for Qs.
Yeah, it really is, unless they can't get the positioning right, though. So more damage on that blue safe, and in the end, it's going to go in the hands of Sky. 2-1 for this opening set, but Sky are the ones to take it.
Just ban Nita. Just ban it. It's every day, every time we see it played, it wins. So it's kind of like how when Carl came into the meta in such a rife position, and we were saying the same thing then. You know, Nita's a bit different. It's a very niche thing, but in Hot Potato, it just wins your sets, guys. It really does. And yeah, Sky able to turn things around under a lot of pressure, might I add. Cutes did phenomenally well at the beginning, but as soon as Sky managed to find the way around the comp, even with the Lou pick, which I'm sure no doubt people are losing their minds over on Twitch, can't deny it. If it works, Teddy.
It certainly worked. I mean, I told you, you know, when it was picked, that I can see it working, especially against the bull, and they definitely showed it in that set. A great way to apply it here. Still, I don't think it's something you can consistently pull off per se. I think, you know, the element of surprise is definitely a part of it too. But I like what I'm seeing here from Sky, you know, just happy to go for some more unorthodox ideas, something that will catch, you know, opponents off guard. And I don't know if Kute's ever scrimmed Blue on this map. So that just kind of throws away some of the plans and the routines you have planned out.
Yeah, I think it's challenging for viewers sometimes because, you know, you got to remember, like, they're drafting these things out. So the response was, you know, it's just a counter, you know, at the end of the day. It doesn't really necessarily what the map and mode is. If you see a bull, well, you're thinking, what are we going to do to make sure that we're able to control this better than just kind of going with, like, what is the go-to meta here? And it definitely caused a lot of problems with Jaime. And Jaime was playing that bull pick so well. I mean, he really was. The way that he was so aware of his surroundings, and also to not get overly aggressive with the idea, because it can bring back so much momentum in your favor to allow your teammates to then follow up with damage behind. But going into Canal Grande then for Bounty, a chance to have some different ideas at play. The very kind of different kind of drafting here as well in the bans on the side of Cute, spanning out Sprout and Amber, which make a lot of sense. Not going to deny that, but definitely the go-to ideas here. We haven't seen them all day, realistically. Bonnie, Carl, and Janet banned by Sky, Janet, Amber, and Sprout banned by Cutes.
All right, a penny first pick for Cutes. Not completely crazy or for Canal Grande. Not necessarily my go-to either. The Squeak we did see earlier on Canal Grande, not successful though. Does struggle a little bit with you know, its ability to really retake and provide utility in that sense. The roughs is an option I do like a decent amount. Remove some annoying walls, get those buffs out, especially if you're a little bit stuck, whether it's in offense or in defense, can help out to just keep the advantage or take it back once everyone is buffed up. The Gene, though, I think is probably, you know, my favorite pick so far. Just the ability to turn around that lead, the magic buffs, very versatile, very strong, has winning win factors on its side, as well as just the utility that you expect from a more support brawler division gear as well. Just very, very strong at the moment. And Bell as a final pick, I don't mind too much either. So in the end, I do somewhat like this comp here from Cute. I think Tick is an interesting way to go. There's going to be moderate destruction on the side of Cute with the gene pool only to remove walls. There are supply drops too that can do the same job, but at least Sky get to decide when, where, and what will get destroyed.
I worry for Sky. I don't like this draft. I've just got to come out and say it. I mean, Squeak on defense, you know, is a really tough brawler to have. If you're pushed back into the spawn, tick on defense, very much the same. Russ, there's no DPS realistically here, and like it's great if they've got control, but if Cutes can just overthrow those early moments and hold that mid, they're going to really struggle on the side of Sky to get out of a spawn trap. So I feel like it's going to come down to that. Well, Ruffer goes down early. That could provide a little, well, I was going to say could provide a little bit of an advantage, but Blacksea put an immediate stop to that idea. I mean, I'm not saying that the Sky comp can't work, and I really kind of hope it does, to be honest. I'd like to be proved wrong. But they've got to be very, very cautious on how they play it. It's not the safest of ideas when it comes to Canal Grande specifically as a map.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's definitely out there for the least. I just prefer what Cute bring to the table. I wouldn't necessarily hate some of the ideas. I just don't necessarily think it's the best like way to address what Cute's brought to the table in the first place. And so far, it doesn't seem like it is indeed. KH was a nice kill to close the gap a little bit, but as why falls anyways, that's still going to be 7 stars in favor of Cutes, including Blue Star, and a pretty dominant lead for now. The buff going to be given out to the Tick to try to make what usually is poking damage a bit more heavy and a bit more of a nuisance, as in the end he does manage to get a kill. Will get marked up though and easily dispatched there, as Jaime and Blacksea just a great pinch. 6 stars in it, still a lot to ask here, I think, for Sky to make this work.
Well, let's see in the closing moments. It's just very difficult when you've got like Tick and you're coming out of your spawn, and you know, to be able to push back, it just doesn't really necessarily work. The momentum shift is just always in favor of the team that've got that high ground, and you know, there's been a lot of kills back and forth, but it just feels like to me Cutes just seem very much in control. Highway's low on the right hand side. It's got 3 stars there, but there's still so many needed Sky to make even a dent, and very, very convincing realistically here for me. Cutes look like they've got the comp that they wanted, and unless Sky have got a trick up their sleeves, they could well be finding Cutes evening out the sets.
Yeah, it's looking likely at this point. Maybe some adjustments can make it work. I think that the thing with Bounty is no matter what the comps are, it can always go better if you win the early engagement, right? If you manage to get the blue star or get an early kill, that early lead makes it just tons easier. But it doesn't seem likely here either. Luai on 60 HP, anything will kill him. And he is able to heal up a little bit at least, and Blue Star is still up for grabs. No kills just yet. Blacksea, though, considering committing to it, but can't quite go for it. And instead, it might just be Luai that will do it instead. StarX so low HP, does manage to survive at least for the time being, and that's going to be 1 star in favor of Sky.
A much better start, though, for Sky, I've got to be honest, and that is the last, though, residue from KH, and that was the thing that was really keeping this left-hand side lane at bay, just a little bit. Star as well marked up, and that's always a rough position to find yourself in on the Tick side. Keeping the bell back, though, in the top right, but a great ball there from Rafa, and Blacksea helps out for the swift resolve. Jaime staying alive as well, but only just. Salty Barrels down, and will provide a little bit of body blocking along the way. Now the 3-star lead for Cutes, but not done it yet. Great takedown to KH. Penny turret now inbound. It's starting to work and roll in just a little bit smoother now that Cutes have got the momentum flow.
Yeah, I think a missed opportunity for KH maybe to go for a super on that bell earlier, which was kind of just stuck on the right side, and he just accepted that. Ended up going down, and he's had it super for so long, and he's just not using it, which, I don't know. He's using it at last, but mostly just on the wall, so I don't know. I think this is just not really going to be working out here for Sky. Cute was a 7-star lead, not impossible for Sky, but from what we've seen so far, it does seem quite unlikely.
Yeah, I called it from the very get-go. I just didn't feel like draft-wise it's something that resonates with me in a map where control is really key. Squeak, it's just not. I've seen players picking it in the past. But every time I've seen it, as soon as you're on that defensive, you can't really do too much. You're much better off having that kind of hard-hitting brawlers, those win conditions, Gene, Bell, other things as well can aid your advantage with bow combinations. There's a lot of brawlers which realistically there Sky could have opted to go towards instead. But they obviously wanted to go with an idea which they had in mind, but that idea just didn't work out. And Penny as well, great stuff from Cutes in the drafting, great damage as well from them, and the stars, the match above their heads, and again, such a challenging comp to be able to push back out of your spawn area for, and Q's knew it.
Yeah, I think that, leaving the Gene open and going for like Squeak instead was maybe a bit of a mistake. In a way, I think Squeak just really didn't provide all that much value. Don't get me wrong, Tick didn't either, but it was challenging, man. It was a challenging comp to pull off. I think maybe a bit optimistic here. Don't know if that comp worked out in scrims. It's just kind of against what we tend to see here at the moment. Just Tick in general, just not the most meta relevant on Canal Grande especially. I don't really see it as a top pick, and I don't really feel like it brought much to the table.
Well, Sky drafted far better in Hot Potato for Heist, which is where they picked up their sets, and now the sets are even. Let's see, going into our next one, how they sort of approach it, and whether they're going to be going for something a bit more safer in that respect, or, again, Cute's now getting some momentum is a dangerous thing, I feel. But again, the kind of history between these two teams throughout the splits, when you look back at their performances, it was Cute that had 3 grand final wins. But Sky did also get a grand final win in Cup 1. It was against Cutes. Whereas I've got to say, there was a bit of a back and forth between Cutes and Dogs the Lobster, where they were kind of continuously getting wins against them, and 2 of their grand final wins were against Dogs the Lobster. So the grand final, other than that, was against Colossal. I kind of feel like in this instance, the grand final win for Sky carries a bit more weight. Center stage up next for Brawl Ball, and let's see where this one goes. Griff, Crow, and Janet banned for Sky. It's going to be Penny, Squeak, and also Crow banned for Cutes.
All right, well, the first pick, was it Bo or Max? Either way, I like both. I like both a lot. I think the Max can do a pretty decent job, though, at defusing those mines incredibly quickly. With the Max speed, you can just really dispatch them at a quick space. And at a pro level, usually, it makes sense that Max is picked into the boat. And usually, you shouldn't be getting hit too much by the mines, although, some teams have proven us differently. But the max speed is gonna, make sure that you don't lose so much time defusing each and every single ball mine, even individually, which most of the time you're gonna have to do. You can kind of just run in a straight line, and none of them are gonna catch you. So a little bit more comfortable to that aspect. So I like that a fair bit. Plus up close, it really doesn't have a bad matchup. Taking it away from a potential max Gene 2, since Gene does end up being on the side of Cute. I still love Gene here. I think we saw earlier how strong it can be, but Ruffs as well is a very viable option. I think still that the kick and pull, not quite kick and pull in that case, but the kick and supply drop play can work really, really fantastically well here too. So I like what I'm seeing on both sides, as well as the B there, to just make sure there's not a tanky brawler to come in the end. Sky do like at times to bring those into the mix too. So I like what I'm seeing from both sides, and I'm looking forward to that final pick.
Yeah, it's like, for me, I kind of feel like Gene is better than Ruffs here. I know obviously that it's kind of like actually the opposite way around, simply because Ruffs counters Gene. But when you're combining Gene with Max, though, it brings something different. You're able to kind of close the gap when it comes to making those magic hand pulls, and more often than not, then able to connect in a way that you wouldn't otherwise be able to. It's a very good synergizing between Max and Gene, but I don't mind necessarily Sky going for Ruffs here and pre-anticipating the Gene, because with Crow banned on both sides, it was really to be expected. B as well is an interesting choice from Cutes, and one that can definitely do a ton of work. But I'm surprised that no one also went for something of a bit more. Again, the bow will succeed in doing that, but no amber to be seen. So it's really kind of the controlling factor for Cutes as to where they want to break up the map, where they get those bow mines in play. Blacks are doing a great job though so far on that B pick, and I think that could be a bit of a saving grace for Cutes on some level, because they can then utilize being a bit more of an assassination style, and without much to really go on except for the Ruffs to break on the side of Sky, which again will be really useful as well for scoring some goals. But there's that speed, just being able to seamlessly break bow mines, and it's a great thing to have on the side of Sky.
Yeah, some of those more out of the picture can actually be decent for both sides. Gonna just make things a bit more less claustrophobic rather, but nice double kill here for Cutes. That should be resulting in a goal. A little bit messy, but still, in the end, a goal. and the Cutes are going to be very happy about that. Supply drop off the bat, not going to take down any walls with it, just instantly buffing up the max, which might be their win condition here, as it does have some decent matchups all around.
Start a bit low here, but continuing to stay on the aggressive as Jaime now, lower in HP. Blacksy's got to connect with this phase shift that's there. Great pull from Rafa, but that could have gone south. Let's see now whether Hughes will recollect themselves or whether Sky will be able to get a goal out of this one. Rafa's in a great spot, keeping everyone low and buying valuable time. Star goes down, and now Blacksy back in the thick of it, but it's caught unawares. Honey Molasses, he's still alive. My word, very back and forth, but Sky have still yet to score, and that is the problem.
Kill from Rafa did cost him a pull, and the problem when you pull someone low HP is you can't quite get too much of your supercharge back from it. Spike super to slow things down on the right side, get some good damage on Jaime, but not able to win the matchup. Blacksy kind of just slipping through there, and the trick shot is just gonna go in. All right, a bit of a mistake here on the side of Sky when it comes to the placement there. Bo was just incredibly aggressive. I'm not exactly sure how that went down, but Cutes now with a game in the pocket, and it's starting to look pretty different to the first set where Sky were looking great. Second set, Cutes looking better, and now they're just doubling down on that lead.
Well, I like the positioning here for KH. Got to be a little bit careful to not get overconfident, though. But the pressure is quite clear, and Blacksy taking so much of that damage. Forcing the ball now to the right, and yeah, now the pressure's all on Rafa. Gets the pull. Almost stayed alive at the back of the lamp blowout, but this is the best chance that realistically Sky have had this entire time at such an early stage in the game, just keeping Cuse really on the back line here. Good supply drop coming in as well. The face shift, oh, but the shot was off. It's going to allow surely a clean defense. Rafa taking no chances. Big blunder from Sky. That should have been a goal.
Yeah, that is a big missed opportunity. Just a goal that they worked hard to get to, but just couldn't quite complete. Gage, low HP on the left-hand side. Nice kill from Blacksy. Does get traded out. KH with a kill of his own. The mine will get triggered. Jaime couldn't quite score this one in. Maybe if he shot a little bit earlier. Very tough to call. The mines will open up the goal area just a little bit, and both teams close to scoring, but not quite yet.
Break at the mid. Will secure the takedown of Blacksy, and now pressure on. Great pull from Rafa, but it's now not going to be enough. It's going to be Sky scoring, and that means that unless Cuse can respond in 50 seconds, we'll be tied up in this set. But as we know, anything can happen in Brawl Ball, and let's see which of these two teams will bring the ice to maintain it.
And more mines placed down. The previous one didn't quite finish the job. Low HP though on Star, gets pulled. Cage is one shot as well. Blacksy goes for the shot, but Cage just barely manages to catch it, and somehow, with a total HP of 500 among just between both players, they managed to hold on to that defense. Still a little bit of time here for Cutes, but this is very much going to be their final push, and so far not looking like they are going to be able to make much out of it.
Great takedowns from Sky, and the defense surely now enough to keep things ticking, and yeah, just Cutes submitting to the inevitable. Now we are looking so interesting. A great chance for Sky. They could go up a set here if they can just keep this composure. Cutes looking so much better in that first game, but now that they've already started to, see how this comp has legs, they've got to keep up. Star very slowly off the mark. Hello. Disconnect potentially here, and a chance for Cutes to capitalize if they want to really start to push forwards here. It's a 2 versus 3, but now Star surely back in at just the right time. However, KH going down here. Could be a goal for Cutes if they just keep this up. Otherwise, the last one standing. The ball from Robert's good. Can they seal it? They should be able to. It will be there. Jaime scores it. But I've got to say, I mean, you really got to if you're 2 versus 3.
Yeah, no, it was a very good setup from Cutes, taking their time, but being highly efficient with it too. And this is another chance to just close it down. Only Star left alive. He falls. Jaime with a charge shot to settle it, and Cutes will take the set in the end. 2-1 now in sets in their favor. And Sky need to start being incredibly careful because they're a set away from missing out on the challenge season.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough, but you can't blame Cutes for continuing to play the game. I mean, I'm assuming it's a disconnect or a Wi-Fi issue on the side of Sky there, but, you got to play it on. Any advantage that you can obtain, whether it's through skill, of course, or just misfortune of your opposition, you're gonna go for that moment to secure the set, and that could be something which Sky really look back upon and wonder what could have been. Maybe we'll have to see. Still time, they can still take us to the fifth and final sets, but that is a big ask now. And we need to look at the score lines and stats there as well. More damage on the side of Sky for the most part, touch more healing for Cutes, but damage dealt certainly on the side of Cutes there. But it was a better draft, I felt, realistically there as well for Sky, when we questioned a little bit more into Canal Grande, what they were kind of going for. Didn't necessarily mind the Lu pick that, again, no doubt got a ton of criticism, but in the end, it kind of showed that it was actually kind of a well thought through idea. But now they got so much pressure going into this next set. Cutes were able to capitalize in such a way and just redeem themselves a little bit with a saving grace. Sky are going to have to really dig deep on this one.
Yeah, I think you nailed it, man. It's tough, sometimes to lose in those sort of situations, but it's a part of it too. And now the question is, how they deal with that situation. Do they let it get to their head and go into the next set thinking we deserve this one, or we deserve the previous one, and then be disappointed and it was bad energy? Or do you go in it saying, okay, that was out of our control, let's focus here, get the best draft, get our best plays, and just make some magic happen? And open zone is where we'll be heading next. Sky betting out Griff B and the Crow, and then Cutes betting out Penny, Janet, and Bo. First pick Bonnie on the side of Sky, pretty standard here, all things considered, as well as two joining the ranks of Cutes, which is pretty standard too when it comes to open zone. Colette also a very viable option, very good at those 1v1 duels.
Otis is still available, and it was a common go-to here, but I do like that Stu start. Getting that Griff ban might indicate towards Pam idea, but Max is definitely going to help out a great deal here. The Sky, again, it is one that's worthy of being banned, as well as the Amber. To be fair, it's a much better draft, much better draft here for Sky. Colette has got to land those supers, and in such an open-spaced map, that can be not always an easy thing to achieve, but the Gotcha Gadget, of course, will provide a lot of value in the speed zone on the side of Stu as well. Get everyone quickly into the mix. B being banned as well, which I know Cutes were looking for here, is again a credit to the Sky's draft in this instance. And they kind of need some heals. I think they need Pam to have behind. There's no wall breaker necessarily on the side of Sky, so it would definitely help out a great deal. Or Poco wouldn't be a bad shout. Carl going on the aggressive. I guess it kind of makes sense. They would like to have continued that same idea again with B being banned. Kind of have to have something that will fill that void. But I think that this is certainly a winning draft here for Sky. It's just about how they play it, really.
Yeah, this is interesting. I do like the Amber. I think it can do quite a bit of work, but I think it's kind of like hit or miss more often than not. I think both teams have winning drafts here, but I think, yeah, it's going to come down to the execution and mechanics, and I feel like so far it has been a bit more on the side of Cutes, in my opinions. When the drafts were more even, they've been just hitting more shots, and off the bat there, Black Sea finding a ton of damage onto the Amber. Luai very low HP as well, and that is going to be very much a free zone now for Jaime to roam around as he takes on KH as well, which does have his super though, so that could be the way to open things up and retake the mid. Let's find out.
Rafa juking beautifully here. Gotcha Gadget there, but the super did not pay off. Blacksy going in, but the dash away was there as well. A little cheeky heal off the back of that flying hook as well. KH the last one standing, but taken down now. 40% on the side of Cutes. A great start, but now Cutes coming back in with some fight, some fuel left still in the tank, and the max speed for good measure. Star low now and has to make a bit of a retreat. That speed zone, though, is going to allow so much more juking potential here. Both Rafa, Blacksy going in, gets some value for it. Star, low, and a team wipe is there for Cutes. Great start. Well on the way now to a potential match point.
Yeah, this is looking excellent for Cute. Sky need a miracle here. And so far, it hasn't quite come. KH was a good kill onto Rafa. That could be what they need for some more control and follow-up, as well as Jaime burns down. And a chance now for Sky to start coming back. I do like that Cute are playing patient, not giving too much away now, waiting for everyone to respawn to get back in the mix. But a lot of missed shots from Jaime, and that leaves Sky in the zone for an awful long time, catching up now and almost overtaking the lead.
Crucial moment here. Realistically, Q's had it on lockdown, but they've dropped the ball a little bit. Blacksy needs to connect this and connect it well. The phase shift is not enough. The wire will go down. Rafa comes in, 84% now tied up, but it's the center control here that is still with Q's, and that takedown there. So important from Jaime. They should just be about okay for this one now to secure it. And they secure it, they do. 11% differential there, but not enough. Sky now up against match points, and Q's looking in a very good spot.
Yeah, it was a great combat from Sky, I have to admit it, but it wasn't quite enough, and this is highly unfortunate for them now, as Cutes are a game away from qualifying here for the challenge season. Let's see if they can make it happen. Now, Sky was a pretty decent start, all things considered. 2 kills already. Jaime, last player remaining low HP, trying to still go for an assassination onto the Amber, but not quite able to do so successfully, and it means that Sky are able to start catching up much earlier than in the previous game.
Rafa goes down. KH pops the gadget and tries to protect Star, and rightly so, because he just needs to stay in position here, and the burn potential, forcing then Rafa to the right is a smart play at that. So that speed zone remains 100%, 100 HP left on that, and Rafa needs to do well coming out of this one. It does not get the gadget off in time, but Jaime with double takedown, my word, dancing around the situation, and Luai can't get the shots to connect. Speed zone a bit questionable there. Would like to have probably retained it, but nonetheless, some valuable time dealt and work put in by Cutes, but Sky have got a healthy lead still for them to overcome.
Yeah, this is still looking good for Sky, despite Jaime's best attempts. Super again, gonna try to go for some chain supers once more, but he doesn't quite have the DPS to take them down, both still in the zone, and this is a night and day difference here for Sky. And I've said part of it is also just Cute missing a lot of shots all around, not nearly as convincing as in the previous game. Oh, nice kill actually. Blacksy should get cleared up though, and there's only 5% in it. Luai will be able to secure it as well. And now Sky take that game, getting things to set point, 1 game away from going all the way to the 5th and final set, but also still very much a match point in the hands of Cutes.
I know, I feel like this is a winning draft for Sky here, and hopefully for them, they can see that from the last game that it will prove it for themselves, because it didn't feel like they believed in it in that first opening outset, and Cutes by far the more aggressive. But let's see now, as it really is now anyone's for the taking. If Sky can get this to the 5th and final set and just exert some pressure, and that's the kind of start that you want to do just that. Speed zone down, and Luai will also follow, but nonetheless, the fact that Star and KH still staying firm, and that speed, on the right, just keeping KH hidden enough for the takedown. Blacksy goes in the aggressive, but surely going to go down himself now. Sky full control. What a start for them.
Things are looking exceptional here for Sky. This is exactly what they needed. A big head start here as well to just get comfortable. I mean, so low HP, not quite able to get any heals off, and right now things are going as good as Sky could hope for. The comeback, taking them all the way to the 5th set, unless Cutes can end things here. So far, oh, a good super actually from Rafa, but he does burn down as well, and everyone somehow survives despite being so low HP for Sky. And they will be taking this game, they will be taking this set, and they will be pushing things all the way to a 5th and final set.
We wouldn't want it any other way for the final match of this Open Finals. I mean, I feel like it has to be decided here as well, because ultimately, you know, that disconnect on Star in Brawl Ball, I think it's kind of fitting now that you know, it can be decided under the terms that, and surely Sky would have liked. I know the Qs would have loved to have sealed it there, but depriving too much points, you know, it's not an easy thing to do at all. So got to give a lot of credit to Sky there for the commendable comeback. Question is though, can they keep it up, or can Qt start to find it within themselves to seal it like they probably should have done in Hot Zone there? I felt like the comp wasn't a losing comp, despite saying that Sky had a winning comp, because they were able to prove it in that first game. But yeah, Sky looking like much more the former selves that we saw in Heist, and being a bit more patient when it came down to a lot of those plays.
Yeah, I think, you know, there were some slight adjustments already at the end of the first game where they nearly came back. It was only like 15% in it at the end. And then in game 2 and 3, they were just kind of able to keep, you know, those changes up to make it work. And I feel like Qts were the ones that were not really able to adapt. And despite their best attempts, and I think that they had some good moments. I think Jaime's, you know, 1v3 was kind of nuts, even though in the end it did go down. The problem is that besides that play, he still missed a lot of shots. You know, the Column missed a lot of shots, the Colette missed a lot of shots, and there was just a lot of value that kind of went nowhere, which I don't think the picks were the problem per se, but when you have brawlers that do rely somewhat heavily on mechanics, and they just don't quite follow up, you're just gonna lose those games. And it's kind of what I feel like happened in that situation. But Deep Diner is where we're gonna be heading next to close things out in Gem Grab. And Griff, Crow, B are the brawlers you will not be seeing as Sky banned them out, and we will see Cute banning out Penny, Max, and Janet, and already a first pick of the book.
Wow, Gene for Deep Diner. I like it, but there's definitely some brawlers that can really thrive here. We see a lot of Barley. It's a weird one to say, I know. I'm sure the chat going crazy for me saying it, but it is a common pick here in Deep Diner. Sam as well now in a great opportunity to really thrive with this map, but Ruffs to break things open might change that for Sky a little bit. They've got the bow themselves. They might want to double down a bit, and I've got to say though, B would have been a good idea to combine with this bow idea, but let's see what they consider instead. Stu as well can also do pretty well here. A lot of Kerbal and Spike can really get a good angle actually on Deep Diner as well. In the early outsets, we see it a lot in North America and Latin North. That's a good option to consider as well. Pro ban, the Max ban. There's some solid ideas that are being shut down. Janet too for Cutes. I think they had to really eradicate, but it does leave still Bonnie available if they want to go for it. Penny as well is going to be Stu. Penny as well, like, will allow them more maneuverability. Let's see now what Cutes will have as their third and final pick, because they've got a good opportunity now at this stage in the competition to really land a banger.
All right. Well, I mean, this too is a fun idea. I like the comp from Sky overall, bringing quite a bit of aggression to the mix, and also some versatility too. And Surge, I mean, it's good against the Carl. It's honestly not bad against anyone, but there is always that problem, right, with Surge, that if you don't manage to get past that first stage early on, it might just be too late to have really impact on that game. Gene and Ruffs, I think, are very fine picks here on Deep Diner. I mean, Gene always good as a gem carrier, Ruffs always good on the lane. Pretty much no matter the map, those two are always gonna do great work. But let's find out how they approach things here on either side. It's gonna be the bow mid. I was thinking there might be a slight chance that they decide to go to mid to you know, try to escape those Gene pulls, but it's not quite gonna be the case here.
It's a risky one, but one that I quite like. I mean, when you consider the Stars not got breakthrough, Loai is waiting for that first super. This is where Jaime really needs to start to get a bit more. Yeah, he's catching it far too late. I would have much preferred to see him go in super aggressive early on with that gadget and just get that early stack. And even if he goes down, it's not at the worst time of the game, but that additional speed now will help with triggering those bone mines at the very least. But yeah, that super totem is the thing that's working against Jaime in those early outsets, and you need to really get that range by this point in the game where things are opened up. Gems are pretty even for the most part. Ruff are going to pick up that one as well, and has Magic Hand, which could very well bring more to the party if he connects it with Loai.
That would be huge, but you still need to connect it. He does have totems as well to stack on top of it. Gonna use one now. Not that it really was necessary per se. Still, yeah, this is where things could go south again. Is able to place another down, and Rafa with the trigger discipline, not wasting his pool, gonna play it safe, pull KH that doesn't quite have any utility of that sort. And Cutes now taking over the gem lead. They know they didn't even need the pull. If they can just hold on to that control, and that kill is gonna help them achieve that. They might still be able to get that initial countdown going. Sky just not far behind, only 3 gems, but that's gonna be the countdown started by Rafa.
Literally nothing they can realistically put in front of the Gene there. They have one more speed zone, but that was it. And that's the beauty of this idea that Qs are implementing so well, is that they know that that's what Sky wants to do, is try to avoid that magic hand. But when they've got it, the pressure they were able to exert off the back of it was definitely prevalent. My goodness me. So close now. It could go to match point, but I feel like if they are to do that, Sky have got to make the adaptation, especially when you consider how late Jaime was to the party in that last game. This could come down to the wire if they make some changes and try not to feed Rafa nearly as much. And if you see Jaime now going on the right-hand side lane, popping the earlier gadget, takes down the Super Totem. It's actually looking better for Cutes than it was in the last game. I mean, how that ended.
Yeah, they are going to go for this 2 mid this time around, which is a strategy we see more and more often, where you have 2 mid options within your comp. So if the matchup just doesn't quite work out for though, you have the option to switch it out. So I like the approach. It's definitely working out all right so far, but the gene pool is available. It's going to connect onto the speed zone. So this time around, they were able to bait the pull out. It will remove the walls, which I'm not sure is really something Sky are going to be too happy about anyways. Mr. Quite low HP, KH trying to bait a gadget from the Gene. I think did so successfully. So far, things are not looking half bad for Sky, but Cutes are really not far behind. They could tie things up gems-wise literally right now, and things are not bad with that Gene pull as well that will connect onto KH. Big kill to pick up, relieves a little bit of pressure. And Cutes want to try to seize a bit more mid-control of that kill.
Star so low, can't really go in here, and KH thought better of it. Flying hook just into the wall is not going to provide any value whatsoever. Max stacks there from Jaime being protected despite the low HP by the healing puffs of Rafa, and also just being able to keep his distance. Supply drop comes down as well now, and that's going to be perfect for Jaime to be able to pick up, which he does now. The entirety of Cutes all raring to go, and down goes Sky. Star there, KH there, but it's a last-ditched attempt for this countdown. It could be Cutes.
Yeah, this is starting to look desperate, and Cutes celebrating for their victory, as they will be taking this one home and secure their ticket into the challenge season with a 3-2 victory here. A close match all around, but a convincing final set here from Cutes.
Very nicely done. I've got to be honest, you know, especially when you're looking at a search for the last brawler pick of the last final set of the last match of the day. I mean, that's displaying confidence. And I felt the way that Cutes played it also furthered that same idea. They just looked in control, realistically, for the majority of the time. And you know, once the utility dwindles on the side of the speed zones and the super totems, it's just going to be crying out for a gene pool connection. And Cutes kept those up, kept the pressure on, and thoroughly deserving, in my opinion, of being the final team to qualify for the challenge seasons. I mean, they had the most grand final wins out of any team in both splits of season 2 in the open in the cups. So I felt like coming into this, they were a big favorite, despite being an underdog to many. I mean, the players, of course, are not. I mean, coming straight from the Team Queso roster between seasons, as we saw them compete with Team Queso last season. This time round, it's going to be a very nice weekly grudge match, and that excites me tremendously.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you. I think that, you know, Cutes had a fantastic season, one of the best amongst the two splits, as you mentioned. So I think they very much deserve to go all the way here, join the other big teams in the challenge season, and be somewhat back where they belong to, you know, because those players, they belong with those big teams and the Titans of the region. And I'm really happy for them that they are able to make that happen once again, even though it is with, you know, slightly different conditions. I think they played really well, and you know, in the stats, just want to point out 0 gems dropped on the side of Cutes. And as a Gene, you can get caught off guard because yes, you do have some range, you do have, you know, a lot of utility and stuff that goes your way. But, you know, once you're at mid-range, if your teammates are not protecting you well, you can easily, you know, go down. Even though maybe you can get to keep the gem and go on, you're still at least losing that Gene. And he stayed up for the entirety of those 2 sets, just constantly providing value and doing his job as a gem carrier.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen it time and time again, you know, when people play Gene and miss those pulls, and it just places all that pressure that you had straight back onto your opposition to be able to push back and try to turn things around. And especially when you consider how back and forth it was throughout those sets, you know, having to come down to the very wire of things, Cutes were able to show that they had the calm collectedness to be able to seal it. And commiserations to Sky, of course, because they did great throughout the splits as well. And to get this far in the competition, only the best teams in this region can do that. But, you know, you've got to hand it to the way that Sky were able to present themselves here today. And, you know, I felt like going into this one, they were deserving of a spot. Obviously, we didn't know how the brackets were going to shape themselves to be, but it's definitely a victory, which I'm sure they will no doubt be celebrating today.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely with you. I think Sky had a phenomenal series all around. Some ups and downs here and there, but that's what we expect as well from those sort of teams, you know, that they aren't quite as consistent as the big dogs in the region. Cutes, though, I think just had a really good season overall, and it would have been quite surprising not to see them at the playoffs, considering how you know, amazing and consistent their performance was amongst the Open Cups. So I'm really happy with them making it, just because they've put in the hours, you know, and they've had the results throughout the Open Cups that deserve such sort of rewards. I'm looking forward to seeing them in the challenge season.
Well, we're looking to getting Carlos on the line relatively shortly, so stick around for that, guys. Do not miss it. I'm very keen to ask a couple of questions along the way to get inside the mind of how Cutes have approached this this really eventful splits and obviously open finals as well. But you know, again, what a day it's been. A long 2 days, Teddy, but we now have our 8 teams. You know, if you are just joining the stream, hate to be the one to break it to you, but you are a little bit late to the party. But nonetheless, we can fill you in on the details. Obviously, yesterday in the day 1 of the open finals, we had the upper brackets conclusion, in which we saw Reply Totem, SK Gaming, Mystic Esports EU, and also Navi as well as that list. But now I'm hearing that we got Carlos on the line coming in now. So welcome, Carlos. How are you doing? Congratulations, first and foremost. Gotta say, you guys put on a great show. I'll start off with the first question being that, you know, back in the splits, you know, it was Sky that beat you guys in that grand final, and this was your grudge match today. So coming into your match, did that kind of affect the mentality, or were you well prepared for today?
I mean, for the match of today, I think we have a long journey that we didn't scream such a long time. I mean, we were chilling, not too much scream, and today we tried to do our best. But to be honest, I think we had a little bit delay problems. But in general, we did a great performance, I guess.
Yeah, well, when you do have teams, you know, where, you know, like Sky, where there is a little bit of delay involved in certain games, do you guys have a different approach, maybe in the brawler picks or in the way you guys are going to play to try to mitigate for that risk? Or do you approach it like it's any other team?
No, for sure, we have to take risks with this. I mean, I'm not saying it's a problem of Sky. Sky try to play their best. They can't do anything. I mean, if they want to play, that's the server that they have to play. But for example, brother like Max or something like this with the speed, it's really hard to play and really annoying if they have delay. So to hit any bullet, something is really hard. Yep.
I think I've got to point out as well, Carlos, that I'm pretty sure you're the only team in the Open Finals to have a 3-2 scoreline in every single one of your matches. Yesterday, of course, to Mystic Esports, and then this morning to FA Locum. We didn't get to see that on stream, but I mean, tell me, how do you guys stay that calm when you've been faced in the 5th and final set every step of the way throughout the bracket?
I mean, I have to admit, today we all was nervous, including the first thing I told you. But anyway, we came from a really good streak. In Queso Cup, we are 4th, 5th spot. I'm not sure, but we are qualified to playoffs. We are playing really good, beating a lot of good teams. Just that, I mean, today, all the matches like 3-2 was really close. We were nervous, but we managed to solve it.
Well, before you go, Carlos, you guys are the only FA team that qualified for the challenge season. I want to give you the opportunity maybe to kind of like sell yourself, you know, if you want to make an argument for why an org should, you know, go contact you if someone is watching. This is your chance to, you know, explain why you guys deserve to be on the team.
Okay, let's see. Something to add is we have maybe I think 2 orgs trying to contact to have maybe to be our team. I mean, but it's a secret. I can't say anything for sure. But yeah, we are a really good team. We have a lot of expectations for the next year. We are a team that we have a lot of experience, a lot of good players, and we are with or no, I mean, we want to keep improving to the next season.
Carlos, I've got to say, you're looking great, and I cannot wait to see more from you and the team going into the challenge season. Please, before we just sign off, any final shout-outs, any to the fans and followings, to any words for those?
Yeah, thank you everyone. For sure, at Queso Cup, there we are having a lot of support too. I wish in ESL too. So I appreciate all the support, and thank you so much, guys.
Congrats again, and we look forward to seeing you guys again. Go and celebrate. You've earned it, and please pass our regards on to the players, of course. But thanks again for your time.
Okay, see you.
We are there, Teddy. We have got 8 teams lined up now for the challenge season, and I, for one, have got to say, I am so excited. I mean, we always knew it was going to be stacked coming into this, but the way that everything shapes up to be, it's looking like such a great season 2.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, from the upper bracket, qualifying with an undefeated result in the upper bracket, that's going to be Reply Totem, SK Gaming, Na'Vi, and Mystic Esports EU joining us from the lower bracket, but still as much deserving to go to the challenge season. It's going to be Tribe Gaming EU, Team Queso, Trace Clan, and Qs.
What a stacked, absolutely stacked challenge season it is going to be. But again, I have thoroughly enjoyed the journey to get there, massively so. Got to mark into your calendars, guys, the dates for the challenge season do commence from the 11th of October. And again, got to give one last final shout out to DHL once again for all their support, getting us to this stage of the competition. Never an easy thing, never an easy feat, but they have been behind us all the way as one of our proud partners of the Snapdragon Pro series. So big thank you for them to get us to where we are going as well. And, you know, again, that date in your calendars, Tuesday the 11th of October through until the 8th of November, is what you need to make sure that you're coming back for, because, you know, we've got 7 days of this back and forth throughout the challenges, every team round robin. You know how it goes, Teddy. What's for any viewers that maybe haven't seen throughout season 1, can viewers come to expect?
Just the best of the best, honestly. I mean, the expectations and the standards that the SPS has set up for the Brawl Stars community are just at another level, you know, like there's gonna be a LAN event potentially, you know, if we think about what has happened. Not saying it's confirmed, just saying, from what has happened in the past, but at skills that no other TO has been able to do. That's what I mean, that they've been able to just raise the standards of what to expect from community events and, all the hype and the stories that go with it. Exciting matches, exciting results, underdog stories, dominant teams. I mean, there's still teams like, Totem that are undefeated still in the SPS, and many more stories along those lines. Everyone looking for revenge, teams that are going to have their first time in the challenge season as well, and I can't wait to see how everyone performs when we get to it.
Yeah, it's going to be off the chain. Make sure as well, if you don't have a calendar, because, again, I'm a boomer. Most of the viewers won't be. Make sure as well that you're following at ESL Mobile over on Twitter and at ESL Brawl Stars, because ultimately that's where you're going to get those pings. Turn on notifications there as well if you're not sure about when those challenge seasons are going to start kicking off. But again, the date is the 11th of October through until the 8th of November. I've got to say a huge shout out as well to the production team behind the scenes, because again, we would not be able to put on quite the caliber of show that we do without those people working tirelessly in the background. And I do mean tirelessly. It's pretty early in the morning over in Malaysia. As well to everyone from our partner side of things, DHL, to Monster Energy, and of course to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, to all the viewers at home for watching, because again, without you guys, we don't have a show anyway. To all the players, the teams, the orgs, and of course, you as well, Teddy, for being by my side. It's been a long slog, but we've got there in the end, and it's been a thoroughly enjoyable experience, as always.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thank you, Art, for being by my side as well. But yeah, I think you had it all there. Big shout out to everyone that makes this possible behind the scenes, and all the support and chat as well for the teams, and all that good stuff. Always love to see you guys cheering for your favorite players, and I can guarantee you they appreciate that very much too. So a big thank you to everyone making this possible.
100%. Well, we've got our 8 teams for the challenge season. Do not miss it. Season 2 is set up to be nothing less than fire. We will see you on the 11th of October for day 1 of the challenge season. Until then, it's goodbye for now.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going. till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jumped in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time.